Chapter 19. It felt good to pretend to be a top student, but the monthly exam was like a crematorium. In order not to embarrass himself, Song-yu took out a physics paper and began to study mechanics. Ma Xiaoding was a restless person. When he saw Song-yu change to a compulsory physics exercise book, he was very excited. "Brother Yu, have you finally given up on mathematics?" Song-yu opened the first chapter and felt that there was something wrong with his words. He pursed his lips and said, "Be more respectful." "What do you mean by giving up?" Ma Xiaoding finally realized that Brother Yu was also a top student in a city. He immediately felt ashamed. "Oh, I'm stupid. Brother Yu is so awesome. You must have completely mastered it." Shi Bowen was excited. "Brother Yu, do you have any ways to learn mathematics?" Song-yu raised his eyes. Although he wasn't a top student in his previous life, his grades weren't bad either. He used cliché but practical words to brush her off. "Take more notes in class, learn how to summarize, and be good at generalizing. Ask if you don't understand. Anyway, don't leave any gaps in your knowledge. Otherwise, you'll suffer in the third year of high school." Ma Xiaoding was dissatisfied. "Brother Yu, what you said is the same as not saying anything." Song-yu rolled his eyes. "That's because you're hopeless." Xie Sui's pen paused and she smiled. She thought that Song-yu would come up with some incredible learning methods. After all, he was the person who challenged Lagrange after graduating from junior high school. She didn't expect him to be so conventional. Ma Xiaoding was still there. "If you ask me, mathematics is really anti-human. Especially functions. It's the world's greatest evil to me. I bent down to pick up a pen in junior high school and never understood this class again." Shi Bowen was speechless. "Then how did you get into number 1 middle school?" Ma Xiaoding was a little proud. He puffed out his chest and said, "I'm good at literature." "Haven't you seen a top student in a particular subject?" Shi Bowen, good at literature. "You spent 10 years in life and death situations, leading the yellow on the left and capturing the blue on the right." Ma Xiaoding couldn't stop talking. "Although I usually look like a hooligan, I'm still an artistic youth in my bones. I especially like to recite poems. If I were in ancient times, I would be the kind of swordsman who would recite a poem every time I killed someone. Punishing evil and promoting good, awesome and cool. Let me recite a few for you." Ma Xiaoding grabbed his desk mate and started his one-man show. Shi Bowen, he felt that if he continued to listen to him, his ancient poetry writing would be very dangerous. Ignoring them, Song-yu began to study quietly. After spending an entire evening self-study session on a physics paper, he regained his confidence. "I think my talent might be in physics." After matching the answers, Song-yu closed the pen cap and sighed. He handed the paper over and pointed his pen at the last question of the mechanics question on the unit paper. "Look, I can even answer the last question. Isn't that amazing?" Xie Sui tilted his head and glanced at him. In fact, he didn't know what Song-yu was doing. He was blindly answering questions without any pattern or plan. But when he met Song-yu's eyes, which sparkled like the color of a river that had fallen from the sky, he swallowed back the words he wanted to say. He looked down at the paper. Song-yu was doing a high school mechanics unit test paper. The last question was about the principle of leverage. Song-yu asked, "Is it amazing?" Xie Sui stared at him and said slowly, "Amazing." Song-yu clicked his tongue and became more proud. "So my talent is in physics." Xie Sui suddenly remembered the replies he saw when he tracked Song-yu's IP address before school started. He smiled. "No, I think your talent is in arguing." Song-yu. At this moment, the bell rang. Oh Ilian rushed to finish explaining things and said, tomorrow is a holiday. There will be a freshman orientation ceremony at night. The class will gather at 7:00 in the evening and go to the auditorium. Remember, don't be late. Okay, class is over. Songyu, come to my office. Songyu, who was inexplicably cued, was confused. Ma Xiaoding was also stunned. Brother Yu, do you want me to wait for you? Songyu picked up his book and snorted. One of us lives in the south of the school and the other lives in the north of the school. Why are you waiting for me? Ma Xiaoding nodded and looked back 3 times. Then take good care of yourself. Oh Ilian watched Songyu pick up his book and get up. She frowned. It was obvious that she didn't care. She didn't say a word and walked to the office in her high heels. In the office. Oh Ilian didn't look at Songyu. She looked at the name list. Songyu, right? I heard from the principal that you are a special student and need special treatment? Although Oh Ilian's character in Gentle Control was not flattering, she was still a teacher after all. Moreover, she didn't do anything out of line. Songyu wouldn't embarrass her. Hearing this, he shook his head. No, I don't need special treatment. Thank you, teacher. Oh Ilian was expressionless. She held the red pen in her hand and drew twice. She said, how about I move your seat to the side of the podium? Your body is special and you need to be quiet. Without the noise of your deskmates, you can calm down. Songyu was expressionless. Aren't there no seats beside the podium? Oh Ilian, I can specially arrange one for you. Songyu smiled. Thank you, teacher, but my lungs are not good. Oh Ilian put down the pen and frowned. She was clearly showing her annoyance to Songyu. Her tone was cold. Xie Sui came in as the first in the city. Don't you feel pressured sitting next to her? Songyu asked, then Wang Xi won't feel pressured sitting next to her. Oh Ilian's thoughts were exposed. She didn't say anything and just stared at him. Songyu's eyes were clear and dark. When there was no smile at all, he looked arrogant and cold. Teacher, you called me to the office just to ask me to give my seat to Wang Xi. Oh Ilian avoided the topic and said with a cold face, Songyu, is this the attitude you told your teacher? Is this how a student should behave? Songyu was too lazy to pay attention to her. He took out his phone. Since you are Xie Sui's deskmate, why don't you ask his opinion? Oh Ilian was flustered and exasperated. It's my business to talk to him. It's none of your business. We are talking about your attitude now. I just want you to change your seat, and you are arguing with me. Since you are so powerful, why don't you change classes? I don't want to care about people like you. Anyway, you will be the scum of society. Songyu didn't want to negotiate with her. He just tapped a few numbers. Beep, the phone rang. Songyu handed the phone to her. You can talk to the principal about changing classes. Oh Ilian's words were choked in her throat. She looked at Songyu and wanted to tear off a layer of skin. She laughed angrily. You are threatening me. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Songyu smiled. The phone was connected. The principal said kindly, Yu, why did you suddenly call me? Oh Ilian was stunned, and then her tone changed. She said with grievance, Principal, it's me, Teacher O, Songyu's class teacher. The principal said, Oh, Teacher O, what's wrong? Oh Ilian sounded as if she had been wronged. Principal, I can't control this student. I just called him over and asked him about his seat, and he got angry at me and even called you to threaten me. I have taught for so many years, but I have never seen such an arrogant student. He is not in good health, and I don't dare to say anything harsh to him. I can't beat or scold him. How can I continue teaching him? It's better to find a more capable teacher. The principal was silent for a long time. Yu is not in good health. You have to bear with him. Teacher O complained, Principal, it's not that I don't want to bear with him, but he looks down on me and doesn't respect my work. Have you ever seen a student arguing with a teacher on the first day of school? The principal said, Give the phone to Yu. Song-yu looked at her coldly, avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. She took the phone and said, Hello, Principal. Oh Ilian stared at him with a sneer. Song-yu lowered his eyes and looked very obedient. When he caught a glimpse of Oh Ilian's expression, the corners of his lips curled up playfully. No, I think the first class is quite good. Teacher O is also quite good. I don't plan to change classes for the time being. She wanted me to sit at the podium, but I didn't want to. She started to scold me and said that I will be the scum of society in the future. Oh Ilian's smile stiffened. The principal was obviously angry. Teacher O, is what you said true? Oh Ilian was miserable. Principal, this child took things out of context. I was worried about his health and wanted to take care of him, so I arranged for him to sit at the podium. I asked for his opinion, and he went against me. Am I not being harsh because I love him? I treat every student as my own child. When I saw that he was stubborn, I spoke a little harshly, but it was all for his own good. But maybe he understood that I was fierce to him and didn't like him. This knot has already formed in my heart. I also have my difficulties and don't want to talk about it. For his own good and for mine, Principal, you should change this child to another class. After a long silence, the principal's words came out. You just said that he likes you and the first class. He doesn't want to leave, so let him stay. Also, Teacher O, you can't say everything that is for his own good. You have your own way of teaching, but please also consider the child's ability to bear it. Yu is born with poor health. Take care of him. Don't cry in front of me for every small matter. Oh Ilian was dumbfounded. Song-yu held his information book and smiled. The phone was busy. Oh Ilian's expression was red, green, black, and red. It was very beautiful. Song-yu smiled elegantly. Teacher O, 3 years. Please take care of me. I will definitely be the most vivid stroke in your teaching history. I will teach you how to be a person. Oh Ilian was so angry that her pen almost broke the register. She frantically flipped through Song-yu's information. After looking at it, he was just an ordinary working-class family. So, because of an illness. So many privileges. She didn't know how to explain it to Wang Xiai. She lost another opportunity to curry favor with the Wang family. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Well, after the next monthly exam, you can change your seat. See if you can still sit next to CS Wei. Song-yu put down his phone and smiled. Okay, goodbye, teacher. It's hard to say if you'll still be in this class next time. He couldn't understand. There were so many knowledgeable and amiable head teachers in Jing City First Middle School. Why did CS Wei have such a person? She was stupid and vicious. Also, with her IQ and character, did she really get her teaching certificate by herself? Song-yu went out of the office and went downstairs. Under the street lamp, he saw CS Wei. CS Wei was squatting down and teasing a wild cat with her fingers. The cold light flowed over her face. Her thick eyelashes and pale lips made her look noble and cold. Song-yu was stunned. Are you waiting for me? CS Wei stood up and didn't deny it. She just smiled. Are you hungry? Do you want to have something to eat? Song-yu was indeed a little hungry. He nodded. He asked while walking. Don't you go back to the dormitory first? I live in the same apartment building as you. It's on the way. What the hell? Song Yu opened his eyes wide. Why do you live in the same apartment? CS Wei said lightly, it's arranged by the principal. Song Yu understood. The treatment of the best in the city. Since the first year of high school, there was a special single room. Wait, was there such a setting in the original book? Fuck, he had such a bad memory. He had forgotten. Song Yu didn't intend to tell CS Wei about Oilian. Since he had decided to help him get rid of the nightmare of his last life, he didn't need to know about such a shady head teacher. The street behind the school was a snack street. At this time, many shops were closed, but the barbecue stalls were doing well. The squid sizzled and the aroma wafted through the street. Song Yu was in high spirits. A skewer of grilled gluten, a portion of grilled rice cake, a portion of grilled leeks, and a pair of grilled wings. CS Wei stopped him helplessly. That's enough. Don't eat too much tonight. She turned to the stall owner and said, just grilled gluten and grilled rice cake for him. Song Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Let him be. The stall owner shouted discontentedly, young man, do you think I'm your girlfriend? Song Yu had already moved to the battlefield to buy Odin. When CS Wei heard this, he let out a playful smile, but no one could see the emotions in his pitch-black eyes. Do they look alike? The stall owner lost half of his business. He rolled his eyes and complained, yes. Why don't they look alike? When Song Yu came back with the Odin, the rice cake and vegetables had already been grilled. He was busy, so he gave the book to CS Wei first. Eating fish balls, they walked on the avenue of No. 1 Middle School. Thinking of the evening self-study, Song Yu suddenly felt amused. He chewed and asked vaguely, are you really afraid that I'll surpass you? CS Wei couldn't follow his train of thought. What? Song Yu said, the No. 1 in the city. Looking at his bright eyes, which were smiling. CS Wei couldn't help but think of the way he gritted his teeth when he was doing the questions. Amused, she lowered her eyes and looked at him quietly. I'm afraid, he dragged his voice. Looking at Song Yu's gradually surprised expression, she slowly said the following words, teasing him. I'm afraid that you'll cry. Song Yu, ? He threw the skewer into the trash can and said in disbelief, do you think I'm a man who cries for mathematics? He was willing to add 10 points to his crying. The key was that mathematics, physics, and chemistry didn't believe in tears. CS Wei changed the topic. Do you care about your studies a lot? Song Yu was reminded of something sad. He looked at the sky and said, it's not me who cares. It's my dad who cares. He threatened me that if I don't study hard, he'll go home and farm. He wants me to be in the top 100 in the monthly exam. I got 350 in the middle school examination. Isn't he thinking too highly of me? CS Wei remembered that Song Yu had an older brother. The burden of the Song family would not fall on his shoulders. It could be said that the Song family doted on this sickly youngest son to the heavens. Perhaps only that kind of love could nurture such a pure, kind, and sincere soul. However, CS Wei lowered her eyes and smiled faintly. It was close to 800. Sure enough, it didn't reach 400. Song Yu continued to look at the sky. He never thought that one day he would be distressed about his studies. He bit the skewer and asked, how many points do I need to be in the top 100? CS Wei really couldn't answer this question. The prodigy standing at the top of the pyramid couldn't understand the hardships of the ordinary top students below. You can. The only thing he could give was a casual, understated encouragement. Song Yu sighed. Forget it. Anyway, I have you as my desk mate. If I don't know, I'll ask you more. My grades will always improve. Sui looked at Song Yu in amusement. Okay, but don't ask Lagrange. Song Yu. Why? Sui said faintly, it's useless. You can't use it, and you can't understand it. Song Yu. Now she's looking down on me. In the teacher's apartment, Song Yu lived on the 4th floor, and Sui lived on the 3rd floor. Coincidentally, they were both in the corner. They were the upper and lower tenants. Song Yu was shocked when he heard the news. Then he concluded, then if I don't jump off the balcony, I'll jump off your balcony. Sui looked at him faintly. Don't court death. Song Yu clicked his tongue. I'll jump down to ask you questions. How can you call it courting death when it's related to my studies? He pushed him into the door. Sui stood at the door. The light was half bright and half dark. His half-smile had a hint of ruthlessness. It was shockingly beautiful. Falling in love with mathematics is the biggest death you've ever courted. After saying that, he didn't wait for Song Yu to speak. He had already closed the door for him. Song Yu, who finally reacted, was furious at the door. Fuck. It was his first day of accommodation. Everyone in the family was particularly nervous. Mama Song called from a city to ask about his well-being. She asked about all aspects of his situation. After an hour of phone calls, Song Yu was almost tired of saying, pretty good. Papa Song's way of expressing his concern was very simple and practical. He directly transferred a sum of money to his card. His domineering CEO image was not broken. His brother was overseas and sent an email. As the heir of the Song family, Brother Song was close to the elite in everything. His words were also capable and concise. After expressing his greetings, he directly left a phone number. It was his assistant in the country. If there's anything you want but are too embarrassed to ask Dad, call this number. Song Yu really wanted to give his brother a thumbs up. As his sister, Song Wenying was used to arguing with him. She was too embarrassed to say anything and send a short period. Song Wenying. Song Yu. Song Wenying. Song Yu, there was a tacit conversation between them. Song Wenying, what did you use to persuade Dad? Song Yu, my love for learning. Song Wenying, 350. Song Yu, you only know how to look at grades. Your thinking will never reach my level in this lifetime. Song Wenying. Amazing. He then called Grandmother Meng and his uncle. Today's task was finally completed. He threw the apple core into the trash can and lay on the bed. Before going to bed, Song Yu seemed to have nothing to do and browsed the forum. As soon as he entered, he saw his own name. On the first day of school, there was an explosion of traffic on number 1 middle school's forum. There were 2 posts at the top of the hot list. Did any of the freshmen find someone who looks like Brother Yu in class? Song Yu, who was inexplicably cued, really felt that there was something wrong with this forum. Why were they looking for him? To fight? Don't. Won't it be embarrassing if I can't scold or beat you? Song Yu was bored and clicked on it. Main post, let's get straight to the point. There's no one in our class with a U name. Pass. 1L, reporting, there are 3 people in our class with a U name. 1 is a delicate girl, 1 is a simple-minded big guy, and the last one is a nerd with 900 degrees of myopia. I don't think it's Brother Yu. End of report. 2L, there are too many metaphors in the name. I don't know where to start. Also, with Brother Yu's disdainful look, I think he's probably a prickly one. 3L. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by prickly? Describe it. For L, fuck, don't joke about my husband, okay? I hit someone. 5L, I think brother you should be very handsome, but the name might not necessarily have a metaphor. I used to name myself Dream Star Huanya, Rio Die, dog, 6L, handsome my ass. He's just an internet troll. In real life, he's probably a short and fat 1L. I really admire the taste of the girls in our school. They like all kinds of idiots. 7L, I don't like you, but I think I have good taste. 300 rounds of scolding each other x1. 123L, brother, sister, stop scolding, stop scolding. Who exactly is my wonderful brother you? QWQ 124L, don't bother. Since brother you dares to mess around on the internet, he definitely won't expose his real name. 125L, exactly. If his real name is exposed, he'll be ganged up on. Song Yu scrolled down and was surprised. He was surprised that so many people were speaking up for him, and why so many people were scolding him. TSK, this was ridiculous. So he posted his thoughts. 126L, your husband brother you, 127L. 128L. 129L, let's take a picture together. Hubby, oh. 130L, fuck, fuck, fuck. 131L, even the ellipsis is so handsome. I'm so happy. 132L, aw, this is the closest I've ever been to my husband. 133L, let's check in if we're passing by. Song Yu, after the crazy fangirls and the onlookers checked in, the haters started to come out for business. 165L, what are you pretending to be cool for? You're only cool on the internet. 166L, tell me your name. Let me see what you look like. 167L, since you're so good, let's have a fight at the school gate tomorrow. Don't get beaten up until your mother can't recognize you. 168L, I'm dying of laughter. Are you worthy of meeting my brother you? 169L, idiot, go ahead and scold him. If you don't become a fan, it's my loss. 300 rounds of scolding each other x2 inch they're scolding me again. The corner of Song Yu's eyes twitched. They were spamming so fast that Song Yu couldn't even flip through them. He was dazzled by them, so he simply left. The second hot post on the forum was also trending. Is there going to be a reshuffle for the school hunk selection? In the main building, if the selection of the school hunk doesn't include me, what kind of selection is that? Without hesitation, he uploaded the picture. 1L, picture, 2L, picture. In just 2 minutes, the post had already flipped through a page. Screams and shouts flooded the screen. Ah! I'll show my sisters how to die on the spot. Ah, these eyelashes, these eyes, these temperaments are driving me crazy. Sob, 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 what kind of godly appearance is this? I don't deserve to breathe the same air as him. Oh my God, my hands are still trembling. The moment I clicked in, I really felt like my heart stopped for a moment. There were crazy screams and cries, as well as all kinds of flattery. Song Yu's finger stopped on the photo of CS Wei in the main building. It should be a candid shot. CS Wei was sitting in her seat with a few pieces of paper in her hand. The light shone in from outside the classroom. Her eyelashes cast a shadow, but her expression was cold and languid. Her shirt was white, cold, and abstinent. She looked like a campus prince charming in all the school novels. In the next photo, she must have discovered the candid shot. She pressed the paper and looked over. Her delicate facial features showed a breathtaking charm under the camera. Her eyes were dark and deep, but her gaze was sharp and cold. Her peach blossom eyes didn't smile, which made her look cold and distant, especially difficult to approach. The main character is still handsome. Song Yu sighed. After teaching Zhu Zhixing a lesson last time, those rumors didn't spread from junior high to senior high. In fact, he was quite happy to see this development. Xie Sui should live a bright and outstanding life like this. Someone explained that she was the top scorer in the middle school examination. Instantly, the screams of the fangirls turned a few pages. Thank God, You're Awesome and Brother Immortal were accompanied by all kinds of oh and woo-woo. Song Yu wanted to click in again. Were these girls so emotional? They had to repeat the same words so many times. Sisters, aren't you tired of typing? But when he was about to click in, he inexplicably saw his name again. 231L, it's normal to like good-looking people with good grades. I don't understand why you girls like that troll who doesn't dare to show his face. Are you crazy? Song Yu, 232L. 233L, are you fucking referring to my brother Yu? 234L, there's no contradiction in liking God Xia and brother Yu. Idiot, if you scold me again, I'll buy extra groceries tomorrow. 235L, I'm dying of laughter. The bootlickers above are here again. If you're so awesome, let your brother Yu get first place in the city and be the most handsome guy in school. 236L, it's enough for brother Yu to be your father. 300 rounds of scolding each other x3. The bystanders who came later sighed silently. 512L, your brother Yu is really a man who brings with him a storm of blood, melon eating. 513L, brother Yu is the spokesperson of the storm of blood. Song Yu, on the forum, the words God Xia and brother Yu caused a storm of blood. Originally, with Song Yu's looks, his photo should have been posted on the forum by now. However, after his fight with Wang Xi, the girls in Class 1 were a little scared and didn't dare to post it. But they really wanted to tell everyone. Other than God Xia, there was another handsome guy in their class. Moreover, the two of them were desk mates. Song Yu saved the photo on the forum and sent it to Xie Sui. He had just taken a shower. His eyelids were drooping lazily, and his eyelashes were still wet. He looked especially obedient. Song Yu, look, this is you. No matter how pure Xie Sui was, she couldn't treat herself as a real high school student. He used the money Su Shiren gave him and contacted his subordinate in his previous life with a mysterious identity. At this time, Chu Rong was laid off and his mother was seriously ill. He leaned against the bed, his eyes cold as his fingers moved quickly on the keyboard. When Song Yu sent the message, Chu Rong had completely lost the negotiation with him. At the most desperate moment of his life, the man who had fallen from the clouds could only tightly grasp his only chance. Okay, give me 300,000 yuan now. I'll go back to the Xie family even if I have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Xie Sui glanced at his phone. It was a message from Song Yu. He lowered his eyes, curled his lips, and typed on the computer, "Happy working with you." Then, he ignored Chu Rong and took the phone. He opened it and saw two photos of himself. Song Yu was still sending messages. Song Yu, God Xie, do you know that you have countless fangirls on the forum now? Song Yu, many people like you. He said all this because he was really happy for Xie Sui. Look, you don't need those scumbags' hypocrisy to light up the world. Many people are crazy about you. You're even the light in their eyes. Xie Sui's fingers paused. She didn't know why, but she remembered the minty hug that night. Deep in the alley and high walls, the obedient and delicate young man holding a math book. Sweet and slightly spicy. One couldn't help but wonder what such a kiss would be like. Xie Sui smiled. However, he replied with a simple word. Xie Sui, yes. Song Yu, what yes? You're too cold. I'll send you the forum address and let you see how your fangirls confess. CS Wei, what about you? Song Yu. What about me? CS Wei's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and there was a hint of a smile in her dark eyes. CS Wei, many people like me. What about you? Do you like me? However, Song Yu was a straight man who said, if you think that way, I can't help it, on the forum. His understanding was completely different. Song Yu. What do you mean? Are you starting to show off? Song Yu, there must be many people who like me. Go and see. My name causes a storm of blood wherever I go. Song Yu, there are no fewer fangirls than you. CS Wei, oh. Song Yu widened his eyes and became anxious. He was like a bullshit machine. Song Yu, why would I lie to you? Wait, I'll give you the address. Song Yu, share link, Song Yu, go and see. CS Wei clicked on it. Why does God Xia have a special page but Brother Yu doesn't? Brother Yu's wife fans, come and check in, 1-1, check in. 2-1, check in. 4-1, check in. 5-1, I'm not convinced. They say that Brother Yu is a troll. 6-1, not convinced +1, 71-1, I don't know why, but I always feel that a reckless young man like Brother Yu must be very cute in real life. Hee hee. Her gaze fell on this comment. CS Wei's lips curved into a smile. He is very cute. The next morning, when Song Yu woke up, Aunt Bai was already pouring milk. The table was full of sandwiches, eggs, porridge, and fried dough sticks. Song Yu was shocked. This is too sumptuous. I can't finish it. Aunt Bai wiped her hands and smiled. This is the first time I'm making breakfast for you. I don't know what you like to eat, so I prepared some of everything. Song Yu, thank you, Aunt Bai, but milk and bread will be enough in the future. It was the freshman ceremony at night. Song Yu didn't have any plans during the day. On this day, most of the students would go out to buy daily necessities. However, Grandmother Meng had arranged everything in advance. He didn't lack anything and seemed to have nothing to do. Biting the bread, he scrolled through his phone. Song Yu added very few people on QQ. Ma Xiaoting's gloomy profile picture of Sadako was particularly obvious when there was a message. It was at the forefront. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, Brother Yu, an old rival from before high school started, challenged me to a fight on the first day. I'm going to the entrance of number 1 middle school. Don't miss me. Song Yu, what kind of trash is this? Fighting on the first day of high school? Why the hell are you going to school? Go home and farm. Song Yu, who was self-aware of his identity as a top student, sent 6 points to Ma Xiaoting. Although he didn't need to prepare, CS Wei should. CS Wei was used to being alone. He didn't have many friends since he was young. There was definitely no one to accompany him. TSK, how pitiful. Thus, the considerate Song Yu sent a message to CS Wei. Do you want to go to the supermarket together? After a while, CS Wei replied. Okay. When Song Yu went out, CS Wei was already waiting for him. The young man was standing leisurely in front of the avenue below the apartment building, playing with his phone. When he heard movement, he looked up. His expression was natural, and his eyes were like the morning fog, faint and distant. So fast. Song Yu ran downstairs after sending the message, but looking at CS Wei's posture, it seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. CS Wei said, I went out for breakfast and received your message on the way back. Oh. However, after taking 2 steps, Song Yu immediately realized the problem. He stopped and turned around. You came back after breakfast. You didn't plan to go out today? Sui said lightly, yes, I didn't plan to. I'll accompany you. Songyu. So in the end, he was moved and thought that he was being considerate. The two of them didn't have anything to buy, so shopping was very boring. Songyu didn't want to come here for nothing, so he simply bought a lot of things in the snack section. There were many girls gathered here. They were wearing No. 1 middle school's uniforms, and their eyes were crazily glancing at them. Their gazes were so hot that it was difficult for Songyu not to notice. From time to time, he would look behind him. However, as soon as he turned around, they would immediately pretend to chat and play with their phones. He couldn't catch them at all. Did you notice that they've been looking at us? Songyu covered his face with a bag of potato chips and whispered in Sui's ear. Sui, I noticed. Songyu, their gazes gave me goosebumps. Fuck, did you see that? They seemed to be even more excited. Songyu was good-looking and had received a lot of stunned and admiring gazes since he was a child. However, he had never experienced such a strange gaze. It was strange and hot, and the excitement in it made his scalp tingle. Sui glanced in that direction indifferently. He was tall and had long legs. His aura was so strong that it scared the girls and made them turn around silently. As they were leaving, the girls deliberately lowered their voices but couldn't hide their excitement. How can they be so loving? They're simply a match made in heaven. Woo-woo, none of the couples I've been with are as compatible as them. What's so romantic about going to the supermarket together? Songyu, who heard it clearly, was speechless. He held the bag of potato chips and turned his head in disbelief. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did you hear that? Sui nodded. Songyu, you're not angry. Sui lowered his eyes and looked indifferent. Do you want this bag of potato chips? Songyu felt that he was making a mountain out of a molehill because of his attitude. Who cares what others say? He scratched his head and looked down at the shopping cart. There was no such flavor yet. He nodded. Yes, yes, yes. He walked to the other side. Songyu saw the mint candy on the shelf and his eyes lit up. Gee, this. I especially liked to eat it when I was a child. Sui smiled. For Sui, going to the supermarket with someone was a very novel experience. It was novel and boring. He began to remember something in his heart. From some of Songyu's subtle expressions and movements, he could guess his favorite colors, things, and flavors. It was boring, but not boring. For Sui, it was too easy to please someone. The depressing and gloomy childhood and the terrible and disgusting school days had affected him neither too much nor too little. He used to be sensitive and had an inferiority complex, and his emotions were easily manipulated by others. In the end, he became someone who could control other people's emotions. He looked at the time. 40 minutes. He walked out of the supermarket. Songyu asked, "Do you want to go to my place for lunch?" Sui smiled. "Thank you, but no." Songyu was carrying a particularly large bag full of snacks. The summer heat in September had not yet dissipated. After walking a few steps to the bus stop, his face was a little red and hot. When had the young master of a city, who never left his house, ever suffered like this? But he did not want to call for a taxi. Songyu was very busy. He had to check the bus routes with his mobile phone and look at the bus stop signs. He was also carrying a particularly heavy bag in his hand. He was annoyed by the chirping of the cicadas on the tree and frowned. Sui rolled up his sleeves, revealing his white and strong arms. He took the bag of snacks from his hand. "You check it. I'll take it first." Songyu felt that it was not heavy, so he simply gave it to him. Bus 7, Bus 258. In the eyes of the people waiting for the bus next to them, it had a different meaning. The two girls, who were wearing skirts and carrying backpacks, looked at each other and read the deep annoyance in each other's eyes. That's too considerate. When did my boyfriend have such good eyesight? It'll probably take a long time. I think you'd better change to another one. It'll be faster. Hey, you're so annoying. You're starting to persuade him. After the two laughed for a while, Bus 7 arrived. The girl in the yellow skirt was about to get on, but she was stopped by the girl behind her. Don't. Bus 7 is the main entrance. There's a fight. We'll take bus 305. The girl in the yellow skirt was stunned. A fight? Who? The girl behind pursed her lips. I don't know. Someone in the dormitory group told me. They're in the alley opposite the main entrance. They're holding knives and bricks. They seem very fierce. It's better to avoid them. Song-yu, who had taken a step forward, stopped in his tracks. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his expression was a little ugly. Were high school students so serious when fighting nowadays? Song-yu said, wait a minute. Song-yu directly called Ma shouting. The call was immediately connected. The environment on Ma shouting's side was a little noisy. Song-yu said coldly, you've been fighting all morning and you're still not done. Ma shouting roared in a very aggrieved manner. No, brother Yu. We were fighting at the school gate and were caught by the security guards. I don't know which nosy passerby complained. Now we've moved to an internet cafe. Song-yu was stunned for a second. You guys fought at an internet cafe? Ma shouting, yes. We put down our knives and guns and decided to have an esports match between men. Song-yu, he was just about to hang up the phone. Suddenly, Ma shouting lowered his voice by a few degrees. Brother Yu, come quickly, come quickly. When I arrived at the internet cafe, I found Zhu Zhixing there too. Let's teach him a lesson together. Song-yu thought for a long time before he remembered who Zhu Zhixing was. He bared his teeth and laughed angrily. I remember I said, I want you to remember Wang Hoxiong and not Zhu Zhixing. Before he could finish speaking, Ma shouting had already added with righteous indignation, damn it, this idiot is now following behind that second-year school bully like a bootlicker. Chen Jijia's goddess is interested in CS Sui. They're now planning to beat CS Sui up in front of that woman. Zhu Zhixing said that he knew that CS Sui only had an elderly person in her family. She didn't have a father or a mother. They could do whatever they wanted to CS Sui as long as she didn't die. If CS Sui dared to call the police, she would threaten him with his grandmother. Fuck. What are you talking about? After I finish this set of best of 5 matches with Dog Tang, I'll teach him a lesson. Brother Yu, do you want to come with me? Song-yu swallowed the rest of his words. He gritted his teeth. There was a cold light in his eyes and his voice was cold. Come, give me the address. He hung up the phone and turned to look at CS Sui. He thought for a moment and said, I'm going to beat someone up later. Do you want to come with me? CS Sui, he felt that Song-yu really came to Jing City First High School to be a school bully. CS Sui suddenly felt very interested. She quietly stared at him with her dark eyes. After a long time, she smiled and said, yes. Chapter 20. Ma shouting sent him the address. It was on Linqing Road near No. 1 Middle School. It was a leisure and entertainment street. Internet cafes, chess rooms, karaoke rooms, billiard halls, etc. It was a place where many students of No. 1 Middle School played after class. It was also a gathering place for hooligans. After Song-yu got out of the car, He looked around but couldn't find the place. So he asked Ma, shouting, "I'm at Linqing Road. What's the exact location?" Sadako's profile picture paused for a long time. For a moment, Ma shouting didn't know how to describe it. This place was too remote and there were no landmarks. Finally, he glanced outside. With a flash of inspiration, the artistic youth in him was eager to give it a try. "Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, brother. You look up at the sky." Song Yu held his phone in a daze for a few seconds. For some reason, he listened to him and looked up at the sky. Some birds were perched on the telephone poles. The blue sky was endless and there were a few clouds floating. There was nothing special. When he looked carefully, he didn't see the window of the building poking its head out to wave at him. Song Yu didn't know what was going on and typed. Ma shouting replied very quickly this time. "Do you see a cloud that looks like cotton candy?" Song Yu, Ma shouting was overjoyed. "I'm on the right side of that cloud. Follow it and you'll find me. Brother Yu, I'm about to start. Talk to you later." Song Yu, he was crazy. Xie Sui looked at his expression and smiled gently. "What's wrong?" Song Yu turned off his phone and said expressionlessly, "Nothing. It's just that there might be one more person fighting." Xie Sui laughed and asked gently, "What's the name of the internet cafe?" Song Yu thought for a while. "It's something like Hua." Xie Sui looked up and looked at the street. Jing City was a place that he remembered very clearly when he was young. In order to make money, he basically ran all over the area near number 1 middle school. He quickly remembered the name of the internet cafe that was remote and not easy to be discovered by teachers. His eyes narrowed slightly. Carrying the plastic bag, he took a step forward with his long legs. "Follow me." As a newcomer, Song Yu was naturally obedient. After crossing the road, he turned into an alley between two buildings. After a few more steps, there was a staircase. Xie Sui said, "On the second floor." Song Yu opened his mouth wide in surprise. "This internet cafe is so remote. How did you know?" Xie Sui smiled. "I used to work part-time here." Song Yu was stunned for a second. "Then you have quite a variety of part-time jobs." Xie Sui didn't answer the question. She narrowed her eyes and said, "You didn't even know where to beat someone up." Song Yu waved his hand. "Don't mention the place. I don't even know what the person looks like." Xie Sui. It was also Song Yu's style. On the second floor, in the internet cafe. When Song Yu walked in, Ma shouting had already lost. He slammed the table loudly, took off his headphones in exasperation, and punched the little fatty next to him. "I told you not to play in the last round. I told you not to play in the last round. You just had to play. I'm so angry. You'll take the blame if you lose this round." The little fatty held his head in pain. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Brother Ding, I was wrong." TSK, sitting far away from them, a tall and thin young man in a white t-shirt sneered. "Come on, Ma shouting. You'd better take the blame for this. You're the breakthrough of your team. You're a 19-year-old shooter. You're amazing." Ma shouting refused to accept it. "A web page suddenly popped up on my computer. It doesn't count." Again. The young man in the white t-shirt curled his lips. "TSK. You can't afford to lose. Why do you have so many excuses?" Ma shouting said. "Fuck. You're going crazy just because you won a game. Tonight at 9 o'clock, at the door of the dormitory, I'll fight you. If you don't come, you'll be son." He swallowed back the vicious words he was about to say and swallowed back the last word. He stared at the person who walked in with his eyes wide open. He was dumbfounded. When Song-yu went upstairs, he kept calling Ma Xiaoding. In the end, Ma Xiaoding was so engrossed in the game that he didn't even care about the vibration of his phone. He didn't answer it at all. Now, he saw him in person. Song-yu hung up the phone with a cold expression. Ma Xiaoding looked at him, dumbfounded. How did brother Yu get here so quickly? However, before he could explain, Song-yu had already strode over with a gloomy expression. He wanted to chop him up. Ma Xiaoding raised his hands in surrender. Brother Yu, I can explain. I really didn't hear my phone ring just now. Song-yu sneered and opened their chat page. Don't worry. Explain to me first. Where is that cotton candy-like cloud? Ma Xiaoding. Don't people have any romantic feelings these days? Isn't it very poetic to follow a cloud? Ma Xiaoding covered his forehead and walked in front. When I went out to use the toilet, I heard them talking about those dirty things as they walked. It's so infuriating. Let's go, brother Yu. Let's go and challenge the restaurant. Third floor, third floor. I saw them go up to the third floor with my own eyes. Song-yu, who was planning to wash his hands of the gold basin, twitched the corner of his mouth. He didn't want to talk to this delinquent at all. He deliberately slowed down and waited for Xie Sui. Ma Xiaoding's underlings looked at this young man with fear. Even their big brother was bowing to him. He looked delicate, but his movements weren't ambiguous at all. He was ruthless and perverse. At first glance, they knew he wasn't someone to be trifled with. And the point was the person following behind him Xie Sui. These people and Xie Sui were all junior high school classmates. Their impression of him was that he was quiet, gloomy, and antisocial. But now, Xie Sui was a little different from how they remembered him. There were still similarities. The cold aura that kept people 1,000 miles away from him hadn't changed. But the feeling he gave off was very different. In the past, Xie Sui was like a tenacious vine that grew in the darkness. Wrapped in thorns, he lived in depression and numbness. At first glance, one could feel the gloominess. But now, it was different. That gloominess had become an indescribable temperament. His every move was very elegant and calm. Whether or not he was smiling, his eyes were a little cold, casual, and dangerous. The underlings followed behind him in silence. Song-yu looked up and asked him in the corridor, "Do you remember what I told you about beating Zhu Zixing when school started?" Xie Sui stopped in his tracks and came to a conclusion in an instant. He stared at him with his dark eyes and chuckled. "So when you said you wanted to beat him up, you were actually avenging me?" Ah. Song-yu reflected on whether he was being too attentive. One who was unaccountably attentive was hiding evil intentions. He guiltily covered it up and said, "No, it's their dishes that are too evil." Xie Sui, oh. Ma Xiaoding now regarded Xie Sui as one of his own. After all, Brother Yu's desk mate was also his friend. He led the way in front. His ears were bad, so he only heard Xie Sui's question. In order to re-establish his image in Brother Yu's heart, he rushed to take credit for Song-yu. "Isn't that right? Brother Yu originally didn't want to come. He wanted to study hard and ignore these trivial matters. But when he heard that the idiot Zhu Zixing had feelings for you and wanted to beat you up, he immediately changed his mind. He asked me for the address. So, he rushed over without stopping to rest. Do you think this is loyalty or not? TSK, Xie Sui, our Brother Yu is sincere to you. Song-yu, fuck, Ma Xiaoding, you're dead." The corridor was very dark, and the two of them were very close to each other. Song-yu could clearly hear Xie Sui's chuckle. Her breath was slightly warm, and her laughter was very irritating. Song Yu gritted his teeth. Don't listen to his nonsense. Xie Sui had always listened to him. Her eyes seemed to be shining in the dark. She held back her laughter and said, okay. Song Yu deliberately slowed down his footsteps and thought about what Ma Xiaoding said to him. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. In gentle control, Xie Sui suffered too much bullying and humiliation when she was in school. He didn't have any impression of Qin Jijia at that time. But he used Xie Sui's grandmother to threaten her. In the original novel, Gong Er had used this trick to threaten Xie Sui to stay by his side. Threatening someone close to him was too low. He didn't know how a high school student could come up with such a trick. Song Yu said, I still think that he should apologize and explain to your third year in junior high. Xie Sui's eyelashes fluttered, and she smiled faintly. Song Yu stared at the stairs and walked forward step by step. He said calmly, yes, that's right. With Zhu Zhixing's character, he was now scared by Ma Xiaoding and didn't dare to spread rumors. But it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do something worse in the future. It was better to give him an unforgettable memory so that he would forever understand what he could and couldn't say. Ma Xiaoding aggressively went to the third floor. There was a small billiard hall here. Chapter 21. The billiard hall wasn't big. It was a private area, so it wasn't very formal. There were 8 billiard tables in the room. Many people gathered under the white light. They were all gangsters. They had tattoos on their arms and wore jackets. They sat in various corners, smoking, playing cards, and playing with their phones. Only the table on the far right was playing billiards. There were many people around it, and they kept making a racket with the sound of billiards. It was a foul atmosphere. When Ma Xiaoding arrived at the door and saw the situation inside, he swallowed his words back into his stomach. His posture of kicking down the restaurant instantly collapsed. Brother Yu. Ma Xiaoding turned around miserably. His face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. There are so many people. Why don't we wait until the next time we catch him alone? You've already opened the door. How can you leave? Why don't you look at how many people there are? The corner of Song Yu's mouth twitched. He kicked him directly in the butt from behind. You're a junior high school bully. He was really the lowest school bully he had ever seen. Ma Xiaoding didn't even grab the door tightly. He staggered forward and stood in front of everyone. His sudden appearance naturally attracted a lot of attention. The gangsters held cigarettes in their hands and looked over with raised eyebrows. Their gazes weren't very friendly. There was a small bar inside the billiard hall. Soft and slow songs were playing. The cool color light shone on everyone's faces. Ma Xiaoding was about to cry. He was just a high school student. Where did he get the guts to pretend to be a big boss in front of this group of adult gangsters? He subconsciously looked back and swallowed his saliva. His legs were trembling. Could he escape now? A young man with a dirty braid put out his cigarette. Looking at his panicked appearance, he whistled and mocked, Kid, you've come to the wrong place. The internet cafe is on the 2nd floor. This is not a place for good students. Ma Xiaoding didn't dare to answer him. He looked at Song Yu for help. Song Yu glanced at him and said lightly, good for you. He took a step forward and replaced Ma Xiaoding as the center of attention. The young man was tall and straight, wearing a white shirt and black pants. His hair and pupils were light brown, his eyelashes were long and curly, and his skin was delicate. At first glance, he looked gentle and harmless, but when his eyelids swept over, that kind of hostility and perverse air would unconsciously flow out, and his aura was very imposing. Child, are you looking for your mother? However, the man with the dirty braid did not take them seriously at all. He smirked and mocked them. Song Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He tilted his head and asked Ma Xiaoding, "Who is Zhu Zhixing?" Ma Xiaoding was still confused. Song Yu repeated, "Who is Zhu Zhixing?" Ma Xiaoding could hear the coldness in his voice. Trembling, he began to stand on his tiptoes to look around. However, there were too many people gathered here, and it was very noisy. He stuck his head out and looked around for a long time, but did not see Zhu Zhixing. The man with the dirty braid clicked his tongue, a little dissatisfied with being ignored. He stood up and put on a fake smile. "If you're not looking for your mother, then it's easy. I'll help you find him." He seemed to have a high status in this group of hooligans. The people around him did not dare to make a sound when they saw his actions, and the noisy environment instantly quieted down. The man with the dirty braid shouted inside, "Zhu Zhixing, who is Zhu Zhixing? Come out quickly. Someone is here." At this moment, a group of people surrounded the pool table suddenly rang out with applause, cheers, and whistles. The sound of a ball being struck was crisp and pleasing to the ear. It seemed that a beautiful ball had been hit. The man with the dirty braid's voice was still very clear in such a noisy environment. A few people at the pool table heard him and turned to look at the door. There was some space between them. The last black ball on the table was trembling along the green table and rolling toward the bag in the corner. Ma Xiaoding's eyes finally returned to normal. Through the gap, he pointed at a short and thin boy standing in the corner and shouted, "Brother Yu. That brat Zhu Zhixing is over there." Zhu Zhixing, who was called out, suddenly widened his eyes and looked in their direction. When he saw that it was Ma Xiaoding, his face instantly turned ugly. Dong! The black ball fell into the bag. One round ended. A man in his 20s wearing a checkered shirt stood up in front of the pool table and slowly wiped the cue stick. The man with the dirty braid clapped his hands and walked forward. "Old Chin, you have a group of children here looking for someone. Why don't you hurry up and help them look for someone? The children will cry if they wait too long." He was wearing a checkered shirt with single eyelids, thin lips, and a thin nose. He looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. His words were also very blunt. He glanced at the man and said, "Find someone and tell them to get lost." The man with the dirty braid laughed as expected. "Tisk, you're not being nice. Since they're already here, why don't you let them stay and play?" Ma Xiaoding's eyes turned red when he saw his enemy. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and drag Zhu Zhixing out and beat him up outside. He was so afraid that he forgot. He said to Song Yu, "Brother Yu, that's the bastard. He scolded you and CS Wei. He even came up with such a sinister and disgusting idea." Zhu Zhixing followed a young man who was wearing a checkered shirt. He glared fiercely at Ma Xiaoding, then stood on his tiptoes and whispered something into the young man's ear. The young man was wearing a No. 1 middle school uniform and his hair was dyed in various colors. He was most likely the second-year school bully that Zhu Zhixing was trying to curry favor with. Zhu Zhixing looked very wretched. He looked at Ma Xiaoding sinisterly like a poisonous snake. Chen Jijie raised his eyebrows and looked disdainfully at Ma Xiaoding. He asked, "This is the person who caused trouble for you?" Zhu Zhixing immediately added fuel to the fire. "That's him. This kid is a thorn in our junior high school. He's used to being lawless. He even said that he wanted to steal your position in No. 1 middle school." Chen Jijie sneered. The disdain in his eyes was almost overflowing. "Who do you think you are?" He walked to the checkered shirt and said, "Brother, don't be in a hurry to chase them away. These are all my classmates." His gaze fell on them, and the corners of his lips curled up into a malicious smile. "They're all here to cause trouble. How can they leave so easily after coming in?" The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to the freezing point. The dirty braid man also joined in the fun. Old Chen, look, your brother is much better than you. The gangsters roared with laughter. Classmates who came to cause trouble. Ha 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 ha, they found us here. I'm afraid they're not here to be funny. I'll close the door first. A gangster sitting at the door laughed gloatingly. He stepped on the cigarette and closed the door with his foot. Then he stood there and said, "Kid, don't walk so fast today." Ma Shouting's underlings instantly turned pale. After all, they were just a group of 15-year-old high school students who hadn't left the ivory tower. They were subconsciously afraid in the face of these people. Now that they were forced to this point, they were dumbfounded. The dirty braid man smiled, and his face was full of evil intentions. The checkered shirt's small eyes slowly narrowed. Chen Jijie was still saying, "You followed us here probably because you really want to learn from us. I heard that you're looking for Zhu Zhixing." Ma Xiaoding gritted his teeth and simply went all out. If he was afraid now, it would be terrible. Ma Xiaoding, who thought that he was very responsible, said fiercely, "Yes. Zhu Zhixing and I have a personal grudge. Give him to us, and we'll leave immediately." Song Yu, this idiot. A moment later, as expected, everyone in the room laughed wantonly. The dirty braid man laughed especially exaggeratedly. He held the billiard table and wiped the corners of his eyes. "Kid, you still don't understand the situation. It's not a matter of whether you leave or not, it's a matter of whether you and your underlings can leave or not." Ma Xiaoding was really scared. He regretted that he had dragged Brother Yu into this. His palms were sweaty, and his voice trembled. Chen Jijie also laughed, but his laughter was not as exaggerated. He said, "How about this? After all, you're my junior. I won't make things difficult for you. Let's play a game tonight. If you win, I'll let you go and give Zhu Zhixing to you. If you lose, run out and bark like a dog when the flag is raised on Monday. How about that?" Song Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to pull Ma Xiaoding down and take his place. However, there was an extra hand on his shoulder. It was Xie Sui. Song Yu was stunned and turned his head. Xie Sui's expression did not change. Her delicate facial features were even more emotionless under the cold light. Bark like a dog when the flag was raised. That would be humiliating in front of the whole school. What's more, Ma Xiaoding was such a big shot in junior high. This was a great insult to a 15-year-old boy. Ma Xiaoding was so angry that his face turned red. He clenched his fists. He could only blame himself for being reckless and bringing others to this point. He gritted his teeth and glared over. "What are we playing?" Chen Jijie said to Plaid Shirt, "Brother, let me borrow the venue." Plaid Shirt looked at them as if he were watching primary school students fight. He crossed his arms, took a step back, and raised his chin. "You can use it." Chen Jijie took off his school uniform jacket, picked up the cue stick, and smiled proudly at Ma Xiaoding. "Snooker. Do you know how to play?" The gangsters in the room were all waiting to see a good show. This billiard room was opened by Chen Jijie's brother. Chen Jijie was influenced by what he saw and learned. Even if he was not a high-level player, he could easily bully a newbie. This was obviously unfair competition. However, that unlucky guy had to play even if he didn't. Ma Xiaoding was dumbfounded. He also knew how to play billiards, but he usually only played 8 or 9 balls. He had never touched snooker before. Song Yu's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on Zhu Zhixing. He was very short and thin. There were a lot of acne on his face. He looked wretched and his behavior was timid. When he met Song Yu's gaze, he did not dare to raise his head and stood silently behind Chen Jijie. Despicable, cowardly, and insidious. And it was such a person who caused Xie Sui's nightmare for 3 years in junior high school. He also tried to lay hands on Xie Sui's grandmother. He originally thought that Xie Sui had let it go, so there was no need to pursue it. However, Xie Sui was kind and tolerant, but some people would not change. Moreover, perhaps Xie Sui still needed an apology and an explanation. Song Yu turned around and said to Xie Sui lightly, "Take them back." Xie Sui lowered his eyes and stared at him. Song Yu took a step forward, pressed on Ma Xiaoding's shoulder, and dragged him back. Ma Xiaoding stared at him. He felt guilty and worried. He did not know what was going on, but he still trusted Song Yu subconsciously. Song Yu looked calm. He stood under the light, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was very cold. "I'll play with you, but I want to change the rules." Chen Jijie did not take Song Yu seriously at all. He shook his hand and smiled evilly. "Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with us?" "Why not?" Song Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed the other end of the cue stick. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Chen Jijie in front of him, grabbing his clothes. His smile was ruffian and cold. "You can try. You guys can play with me." The gangsters who were watching from the side all stopped joking around, and their expressions turned serious. Song Yu's move just now was so fast that it was obvious that he was a martial artist. Chen Jijie's face turned red. He felt that he had lost all his face. He wanted to struggle and resist, but the hand that grabbed his collar was like iron. It only made him breathe heavily and almost suffocate. The man with the dirty braid stepped forward. It seemed that he wanted to break the two of them apart. Song Yu had already pulled the cue stick out of Chen Jijie's hand. He raised his arm and the tip stopped in front of the man's eyes. It was 1 centimeter away. The man with the dirty braid instantly froze. He stared at the side of Song Yu's face. However, Song Yu did not even look at him. The more indifferent he was, the more frightening it was. Song Yu said, "I must take Zhu Zhixing away today. There's no need to add it to the rules. So change the rules. If I win, you bark under the national flag. If I lose, I accept the punishment. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. I'll teach you a lesson today." Chen Jijie got a chance to breathe. He stepped back and was burning with anger. "Brother. I don't want to play anymore. Kill him." The man with the checkered shirt also lost his carefree expression. He stepped forward and said gloomily, "Little brat, you're too arrogant." Song Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled modestly. "It's okay." Still the same sentence. Anyway, he never lacked a fight. Fuck, the man with the checkered shirt had a bad temper. His expression changed and he punched him. The people around naturally could not stand there foolishly. Of course, they rushed forward and tried to hold Song Yu down from all directions. "Brother Yu." Ma Xiaoding's expression changed greatly. He rushed forward and roared, "Do you know who he is? If you dare to touch him, you won't be able to survive in Jing City in the future." The man with the dirty braid was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He grabbed Ma Xiaoding outside and sneered, "What era is this? This is my territory. I'm not afraid even if the King of Heaven comes." "Brother Yu." Ma Xiaoding was angry and furious. In his heart, Song Yu had always been a porcelain doll, the kind that would break at the slightest touch. What if something bad happened to him? How could he explain it to his father? The Meng family had saved their lives. How could he explain it to old Madame Meng? The man with the dirty braid shouted to the back, "Hold these kids down. Don't let them help." Ma Xiaoding was so anxious that his eyes almost turned red. He struggled to break free from the man with the dirty braid. "Damn you, let me go." The Meng family. If you mess with him, you mess with the Meng family. The man with the dirty braids sneered. In fact, for ordinary people, the Meng family was too distant. They were not in that circle, so they would not know it. Ma Xiaoting's heart was filled with despair. He regretted his actions. He should not have called Brother Yu over without knowing anything. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. Xie Sui was not very anxious. He stood aside. His dark eyes were as deep as the first snow, but he was serious. He always felt that this kid would give him a lot of surprises. There was a scuffle around the billiard table. You are crazy. You are crazy, ah. What sounded was the screams of the young people. The sound of broken arms was accompanied by the screams. The kicks were so fierce that they seemed to be accompanied by wind. Song Yu looked at them and remembered his rebellious and reckless school days. He was born in a good family in the original world. He grew up in a military compound. His fighting skills and physical strength were not weak. After he met with kidnappers when he was a child, his family paid more attention to his self-defense training. Although he used all this in his later years as a school bully to show off his power. But Song Yu could really fight with a group of gangsters who only relied on their numbers. In fact, they were useless and afraid of death. Now that he lived in school, he did not have to worry about Grandmother Meng if he saw blood. Song Yu was even more unscrupulous. Ma Xiaoting and the others were stunned. They stared at the young man under the cold light by the billiard table. He fought smoothly with a cue in his hand. He beat up one person who came, beat up two people who came. His strength was amazing. No one could catch him. But his attacks were fast and fierce, like a wild wolf. Song Yu kicked a person away with his foot. With a sneer on his lips, he grabbed the neck of the checkered shirt and pressed his head onto the billiard table. The gangsters were afraid of death. After seeing the miserable state of the people in front of them. No matter how the checkered shirt roared, they looked at each other and did not dare to go forward. Fuck you. The checkered shirt had never thought that such a weak-looking young man would have such strength. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I still have people who haven't come out. You can't leave this door alive. Song Yu clicked his tongue and said with a smile, Brother, do you understand the situation now? It's not a question of whether you let us go or not. It's a question of whether I want to go or not. This door is locked well. He exerted force in his hand, and the head of the checkered shirt hit the billiard table again. Amidst the young man's screams, Song Yu said with a smile, with your brother's virtue, I guess you're not a good person either. Today, we'll close the door and beat the dog. The corners of his lips curled up when he said the last four words. The ruthlessness in his eyes was astonishing. The checkered shirt roared, Hey Z! Hey Z! Get out of here! Get out of here! The fight outside was in full swing, but the bar song in the billiard hall was still playing very loudly. The roar of the checkered shirt almost shook the entire floor. Finally, there was movement inside. What the hell is going on? I'm having a good time playing cards. A few people walked out of the bar while cursing. The eyes of the checkered shirt were full of viciousness. You want to fight with me? My brothers are all here. They're going to fight with real knives. You're fucking finished. Fight with real knives. Song Yu smiled indifferently. Last time, someone also told me that they were going to fight with real knives. The police station is sitting behind. Let's see which of them has a faster knife. What's the matter? Walking through the aisle, a group of people came out of the bar. They had dazzling colorful hair, and the Hongmao hair in the lead fluttered in the wind. The scar across his face was especially obvious. Song Yu looked over. Hongmao looked over. Acquaintances met. There was a long silence. The checkered shirt slammed the table and said angrily, "I've been kicked out of my restaurant. You usually eat and drink for free. Why aren't you coming over to kill this group of little bastards?" Hong Mao did not move. He stared at Song Yu's face. Song Yu laughed first. "Yo, my sons." Hong Mao and the colorful hair behind him, the last time they were beaten up by CS Wei in the alley, it was still a trauma for them. They did not even blink when the knife pierced through their arms. They were beaten and stabbed, and in the end, they were even sent to jail. They had a stomach full of grievances. And looking at Song Yu's current posture, as well as the group of panic-stricken trash next to him, they knew that this was not simple either. Both of them were troublemakers. They fought ruthlessly and did not care about their lives. They even called the police. They were still underage. Hong Mao, who had just been released, really did not want to see Song Yu again. The checkered shirt was a little confused by the atmosphere. Hong Mao stared at the situation in front of him for a long time, not knowing what to do. He glanced back. Some of his underlings were still injured. When they saw Song Yu, it was as if they had seen the god of plague. They all consciously retreated a little. Hong Mao. Song Yu had already let go of the checkered shirt. The checkered shirt no longer had the energy to show off. He retreated and panted heavily. Jijie Chen's face was pale as well. After panting, the checkered shirt pointed at Song Yu and roared at Hong Mao, "Him. It's him. Aren't you guys the tyrants of Lianyan Street? Now you're afraid of dealing with a high school student. This bastard came to kick my restaurant." The corners of Hong Mao's mouth twitched, and the scar on his face looked even more ferocious. "He came to kick my restaurant." Everyone in the room held their breaths and stared. They heard Hong Mao tilt his head and say slowly to the checkered shirt, "Why don't we call the police?" As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. The checkered shirt was so angry that he wanted to slap Hong Mao in the face. However, he still had some rationality. He roared, "Call the police. Call the police and arrest us all." Hong Mao's expression stiffened for a few seconds. The emotions in his eyes were very obvious. It was that he didn't want to care about this matter. The group of hooligans in the room, including those lying on the ground and wailing, all had the same expression of confusion and fear at this moment. They originally thought that they were the sheep that had entered the tiger's den. They didn't expect that they had led the wolf into the house. It was easy to invite a devil in, but difficult to send him away. Now, this god of plague was here. The guy with the dirty braid was also confused by the development of this matter. He unconsciously let go of Ma Xiaoting's hand. Ma Xiaoting's expression was not much better than his. She rubbed her eyes desperately, afraid that she was dreaming. "WOCA. Was Brother Yu that fierce?" Although Chen Jijie thought that he was the school bully of number 1 middle school, he and his group of underlings relied on their numbers to bully their classmates. Not to mention Song Yu, he couldn't even beat a single one of Hong Mao's underlings. Faced with this situation, his face turned pale. He hid behind his brother and didn't dare to say a word. As for Zhu Zhixing, who was his underling, he was so scared that he was about to faint. Song Yu supported himself with his hand and sat on the billiard table in a neat and unrestrained manner. He held the cue stick and smiled at Hong Mao. "I heard that you use a real knife in a fight. The kind that sees blood." Hong Mao, at this moment, the scar on his face seemed to reveal a kind of vicissitudes. "Boss, what should we do?" Green Hair took a trembling step forward and asked with a trembling voice. Hong Mao turned around and looked at him with a dead heart. He didn't want to say anything. He wanted to light a cigarette. The checkered shirt widened his eyes in disbelief. "You're still afraid of him?" He's just a high school kid. Hong Mao glared at him viciously. After all, he used to be a street bully, so he still had a vicious aura. The checkered shirt's throat tightened under his glare. He choked back his words and didn't say anything else. He only stared at Song Yu with a red face. Hong Mao had met Song Yu twice. Both times, they were the ones who rushed to find trouble. In the end, they brought trouble to themselves. Now that Song Yu came to challenge them, the despair in his heart overflowed like a river. He gritted his teeth and tried to squeeze out a smile that was comparable to facing the enemy who killed his father. He said, "This, little friend." Song Yu smiled and touched the cue stick. He said politely, "Don't, little brother. I'm not looking for a fight with you today. Don't give me the whole act of being close to you." Hong Mao, everyone, really. Damn. Crazy. In Ma Xiaoding's heart, Song Yu's image was broken and rebuilt. He went from a clay bodhisattva to a living king of hell. Brother Yu was awesome. Look at his sitting posture, look at his tone, and look at his cold and ruffian smile. Ma Xiaoding felt that he was just playing house when he was a school bully in his 3rd year of junior high. Song Yu raised his chin and his gaze fell on Qin Jijie. The corners of his lips curled up, and his tone was slow and mocking. "Snooker, are you coming? Do I have the right to decide the punishment for winning or losing? Do I have the right to decide?" A fiery slap landed on Qin Jijie's face. Qin Jijie lowered his head. His whole body was trembling. He didn't say a word and hid himself in the shadows. Hong Mao looked left and right and more or less figured out the situation. He coughed and tried to soften his voice. In his mind, he hypnotized himself that he was a caring brother. "Hey! I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just a conflict between classmates? How did it get to this point?" It was just that he looked fierce and evil. When he pretended to be amiable, he looked twisted and ferocious. The group of people who looked at him felt their hair stand on end. Hong Mao patted Qin Jijie on the shoulder, making Qin Jijie tremble. He pursed his lips and smiled. "Little Qin, it's not that your brother He is scolding you. We're from the same school. When we enter society in the future, we'll have to support each other. Let's go. If there's a misunderstanding, apologize. If there's no misunderstanding, explain it clearly. Go shake hands with your classmates. Let's take it that this is settled. Everyone can also sit down and play basketball and drink to their heart's content." Qin Jijie, checkered shirt, the group of people, "You're a fucking street bully. Instead of teasing little girls and robbing middle school students, you're here trying to smooth things over like an old mother." This was the first time Hong Mao had done such a thing. The more the people around him looked at him, the more guilty he felt. In the end, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and gave up. He kicked the table and revealed his true nature. "Then what the fuck do you want me to do? I was sent to the police station by him last time. Don't you know how to run when you can't beat him? Damn it, I don't care anymore. Lu Zi, let's go." Checkered shirt was about to die of anger. "You!" Qin Jijie's face turned pale. He lowered his head, and his shoulders withered a little. Hong Mao's gaze was straight ahead. He didn't even look at Song Yu. He walked to the door without any regard for his family. He pushed aside the hooligans blocking the door and walked out while cursing. His underlings swallowed their saliva. They ignored checkered shirt's scolding and quickly followed him. They didn't want to be in the same room as this god of plague at all. However, they still walked very arrogantly. In any case, they looked down on him. After closing the door. Whoa! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of someone running down the stairs could be heard outside. Every step exuded liberation and joy. Inside the room, Ma Xiaoting's admiration for Song Yu rose another level. There were almost stars in her eyes. Xie Sui stood in the dark and looked at Song Yu silently. Her dark and calm eyes were deep in thought. At this point, the situation had reached a stalemate. Now, everything was in Song Yu's hands. No one could interfere with whether he pushed forward or took a step back. Ma Xiaoting finally felt proud. He had just been humiliated and ridiculed by this group of people. Now, he spoke a little louder. Brother Yu. Are we going to make a big deal now? Are we going to leave a legend on this street from now on? Ma Xiaoting, who was in his second year of middle school, rubbed his palms together. In the end, he saw his brother Yu jump down from the table and throw the cue stick in his hand behind him. He was confident and neat. He ignored checkered shirt Qin Jijia and forced himself to the corner. His gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhixing, who was about to stick himself into the crack of the wall. Today was definitely a nightmare for Zhu Zhixing. It was the most terrifying and desperate day since he was young. The feeling of being targeted by evil spirits was not as terrifying as it was now. Song Yu, are you Zhu Zhixing? Zhu Zhixing's legs went soft, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and there was only one word in his mind: it's over. Checkered shirt was also stunned. Just now, he was racking his brains to think of a way to send this god of plague away. But he did not expect that the other party did not take them seriously at all. Ma Xiaoting also went up to him. Song Yu glanced indifferently at Zhu Zhixing on the ground and ordered, take him out. Ma Xiaoting no longer defined himself as a knight. He was just a lackey. When he heard Song Yu's words, he was amused like a drama queen. Okay. When Song Yu passed by Qin Jijia, he stopped in his tracks. His slender fingers rested on the billiard table. He turned his head expressionlessly. The young man's light-colored eyes were cold and sharp. He smiled. Qin Jijia. School bully. Is it only by trampling on others that you can support your vanity? Qin Jijia did not even dare to breathe loudly. Song Yu tapped the table and smiled. Don't provoke me, idiot. Let me see you again, and I'll hit your head like a billiard ball. Chapter 22. When Ma Xiaoting walked out of the corridor, he was still laughing foolishly, as if he was the one who was majestic just now. He asked his minions to carry Zhu Zhixing, who had no love for life. He followed Song Yu eagerly and called him a brother Yu loudly and clearly. He wished that everyone on the street could hear him. Song Yu was annoyed by him. What are you doing? He hadn't settled accounts with Ma Xiaoting yet. If he hadn't been there, would Ma Xiaoting have taken his minions to Qin Jijia? Ma Xiaoting didn't know his place at all. Brother Yu. Why did you let those people go just now? Didn't you see how disgusting they were at the beginning? And if you had fought with them today, we would be completely famous in Linqing Street. School bullies are nothing, we're the fathers of this street. How majestic. Song Yu, only a little kid would look for a fight everywhere. He couldn't bear it and said coldly, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm here to study? Ma Xiaoting felt wronged by his glare and stopped talking. As they walked, Ma Xiaoting suddenly found the scenery familiar. Hey, why does it seem like we're going to our junior high school? Song Yu didn't want to talk to him. Jingqing No. 1 Middle School was very close to experimental junior high school. They just needed to go out of Linqing Street and go around 2 streets. It was already evening. The afterglow of dusk spread over the high-rise buildings and shone on the rows of trees outside the school wall. The orange light was gentle and brilliant. Opposite the school was a snack street, where the fragrance of food spread for 10 miles. Experimental junior high school had also started. People outside couldn't go in, but Song Yu didn't intend to go in. He was very impressed by a plot in Gentle Control. Go straight down this street. The back door of the junior high school was an alley. There was a very big tree, which was shaped like an upside-down heart, so it was jokingly called the love tree by the students. The tree of love grew along the wall, and this area became a sacred ground for the students, coming and going. The wall next to the tree was filled with colorful graffiti. It was filled with confessions of love at the time of the first awakening of love. Of course, it wasn't just admiration. This was another vent wall in the school. Hatred, jealousy, and pressure were all ferocious. She could vaguely make out words such as so and so, I like you, a certain teacher in class X is really disgusting, I'm so angry, XXX is a bitch, and so on. However, the most eye-catching thing was a line of words written on the top with a red pen. CS Sway's mother is a prostitute. Below, some people followed with question marks, followed by disgust, followed by laughter, followed by ridicule. It was the most innocent and the most evil. This is the place. Song Yu had a clear impression of this place. It was because this place was an important plot point in Gentle Control that Gong Yi had heard from others about. It was used to conquer CS Sway. This wall was on the way to CS Sway's school. He saw it every day. Every day. Day after day, he was humiliated and ridiculed. The red words were dripping with blood. He went to wipe it, explain himself, and roared, but it was useless. In the eyes of outsiders, resistance and concealment were guilty. Over time, he became more and more silent. Ma Xiaoding knew about this place. The tree of love and the confession wall, right? However, in his opinion, these were places for little girls to vent their emotions. The school bully didn't care at all. He shouted. Brother Yu, how do you know about this place? Song Yu stopped under the tree and looked up at the colorful wall full of graffiti. He ignored Ma Xiaoding and tilted his head to look at Zhu Zhixing, who was so scared that his legs were weak and his lips were trembling. He was expressionless and asked lightly, is it familiar? For Zhu Zhixing, who had been intimidated all the way, this sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He completely broke down. He knelt on the ground and cried loudly, I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong. I'm not the only one who wrote these words. Big brother, I'll tell you their names too. Please let me go. His small eyes were red, and he was so scared that tears were coming out of his eyes. He was really afraid that Song Yu would kill him here. When he tilted his head and saw Xie Sui, it was as if he saw hope. He dragged his knees and crawled over. He reached out to pull Xie Sui's pants. Xie Sui. We grew up in the same neighborhood. I have a big mouth and I like to talk nonsense. However, I ask myself honestly, I really didn't do anything to you. Please help me beg for mercy. Xie Sui. Your grandmother knows me too. We're neighbors. Please save me. Not only Song Yu, but Ma Xiaoding, who was thick-skinned, was also angered to death by his shamelessness. She kicked Zhu Zhixing's butt. You fucking did those stupid things in junior high. Xie Sui, you should be lucky that I didn't kill you. Zhu Zhixing was in tears and snot. He spoke incoherently, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. Big brother, let me go. I want to go home. Xie Sui. Xie Sui. Help me say something. Song Yu ignored him and tilted his head to look at Xie Sui. Xie Sui stood in the shadow of the leaves. She raised her head and looked at the words on the wall. Her peach blossom eyes were cold and deep. Her expression was unclear in the half-light and half-darkness. After a long time, Xie Sui's lips twitched and she smiled. However, everyone present felt an indescribable sense of danger. Song Yu was also stunned. He felt that Xie Sui's smile was strangely similar to the man in the trench coat with a gun in his dream. They were both bored. Zhu Zixing did not speak. His face was wet. He knelt on the cement floor and stared blankly at the young man walking towards him. Xie Sui took 2 steps forward and leaned forward slightly. Her black eyes under her short hair were narrow and cold. The smile on her lips faded and no one could tell whether she was happy or angry. Zhu Zixing trembled and was dumbfounded. Ma Xiaoding seemed like he wanted to say something, but Song Yu stepped on his shoe. He sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed his words. Zhu Zixing thought that he would be punched to the ground or kicked over. However, the bloody and violent scene in his mind did not appear. The young man's cold order came from above. Wipe it. Zhu Zixing was stunned for a moment. He was overjoyed and did not even have time to stop his tears and snot. Yes. Yes. I'll definitely wipe this wall clean. Xie Sui, I won't find trouble with you anymore. I'll keep my mouth shut in the future. He stood up too quickly and twisted his ankle. He frowned in pain, but the joy on his face did not change at all. He limped to the side of the wall in high spirits and began to wipe his saliva with his clothes. Halfway through, he felt that it was too slow. He used his hands and clenched them so hard that he did not care even if his nails broke. Ma Xiaoding was dumbfounded. He let this kid go just like that. He was exasperated. Xie Sui, if you don't dare to do anything to this tramp who treated you like this, I can help you beat him up. Song Yu felt that Ma Xiaoding's thoughts were really useless. Is there nothing else in your mind other than fighting? Ma Xiaoding felt aggrieved. Brother Yu, you actually have the nerve to talk about me? Xie Sui looked at the wall. He did not know what she was thinking about after traveling through time. Song Yu pretended to ask casually, is that it? Xie Sui's gaze fell on his fair face. Song Yu's eyes melted the hostility and coldness in his heart. After a long time, he smiled. Yes, let bygones be bygones. However, cold words flowed in his heart. How is that possible? Song Yu wanted to make Zhu Zixing completely shut up. In the end, he wanted Xie Sui to completely untie the knot in his heart. In the original novel, Gong Yi brought Xie Sui here and asked his subordinates to erase that line of words in front of him. Now, Song Yu simply brought Zhu Zixing here. Whoever wrote it would erase it. Gratitude and resentment, karma, all had an end. Do you have a class group? Junior high school. Song Yu tilted his head and asked Ma Xiaoding. Ma Xiaoding thought for a while and shook his head firmly. No. His subordinate behind him was dumbfounded and confused. Why not? Brother Ma, have you forgotten? When the group was first created, you were the most powerful one. You would force us to do anything. In the end, because of your profile picture, you scared the class leader to tears in the middle of the night. The next day, you were kicked out. Ma Xiaoding. Song Yu and his subordinate looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Ma Xiaoding's subordinate scratched his head. Did I say something I shouldn't have said? Song Yu's mouth twitched. No, thank you. The subordinate. What should he do? After receiving Brother Yu's praise, he felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Song Yu walked forward to the wall. As soon as he approached, Zhu Zixing froze and stopped breathing. Song Yu was taller than him, so he stood up straight. He looked up at the graffiti under the love tree and said indifferently, why did you target Xie Sui so much in junior high school? Zhu Zixing's fingers trembled, and his small eyes stared straight ahead. The messy lines and childish patterns. Why did he target CS Wei? It was probably because he was jealous. She was good-looking and had good grades. The people he tried his best to please only had CS Wei in their eyes. She had to listen to endless curses every day, as well as strange discussions about CS Wei's mother. Malice arose and rumors spread. After a long time, he got used to it. But it was too late to say all this now. Zhu Zixing's mind was blank. He was scared silly by Song Yu's imposing manner in the billiard hall. The fear in his mind had not dissipated. He was afraid that he would not be able to survive. Tears fell again, and he begged in a hoarse voice. I was wrong, brother. I was wrong. I won't say anything else in the future. Really? Song Yu, give him an explanation. Zhu Zixing's nose was red. He looked at him with tears in his eyes, not understanding what was going on. Song Yu said, junior high school class group. Maybe he really doesn't care, but this is what you guys owe him. It's a long overdue apology. For Zhu Zixing, this night was really a nightmare that he could not wake up from. His mind was tense, and his limbs were stiff. What people were most afraid of was the unknown threat. Fear and regret gushed out and tore at his mind. He was in a daze. He guarded the wall alone and dug at it bit by bit. He dug until his fingertips bled and hurt, but he did not dare to stop. Let's go. It's almost 7 o'clock. Song Yu turned his head. Ma Xiaoding was still indignant. Brother Yu. Are we going to let him go just like that? Song Yu glanced at him. Even if you beat him up, he probably won't remember. Ma Xiaoding choked. When he thought of Zhu Zixing's frightened expression in front of the wall, he had no choice but to shut up. It seemed to make sense. Moreover, Zhu Zixing, this idiot, would not be able to go back tonight. He would just stay here. Song Yu and CS Wei walked at the front. It was a hot September evening. The wind was dry and the ground was orange-red. The sunset gradually faded, and the tall buildings cast shadows on the world. Many camphor trees were planted on both sides of the road, and the fallen leaves on the ground were flying. Song Yu quietly turned his head to look at CS Wei. Although he had beaten someone up today and his actions were smooth and fluid, when he recalled it afterward, he was actually a little uncertain. If he did this, would CS Wei really be happy? Some things were actually not suitable to be recalled again and again. Song Yu frowned. CS Wei walked silently. His thin lips were pursed, and his side profile was exquisite and cold. He did not speak, and he gave people the feeling that he was particularly unapproachable. CS Wei was thinking about something. He was not Song Yu, who vented his anger by beating people up. If he really did it, even if he did not have the identity of young Master Xia in a city, he had the ability to make Zhu Zixing's family fall into eternal darkness for the rest of their lives. Are you angry? After hesitating for a long time, Song Yu tilted his head and said what was on his mind. CS Wei's thoughts were interrupted, and he was stunned. Then, he frowned and said lightly, "Why do you ask?" When Song Yu did not beat people up, he really did not look like a school bully at all. His eyelashes were curled, and his eyes were clear. He was so obedient and delicate that it was ridiculous. Song Yu thought about it and felt that it was quite realistic. I took the initiative to bring you to this place. Maybe you don't want to come again. I'm sorry. CS Wei stopped walking and looked at him. His dark eyes were a little funny, and there was a gentleness that he did not notice. However, his voice was still calm. You're actually apologizing to me because of this. Song Yu said slowly, I think that there are some things in the past that you don't want others to know. Not everyone liked to tell others about their miseries. CS Wei's smile deepened. So cute. However, Song Yu was right. There were many things in the past that he did not want to recall or talk about. In this place today. If it was anyone other than Song Yu who had brought him here, he would have done it. The result would have been completely different. CS Wei's eyes flashed with a trace of deep meaning. He remembered his previous life. What happened when he was a child was not a secret in the upper-class society of City A. Many people, especially women, looked for clues everywhere in order to piece together a silhouette of his miserable childhood life. Then, they expressed their concern, tenderness, and love in front of him with an attitude of, "I understand you," trying to get closer to him. In fact, it was like digging his own grave. CS Wei smiled faintly and said, "I'm not angry. Because it's you." Song Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Even if he had read the original book, he had never felt that he knew CS Wei. It's good that you're not angry. In this way, it could be considered that he had completely said goodbye to the past. Throwing the things to Ma Xiaoding, Song Yu left a bag of mint candy with him. He opened the package, took out a transparent blue candy, and threw it into his mouth. Then, he took out another one and handed it to CS Wei, asking him, "Do you want it?" He was just sharing it subconsciously. Soon, he remembered that CS Wei had rejected him last time. "Oh right, you don't eat," the word candy was about to come out of his throat. Song Yu widened his eyes and stared blankly at CS Wei, then naturally and calmly took the mint candy from his hand. After being stunned for a long time, he asked bluntly, "I thought you didn't eat it." CS Wei smiled. "I want to try it. I think it should be very sweet." Song Yu chewed and muttered, "How can mint be sweet?" When they returned to number 1 middle school, it was 2 minutes to 7 o'clock. However, when they arrived at class 1, there was no one there. Ma Xiaoding called Shiboen. After understanding the situation, he hung up the phone and said angrily, "Damn. Brother Yu, I feel that our form teacher is targeting you. Aren't we not late yet? She took us away early and dissed you in a sarcastic manner. She said that you're not here to study and that you're a troublemaker. You're leading the students astray on the first day. Fuck. What's wrong with her?" Song Yu curled his lower lip and said indifferently, "Since she won't take us, we'll go by ourselves." Ma Xiaoding's rebellious nature stirred. "Brother Yu, you're still going. She's already given up on us. Why don't we go to the internet cafe? Let me tell you, the boss caught me today to promote a new online game called Supreme Wild Owl. It sounds interesting." Song Yu didn't care about his identity as a school bully or street bully, which sounded stupid, but he was quite dedicated to his image as a top student. When he went to the auditorium, he took a book with him. When he heard Ma Xiaoding's words, he turned around and hit him on the head. "She gave up on you, so you're going to give up on yourself. What kind of logic is that? Go to the auditorium. CS Wei is going to give a speech as a freshman representative." Ma Xiaoding slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. That's right. CS Wei is going to go on stage. Brother Yu, you and CS Wei go first. I'm going to find my little brother and buy some light sticks. We have to support her. She's going to be a 1 versus 100. Song Yu, ? However, before he could stop him, Ma Xiaoding had already run out. Song Yu turned around and said to CS Wei, "Actually, I don't want to acknowledge him when he calls me Brother Yu." The auditorium of number 1 middle school was close to the teaching building. It was very big and could accommodate thousands of people, but Song Yu went directly backstage. After all, CS Wei still needed some time to prepare. On the way there, Song Yu tried to find a topic to talk about. It was as if he was chanting a spell. Don't be nervous, don't don't be nervous. CS Wei deliberately teased him. Her dark eyes were half closed as she smiled. What if I get stage fright? Song Yu was stumped by the question. He stopped, took out his phone, and went to Baidu. Wait. CS Wei really did wait. Song Yu read to Baidu. The reasons for stage fright are due to sufficient preparation, familiarity with the audience, and the number of audience members. I got it. With a flash of inspiration, Song Yu turned off the screen and tilted his head to CS Wei. This time, I'll definitely sit in the most conspicuous position. You'll be able to see me when you look up. You can just treat everyone else as air and just read it to me. It should be easier for you to face people you know. CS Wei was amused by him. She curled her lips and said meaningfully, okay, I'll treat them as air. You're the only one in my eyes. Song Yu felt that something was wrong. At 7:00, there would be a round of student performances, followed by a long speech by the principal and school leaders. Finally, there would be a freshman representative. There was quite a lot of time left for CS Wei. When he entered, the student union was looking for CS Wei. Song Yu was sitting alone on a stool in the dressing room, playing with his phone out of boredom. Ma Xiaoding was sending him a series of photos. He sent over all the things that he could see in the supermarket that were meant to support the event. Those exaggerated glow sticks, light bracelets, and loudspeakers. They were even more outrageous. Ma Xiaoding took a picture of a screaming chicken for him. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, brother Yu. How about this? It screams so loudly. Song Yu, he couldn't take it anymore. Your husband, brother Yu, get lost, your husband, brother Yu, if you dare to bring that back, you're finished. He didn't want to be implicated and driven out by that heart-wrenching scream. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, biting hand, sad face. Sadako does not forget the well digger, cry, she ignored Ma Xiaoding. Song Yu went to the forum to play. The BBS of Jingqing No. 1 Middle School was still very lively today. The hottest post was about CS Wei. Guess who will be the freshman representative for the orientation ceremony? January 1st, LZ wipe your saliva, hand over a tissue, 2L, you don't have to. I can guess it too. 31, okay, I'll go crazy with you. For L, I even bought a fucking telescope. Just to look at my, God sees, beauty. Don't stop me. 5L, you don't say. Even if a senior in her third year offered me 700 yuan to buy a ticket, I wouldn't agree. 6L, let me scream for hours. After tonight, he would definitely have more fangirls. Elder brother wouldn't only have me anymore. Sob, I'm crying so loudly. 7L, sisters on the 6th floor, wake up and move bricks. Since when did he only have you? After all, this was a student forum, not a gathering place for girls. With such a title, it became a hot topic again. Soon, straight men began to enter the scene. 254L, is there a need to guess? Wasn't the one who gave the speech every year the number one? Nose picking, 255L, tisk, what's with the people upstairs? Are you crazy? 256L, 2 eyes and a nose. I really don't think CS Wei is any more handsome than me. Shrug, the 256th floor had single-handedly caused an uproar. 257L, I'm just a passerby. I don't think CS Wei is handsome. 258L, pure passerby +1. I think CS Wei looks very ordinary. She just looks like an ordinary passerby. 259L, pure passerby +2. Am I the only one who thinks he's weak? Girls have a strange sense of beauty. I have an 8-pack. Do you want to see it? Song Yu's eyelids drooped as a sneer appeared on his lips. Since he was bored, he logged in and added a sentence under the sentence. 260L Your husband brother Yu, handsome guy, I think Xie Sui and I are equally matched. After a long silence, the forum exploded again. 1261L, 1262L, what the fuck? Am I blind? I actually saw Brother Yu's reply in God Xie's post, 1261L, ha 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 ha, handsome guy is equally matched, 1261L, Brother Yu, what good will it do you if I laugh to death, 1261L, get to the point. What are you guys doing? Brother Yu said that he is equally matched with God Xie. Hubby, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. 1261L, Brother Yu has already revealed his identity as a handsome guy to praise God Xie. Haters, take a break. God Xie, God Yen doesn't explain. 1261L, XSWL, it's okay to reveal your identity as a handsome guy. Song Yu couldn't be bothered to look at the back and typed out. He went to look at other posts. Based on his identity as a bloodthirsty person, there would definitely be more idiots jumping out later. He was just bored and casually spoke up for Xie Sui. He didn't want to bother with those haters. It was probably because he appeared once in Xie Sui's post. Many new posts appeared on the forum in an instant. They named him and asked about his relationship with Xie Sui. Some asked him to post photos, confess, or insult him. Song Yu replied according to his mood. Naming a certain Yu, idiot. Idiot. Don't think that you're very awesome and impressive. Actually, in the eyes of others, you're nothing. 3L, your husband, Brother Yu. Don't talk nonsense. Am I not a bar spirit in the eyes of others? 4L, ha 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 ha, 5LL, pft, ha 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 ha, I almost dropped my phone and hit the head of the form teacher just now. Most of the people who shouted were girls. Brother Yu, Brother Yu. You're especially annoying today, do you know that? You're so likable that I can't get tired of looking at you. Handsome guy is here. Look at the photo. Hubby, hubby. I want to confess to you. Regarding this, Song Yu no. It confirmed the title of First High School's Cold-Hearted Scumbag. Song Yu scrolled up and clicked on the most popular post. He ignored the bloody storm centered around him and looked down. Suddenly, his gaze froze. It landed on a very inconspicuous floor. Drowned in the flood of replies, the name of the floor owner caught his attention. Long live Brother CI, a bunch of idiots. It's still uncertain who the freshman representative will be. Song Yu's eyes turned cold. Not long after, Xie Sui came out with a script in his hand. There was a teacher standing next to him, who was earnestly advising him about something. Xie Sui leaned against the wall, lowered her eyes, and listened quietly without saying a word. Next to Song Yu was a member of the student union who was in charge of organizing the venue. She was a girl with 2 ponytails. She was so angry that she almost burst the balloon in her hand. What the hell? Isn't the rule that the top student of the senior high school entrance exam should give a speech? What's the meaning of this sudden change? Song Yu turned off his phone and stuffed it into his pocket. Wang Ci. At this moment, a sharp and noisy sound suddenly came from the door. It was the kind of whistle that primary school students liked to buy. It was a whistle that cost 50 cents at the snack bar. Ma Xiaoding and his lackeys each held a whistle in their mouths. They whistled as they walked, holding a bunch of glowing toys in their hands. They attracted everyone's attention along the way. The sharp-eyed Ma Xiaoding saw Song Yu and whistled happily twice. Do, then he took it down, waved, and shouted, Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Look at me. We're going back with a full load. Song Yu, fuck. I don't know you. He walked forward in the direction of Xie Sui. The teacher was explaining the reason to Xie Sui when he suddenly saw Song Yu coming over. He choked on his prepared speech and his brain froze for a second. Teacher, I heard that you want to change the person. Song Yu went straight to the point and didn't beat around the bush. The teacher, who was already stupefied, was even more confused by the question. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve. He actually admired Xie Sui very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time trying to explain things for her. However, he couldn't do anything about the sudden change of person. He couldn't afford to offend the school leaders, let alone the Wang family of Jing City. Xie Sui should be the one to go on stage, but after thinking about it, maybe Wang Xi is more suitable to go on stage. The most important thing for the freshman ceremony is to give the students a good start. Wang Xi has been to many places and met many people and things. He doesn't need to say those official words to liven up the atmosphere. Under Song Yu's gaze, the teacher stuttered, and his voice also weakened. The door opened and a well-dressed Wang Xi walked out of the dressing room. After putting on makeup, his oily face looked even more disgusting. He was still wearing a suit and a bow tie. When he saw Song Yu and Xie Sui, he smiled meaningfully. He held a brand new script in his hand and his eyes were full of ridicule. What are you discussing here? The teacher was miserable. Wang Xi's gaze went past Song Yu and looked at Xie Sui. His small eyes were full of disgust, and the flesh on his face was squeezed into a smile. I can't do anything about the sudden change of person. Did the school arrange it? But you've been preparing for so long, why don't we go on stage together? Ma Xiaoding and the others had already gathered around. Seeing this scene, they were also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is brother Yu fighting with this fatty again? However, no one paid attention to Wang Xi. Song Yu glanced at Wang Xi, who was squeezed into his suit, and then looked at the teacher. He sneered indifferently. Does the school really want him to go on stage? The teacher silently wiped his sweat and said helplessly, yes, the school must have its reasons for this arrangement. Wang Xi must be able to say something novel and interesting. Yes. Song Yu took out his phone and started to make a call. He smiled. For example, how to raise pigs to become rich. Ruthless. Chapter 23. Raise pigs to get rich. The sarcasm in these words was so obvious that many people present held their breath. The atmosphere was solemn. They looked at Song Yu as if he was a warrior. Did he know who he was provoking? The teacher was also stunned. His face was red and he stammered to Song Yu, "Hey, how can you talk like this? Hurry up and apologize. It's just a speech." His eyes were full of anxiety. He winked at Song Yu and tried his best to persuade him, but Song Yu didn't appreciate it at all. Although students shouldn't talk too much about society when they were studying, some social classes were really fixed at birth. Song Yu provoked Wang Xi in this way. With the power of the Wang family in Jing City, it was easy for them to make trouble for him. For example, Wang Xi wanted to give a speech to the freshmen. The Wang family mentioned it and the school directly approved it. Although it was not under the rules, everyone was well aware of it. They had to accept it even if they didn't want to. Little student, hurry up and apologize. Let's forget about it. The teacher wiped his sweat with his hand. He was so worried. The expression on Wang Xi's face became cold after Song Yu said, "Raise pigs to get rich." Hearing the teacher's words, he put on a fake smile and said, "Why should I apologize? You've already said it. How can I pretend that I didn't hear it?" He tilted his head and looked at Xie Sui with deep meaning in his eyes. If you knew what's good for you, you wouldn't have made things so embarrassing. I really appreciated you. Xie Sui smiled and didn't speak. The young man was tall and straight with a cold temperament. His dark eyes were as cold as snow. Wang Xi narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he was a little scared, but he was more excited. His tone was more ambiguous. Do you regret it? Xie Sui smiled. No. Before he could say more, Song Yu had already opened his mouth. His light-colored eyes were full of impatience. Why are you still here? Don't you know that you are an eyesore? Why don't you go and prepare the rich heart sutra? Everyone, the teacher. He advised himself, this student is hopeless. I can't pull her back. Just give up. Wang Xi's chubby face twitched as he walked forward with the script in hand. When he passed by Song Yu, his eyes were filled with mockery and viciousness. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, you're just a poor distant relative of the Meng family. Do you really think you're something? He could only hang out with Ma Xiaoding, the son of a chauffeur. Do you really think you're something? The call was finally connected. Meng Fei's voice came from the phone. Hey, Yu, what's the matter? Before Song Yu replied, he held his phone and smiled at Wang Xi. What era is it now? You're still using your family background to oppress others? Don't you know that we're on the path of socialism now? Idiot. Song Yu ignored Wang Xi's expression, which looked like he had eaten shit, and walked towards a place with no one around. Lowering his eyes, he said, Cousin, are you interested in getting rich? Our school's student, Wang Xi, will be the representative of the new students on stage today. He's prepared to give a speech on how to raise pigs to become rich. You can't get along with raising pigs to get rich, can you? Wang Xi, who had punched cotton, was so angry that his entire body trembled. In the end, he was coaxed by the sweaty teacher to go to the front to prepare. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's your turn to go on stage later. Song Yu walked further and further away with his phone in hand. His lackeys were left confused. Brother Ma, who is brother you calling? Ma Xiaoding had a stomach full of words to say and wanted to force him to reveal brother Yu's identity in a city. However, his rationality held him back. Brother Yu hid his identity because he wanted to be a top student. He couldn't court death. Moreover, Song Yu's words just now had scared him. That's right. We're on the path of socialism. What's the point of talking about family background? He stuffed a whistle into his mouth and let out a few gloomy toot sounds to vent his anger. Ma Xiaoding said unhappily, didn't you hear him call him cousin? That must be my cousin. Lackeys. Of course we know it's cousin. We just want to know who cousin is. Song Yu walked up the stairs to the second floor of the auditorium. He stood by the railing and could clearly see the stage and stairs below. His words just now had confused Meng Guang. What the hell? Get rich? Raise pigs to get rich? What exactly did his cousin suffer? The Song family has fallen. That's impossible. With the Song family's foundation, even the slightest incident would shock the entire business and political world. On the other side of the phone was a confused Meng Guang. Why don't I understand? No, wait, Wang Xi. He finally grasped the main point. After being stunned for a moment, he cursed into the phone, fuck. Wang Xi. That idiot can go on stage as your freshman representative to give a speech. Did water enter your head? Song Yu's light-colored eyes were cold, that's what I'm talking about. I feel that if I listen to his speech today, 10 years of studying will be wasted. Meng Guang laughed on the other side of the phone. Song Yu was very decisive. The Wang family pressured the school to let him go on stage and steal someone else's spot. Is there any way to get rid of him? Meng Guang laughed enough and became serious. His tone was not polite at all, that's for sure. I don't want your opening ceremony to be poisoned by this idiot. Letting him go on stage is simply an insult to the entire education industry. Wait, I'll call my brother in the education bureau and have him talk to your school's leaders. He thought for a moment and cursed, what's wrong with the Wang family? A bunch of idiots. Before Song Yu hung up the phone, he heard Meng Guang say excitedly, Yu, today's your opening ceremony. How can no one come to support you? Wait, I'll immediately drive to Yizhong. Song Yu. Don't come. He just wanted to go to school in peace. Meng Guang was already in a hurry, I'll let you see my latest sports car. Song Yu. Really don't, cousin. Fuck. He just wanted to get Wang Xi off the stage. He did not want to be implicated. In the end, he managed to suppress Meng Guang. On the stage in the auditorium, the upperclassmen were still performing. This was usually a sports hall. The lights shone down from the ceiling in all directions. It was dazzling and moving. The boys' voices were low and hoarse, and the melody flowed quietly. After the song ended, there was a burst of applause. A male and female host in formal attire went on stage with a microphone. In this fragrant September, the autumn wind is refreshing. We also welcome this batch of new students. A song of dreams is the beginning of a beautiful life. The time for singing and dancing is over. Next, let us welcome the school leaders to give their speeches. After the school leaders gave their speeches, it was time for the new students to go on stage. Song Yu hung up the phone and walked down the stairs. He saw Xie Sui backstage. Ma Xiaoding was chattering beside him. She already knew about the change in the team. He was filled with righteous indignation. Whoa, this is outrageous. Xie Sui, don't worry. Let that idiot Wang Xi dance first. Brother Yu will definitely kill him. Brother Yu, oh Brother Yu is here. Song Yu ignored Ma Xiaoding and asked Xie Sui quietly, are you ready? The young man's hair and pupils were very light, and his skin was bright white. When he looked at someone seriously, his eyes seemed especially clear and pure. Xie Sui smiled and did not ask anything. Yes. Song Yu held his hand. Then let's go to the front and wait. The young man's hand was warm. It was pressed against his skin. It was clean and refreshing, like shampoo or mint. In the dark. Xie Sui's lips curled up. A boring and childish high school freshman speech seemed to have another meaning. Wang Xi was also waiting to go on stage. He casually glanced at the speech script and did not care. He was not nervous at all. After all, with his reputation in number 1 middle school, no one would dare to laugh at him. What are you doing here? Wang Xi's underlings had already arrived. They surrounded him arrogantly. When they saw Song Yu and the others, they were gloating. Did you not receive the notice? The freshman representative has long been our brother Ci. What's the use of having good grades? In the end, he can only stare blankly below the stage. How pitiful. He prepared for so long. Song Yu did not want to pay attention to this group of idiots. He just tilted his head and secretly stuffed a mint candy into Xie Sui's notebook. I like mints so much because of my childhood influence. When I'm afraid, sad, nervous, or sad, a candy in my mouth will make me feel much more relaxed. It has become a habit. Xie Sui held the paper in one hand and the candy in the other. She did not understand why Song Yu was so obsessed with this matter. She looked up with her dark eyes. Do you want to see me go on stage? Song Yu was stunned. Didn't you start preparing yesterday? He was holding the speech script in the first evening self-study session. After preparing for so long, suddenly the representative was changed. Xie Sui was only 15 years old. At such a sensitive time, she would be very sad. Speaking of which, there was no such plot in the original novel. Wang Xi was probably dissatisfied with the seat and wanted to show Xie Sui his power. Started preparing yesterday. Xie Sui smiled. In fact, he did not read a single word on these papers. Although the Wang family was lawless in Jing City, it was not worth mentioning compared to the aristocratic families in a city. They could not even provoke the Su family. He just did not want to talk to Wang Xi. It was easy to kill the Wang family. However, he was more willing to prepare a gift for his uncles in the Xia family in a city. Yes, I've been preparing for today. Xie Sui said. He tore open the wrapper of the mint candy and put it in his mouth. The young man's peach blossom eyes were exquisite and gorgeous, and his smile was dangerous but meaningful. He looked at Song Yu quietly. Thank you, it's very sweet. Song Yu was stunned. On the other side, Wang Xi was listening to his subordinates bragging about him and mocking him. However, Song Yu was not willing to look at him. He was so angry that he clenched the speech script. His mind was full of hatred and mockery. Why was Song Yu so arrogant? What right did he have to be arrogant? There was a wave of applause at the front desk. After the drowsy speeches of the school leaders ended, all the female students were energized as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Thank God, I love you. All kinds of voices rose one after another, and the atmosphere was suddenly stirred up. The last segment was finally here. The host came back to the stage. Thank you for the sincere guidance of the respected school leaders. I believe that in the new semester, in a new beginning, all the students who have just stepped into the high school campus will live up to our expectations. The louder the cheers outside, the bigger the smile on Wang Xi's face. Wait and see. The person you have been waiting for a long time is not even qualified to go on the stage. She had made such a big fuss before going on the stage. Now that the result was out, she was asking for humiliation. He would let Xie Sui know who she should flatter. The host's voice was sonorous and powerful. Next, let's welcome the freshman representative of this year. Wang Xi turned around, straightened his clothes, and was ready to go on the stage. As soon as he stepped on the first step, he heard the female host say in a warm and cheerful voice. Student Xie Sui, the city's top scorer in the examination of Jing City, comes to the stage to speak. The thunderous screams of the female students broke out outside. They almost drowned the whole auditorium. Wang Xi suddenly opened his eyes wide, stepped on air, and almost fell down. Fortunately, his subordinates quickly regained their senses and went to support him. Everyone was confused. Why did she change again? Why did she change back to the original Xie Sui? An hour ago, everyone received a notice that the final speaker was Wang Xi. A teacher ran in from outside, panting, "Wait. There's a change. There's a change." The Education Bureau called to ask, change. He ran too fast and stuttered as he spoke. But no one present wanted to hear the reason. Wang Xi clenched his fists. After disbelief, he was ashamed and angry. He wanted to poke a hole in Song Yu's body. Song Yu said to Xie Sui, "Ignore them. Just look at me. Let's go." Passing by the stairs, he tilted his head and smiled faintly at Wang Xi. "Sorry, it's not your turn to perform. How long have you been preparing?" "Fuck you." Wang Xi gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The group of people who were rejoicing in his misfortune just now had clean faces and did not say a word. In the thunderous applause, Xie Sui went on the stage. She was noble and elegant. There was another round of crazy screams from the fangirls. Some people seemed to be born with that kind of temperament. They were suitable to stand in the center of attention. Song Yu didn't plan to sit in class 1 seat and meet up with Oilian. He entered from another entrance and sat in the corner. Ma Xiaoding and the others happily sat next to Song Yu with shining rings, bracelets, headbands, and clapping hands. They shouted and whistled at the top of their lungs. The cold and empty area instantly turned into a madhouse. Fortunately, the fangirls were enthusiastic enough. They took out screaming chickens to play, but it didn't affect them much. It was just as spicy Song Yu's ears. Xie Sui's voice was a little cold, but every word was clear. The whole audience was intoxicated. The girls' eyes were shining. No one felt bored even after reading the official words from the script for a long time. A slightly cold blue light descended from above and landed beside him in countless strands. The lights in the auditorium dimmed. Around him was a black tide, like the quiet Milky Way. The light was blue, like the faint stars. And he was in the center. I hope that in the next 3 years of high school, we can all gain something, have dreams, and don't forget our original intentions. He read the official words in a cold voice. He paused for a moment. He suddenly smiled. He raised his head. His gaze passed through the dark crowd. Through the thousands of rays of light. It fell on Song Yu's face. Song Yu was stunned. Next to them was Ma Xiaoding's whistling, toot, toot, as well as the heart-tearing, lung-splitting screams. The few of them shook their heads, arguing endlessly. But at this moment, it seemed that all the sounds had receded. The auditorium turned into a silent universe. Xie Sui stared at him, smiled, and read word by word. The future is like the sea. The future is long. The future is long. The 4 words were gentle and slow. So the starlight in the universe fell into his eyes. Ah! There was another round of crazy screams from the girls. Ma Xiaoding's underlings were a little confused. Xie Sui, are the last 4 words you read to us? No, you said it to Brother Yu. You've been looking here. Ma Xiaoding took off his whistle and began to show off. Oh, do you know the meaning of his last 8 words? You don't know, right? That young man from Xinguapan who doesn't study much usually speaks about China. Song Yu was speechless. Her initial stupor was all gone by the half-baked Ma Xiaoding. Liang Qichao, the young man speaks about China. After saying this, Song Yu got up and left, ignoring the screams in the auditorium. Jingqing First High School's forum was completely blown up. Posts about God Xia were crazily refreshed. Oh, I'm Fong Chong, brother. My name is Fong Chong. I say. No. Say. God Xia's face Oh my God, I'm suffocating. Of course, it was this title that was pushed to the hot topic. Sisters, let's show Brother Yu some green tonight. Main post, cheating, by. Chapter 24. 1L, count me in. I'm God Xia's woman today. 2L, right. Today, I'll show Brother Yu, this cold and heartless scumbag, a little green. Do you think I can't do without you, stinky man? 3L, haha Haxel. 4L, do you think Brother Yu will be afraid? 5L, Brother Yu, bye-bye then, the next one will be more obedient. 6L, ha ha ha, no. Brother Yu, sister, what are you thinking? 7L, ha 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 ha, why are you all so talented? 35L, woo woo, God Xia is really a god, a school beau and a study god. Fuck, how can there be such a perfect man like God Xia in this world? It's not fair. 36L, right. It's not fair. So let me be his girlfriend. Let him be blind and fall in love with me. That's fair. 37L, woo woo, it's too real. Only a blind man would fall in love with me. I'm not worthy. 59L, it's true. When he said that the future is long, I really felt that all the stars, moonlight, mountains, rivers, plants, and all the beautiful things in the world were in his eyes. The voice disappeared, the light dimmed, and my heart stopped for a second. I'm climbing the wall. Sorry, brother you. 60L, the sister above is 6. This is such a good bootlicker. 121L, Opie, I'll make him a cuckold with you. 122L, I love God Xia. 251L, TSK, brother you can change your name. From now on, you'll call your husband, Brother Green. 252L. Ha 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 ha, your husband, Brother Green. Song Yu, he was waiting for Xia Sui outside the auditorium. He browsed the forum out of boredom and saw the most popular post. He clicked on it and found that he was forced to change his name. Your husband, Brother Green, what the hell? You all like Xia Sui, what does it have to do with me? Green above my head. Can you afford it, sister? Nonsense. Song Yu, who had been promoted to the nation's husband, didn't have the self-awareness of being a husband. He pursed his lips and logged in. Just as he was about to reply, Papa Song suddenly called him. Song Yu, who was squatting on the stairs, almost dropped his phone when he saw the caller ID. What good news could it be for the busy President Song to call him? Song Yu's hand trembled slightly as he answered the call. Hello, Dad. School starts today. Over the phone, President Song's voice was deep and full of authority. Song Yu was scared when he mentioned the school. He held the phone and said softly. School has started, and the welcoming ceremony is over. Classes will officially begin tomorrow. President Song was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed and said sourly, forget it. Anyway, you colluded with your mother and sister and hid it from me from the beginning. As your father, what can I say? Song Yu could only laugh dryly. Ha! You're using the script of a domineering CEO, so don't play the role of a bitter old father. Director Song seemed to have quickly remembered his character's setting and snorted, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you started school. Since you like studying so much, you'd better study well in Jing City. Don't make trouble and don't make your mother worry. In fact, with the status of the Song family, even if Song Yu got the last place in the grade, no one would give him any pressure. President Song just wanted to find something for him to do in Jing City. The school was a relatively gentle and simple environment. If Song Yu studied peacefully, they would feel more at ease in a city. Song Yu glanced at the practice questions he brought to the auditorium without any psychological burden. After pretending to be a straight-A student for so long, he really felt that he was a straight-A student. He said frankly, Dad, you don't have to worry about this. I can guarantee that no one in the whole school loves studying more than me. President Song sneered, 350. Shit. Song Yu couldn't stand it. Why are you all talking about the results of the senior high school entrance examination? Can't you let people work hard in high school? Don't you know that a prodigal son is more precious than gold? President Song knew his temper well. He sneered, do you know how much your sister scored in the college entrance examination this year? 735, second in the province of a city. We have the same parents, but why is the gap so big? Song-yu, President Song sneered, nothing to say. Song-yu gritted his teeth and adjusted his mood. He said regretfully, TSK, out of 750, my sister only scored 735, and she is second in the province. Then he quickly calmed down. Dad, you should persuade her to repeat her studies. There can't be any flaws in life. The 15 points she lost in the college entrance examination will be her lifelong regret. When she is old, she will feel indignant and depressed when she recalls it. And a person should strive for the first place, so that the second place won't be a shame to the Song family. This is not a matter of scores, but a matter of face. I suggest she repeat her studies. President Song, he had never seen anyone who was more stubborn than his son. President Song couldn't bear it anymore and roared, you can get into the top 100 in Jing City First Middle School. Then force your sister to be second in the province. Repeat her studies without full marks. Fine, you are indeed the son of the Song family. You can get full marks in any subject in the monthly exam, and I won't interfere with your studies in the future. The more President Song thought about it, the angrier he became. He continued to roar. If you still don't get half of the total marks, you can go back to a city. Beep, Song-yu, his mouth felt good for a moment, but it was cremated afterwards. He parted unhappily with President Song again because of his studies. Song-yu was depressed. He didn't want to argue anymore, so he logged out of the forum. He poked Xie Sui on QQ, Song-yu, I'll wait for you on the steps at the door. Hurry up. A few seconds later, Xie Sui replied. Okay. There were few stars that night in Jing City, and the night wind was a little cold. In the auditorium, the host began to give a passionate closing speech. It was lively and bustling. Song-yu waited outside alone. He was hungry. At this moment, his sister sent him a message. Song Weining, I heard that you looked down on my score of 735 and wanted to send me to repeat my studies. Song-yu. How could his father leak the news so quickly? What kind of magical father-son relationship was this? He betrayed him in the blink of an eye. Song-yu, no, who did you hear it from? Song-yu, scratch his head, question mark, confused, Song Weining, stop pretending. Dad is on the phone. The whole family is listening. Song Weining, you're finished. Now we can't wait to see your results in the monthly exam. Song Weining, Mom and I made a bet. Brother will be the judge. I bet that you'll fail. Don't let us down. Song-yu, yeah. Was he joking with you after pretending to be a straight-A student for so long? Song-yu typed calmly. Song-yu, don't look down on me. Song-yu, we're siblings. Listen to my advice. Bet on a straight-A student and make a fortune. Song Weining, Song Weining, I'm afraid you'll go bankrupt. Song Weining, let's not talk anymore. I'm going to prepare for the repeat. Song-yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Holding the phone, he just laughed and laughed. The vague feeling that had been in his mind before appeared again. Song-yu was slightly stunned. It seemed that, since he came to this world, he didn't feel strange at all when interacting with the original owner's family. Everything was logical and natural. This kind of blank thought was interrupted by Xie Sui's voice. Let's go. Song-yu looked back. The auditorium had begun to disperse. Xie Sui rushed out in front of the crowd. The young man was tall and had long legs. Under the moonlight, he was exquisite and cold like a painting. Fortunately, he left early. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by people. On the way back, Song Yu said, your speech today was great. You didn't look nervous at all. Xie Sui was slightly stunned and smiled. It's because your method is good. Song Yu found it on Baidu at the last minute. When he heard the praise, he was a little embarrassed. No, I should be praising you for being well prepared. Xie Sui lowered his eyes and smiled. He didn't say anything. If not reading a single word could be considered as preparation. Of course, he didn't think that a high school speech was worth his time. His voice was light. Just looking at you, I think it's very simple. Song Yu was stunned. He didn't know how to reply. On the way back to the teacher's apartment, there was a milk tea shop that was still open. Glancing at the shop, Song Yu, who was a little hungry, was too lazy to think about how to reply. He tilted his head and said, "Wait, I'll buy a cup of milk tea." Xie Sui raised his eyebrows slightly. But he didn't say anything and followed him. "I want a cup of plain milk tea, no pearls or coconut." Xie Sui glanced at him and said to the shop assistant, "Room temperature." Song Yu swallowed the last two words, "with ice." While Song Yu was waiting for the milk tea, his phone rang. He lowered his head and opened it. It was Ma Xiaoting's message bombardment. "Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, brother Yu, you and God Xie left first. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, you missed Wang Xi's expression. I feel like he's going to die of anger. When I whistled past him, he was still calling home. He yelled for a long time, but there was no word to comfort him. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy." His underlings were also angry and didn't say anything. Their faces are swollen. Those idiots. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, oh, he even glared at me. Ha! I'm not afraid of him. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, brother Yu, I feel like this idiot won't let it go. I heard from his phone call that he still thinks you're a poor relative of the Meng family. This time, the Education Bureau is targeting him. He's stupid and hopeless, but it doesn't matter. We socialist people don't lack these things. Ha 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 ha. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, also. Brother Yu, have you seen the forum? Someone actually wants to make you a cuckold. I'm so angry. What do they know? God Xie's words were clearly directed at you. The brotherhood between you two can't be broken because of these fickle women. Sadako doesn't forget the well digger, I'll continue to help you scold them. Song Yu, he faintly had an ominous premonition. He flipped the page on his phone, went to the forum, and clicked on the hot post again. While a group of people were laughing and screaming to confess to the green man, Sadako Jinjin, who was extremely Ma Xiaoting's unique ID, changed the style of the entire post. 1315 Sadako Jinjin, what cuckold? Haven't you thought that Xie Sui and brother Yu are good brothers? Blindly provoking others' feelings. 1316 Sadako Jinjin, let me tell you. I'm brother Yu's underling. I was sitting next to brother Yu just now. Xie Sui's last 8 words were directed at brother Yu. Understand. 1317L. 1318L, oh my god, I have a bold idea. 1319L, I understand. I think I understand. 1320L, brother Sadako, you seem to have opened a new door for me. Chapter 25. 1321L, what did you say? Say that again. Who did God Xie say that to? 1322L, I'm going to draw my sword. Fuck. I'm going to shout at the front row. Get lost, Fujoshi. 1323L, ha ha ha, the door to a new world has been opened. The back door is locked. No one can leave. 1324L, sister above, don't be angry. Dating alone is so torturous. Why don't you couple up with us? Happy. Little Panda lifts windmill, 1325L, the future is like the sea. There's still a long way to go. 1326L, do you still remember Brother Yu's speech in God Sie's Lick Face Forum? I can't imagine that Brother Yu is such a low-key person. He's actually willing to reveal his identity as a handsome guy for someone. What kind of brotherhood is this? Whoa, I don't believe that they have nothing to do with each other. Heart, Rose, 1327L, upstairs, we know a Brother Yu. 1328L. Ha, sure. Low-key Brother Yu. 1329L, are you guys crazy? Can't you get a class representative to highlight the main points? Brother Sadako is Brother Yu's underling. God Xia is looking at Brother Yu's direction. I want to see my husband's face. 1330L, upstairs, I'm shaking hands with you. Is there anyone recording? Is there a replay? Let me find my husband. Brother Sadako, brother, look at me. 1331L, Brother Sadako, look at me. Want to be friends? It doesn't matter if it's Brother Yu or not. The main point is that I like the way you look when you climb out of the TV. 1332L, are you there? Do you want to make a deal? Give me a photo and I'll let you climb on my TV. 1333L, Sadako's father, brother, uncle, brother. What does your family lack? Brother Sadako might become the biggest winner of this forum. Song Yu, if he was exposed, he would beat Ma Xiaoding up tonight. To Song Yu, it would be troublesome if the forum found out about his identity. He just wanted to go to high school and study. Why was it so difficult? The milk tea is ready. The shop assistant's words brought Song Yu back to reality. Song Yu inserted the straw and took a sip of the warm and slightly sweet milk tea. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She stopped walking and sat on a chair in the milk tea shop. Wait a minute, I have to scold someone. CS Wei. If he wasn't hitting people, he was scolding people. Why was this kid so wild? There weren't many people in this milk tea shop, only the two of them. Song Yu was afraid that Xia Sui would be bored, so he considerately gave her the exercise questions that he had taken to the auditorium but had not done a single question. If you have nothing to do, you can do the exercise questions first. Xia Sui politely declined with a smile, that won't be necessary. Song Yu said vaguely, you're welcome. After that, he lowered his head and tapped on the chat interface with Ma Xiaoding. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Your husband, Brother Yu. You're courting death. Your husband, Brother Yu. If you expose my identity on the forum today, I'm telling you, you're finished. Your husband, Brother Yu. I'll go to your house and smash everything with a screen. Do you believe me? Your husband, Brother Yu. If you can't explain clearly, I'll kill you within a day. On the chat page, the words, the other party is typing, appeared and disappeared. Even through the phone screen, he could feel the other party's hesitation and trembling. After a long time, Ma Xiaoding tentatively sent an emoji. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, Big Brother drinks beer. JPG, your husband, Brother Yu. Ma Xiaoding was so scared that she cried. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger. Whoa, Brother Yu, I was wrong. Code did not slip away. I'm going to apply for a withdrawal right away. I'll clarify it right away. Did code slip away? QWQ. Song Yu's mouth twitched. Did he just learn it? You don't even know what it means and just use it blindly. He couldn't take it anymore. Your husband, Brother Yu. You're so stupid when you act cute. Ma Xiaoding didn't dare to speak anymore. Her joy of being chased by fangirls was swept away. She trembled as she sent a message in the building. 1429L, Sadako Jinjinjinjin, don't guess blindly. I'm lying to you. I just can't stand you guys cheating on my brother you. Light up cigarette, 1430L, Sadako Jinjinjinjin, I don't know brother you, but I like him. I want to be brothers with him. 1431L. I'm going to burst into tears. Whoa whoa whoa. Whoa whoa, I knew that God Sia and brother you had nothing to do with each other. I can't accept my two husbands doing this behind my back. Whoa whoa 1432L, brother Sadako, are you being threatened by brother you? 1433L, look at this gay-sounding message. I don't know brother you either, but I like him. I want to be in a relationship with him. 1434L, if you're being threatened, change your name to Sadako Jinjinjinjin. 1435L, upstairs, can you stop being so pretentious? I said that there's nothing to do with each other. God Sia has nothing to do with anyone. Fujoshi, get out and eat CP, okay? 1436L, yes. I recorded the video and watched the replay. I feel that he said the last 8 words to me. 1437L, 1436 Dream on. I can see my own reflection in his eyes. 1438L, woo woo woo, brother Sadako, I love you. I knew it. I clearly remember that what made my heart flutter was the gentleness in his eyes when he said those words to me. 1439L. Upstairs, do you guys want to go see an ophthalmologist? 1440L, I think you should go see a neurologist. 1441L, logically speaking, it's impossible to find brother you. At that time, there was only light on the stage. God Sia looked up. His gaze should have landed on the left, but there were too many people. Hands up, 1442L, I'm from class 5. I'm sitting on the left. I always thought that he fell in love with me at first sight in the crowd. Don't sing me a song to wake up from a dream. Are you guys still dreaming of China? 1443L, sister, did you come here with zero political experience? China is not your daydream. 1445L, it's reasonable to suspect that brother Sadako told the truth. Brother you flew into a rage out of humiliation and forced him to clarify. 1446L, what the fuck, don't think that everyone is a pair of GV, okay? I'm brother you's wife fan. Super, super, super poisonous kind. 1447L, okay. Okay. Stop quarreling. It doesn't matter if brother Sadako is telling the truth. It doesn't matter if God Sia and brother you know each other. He really opened a new door for me. Let's go sisters. Let's open a CP post. I'm looking forward to brother you's expression when he sees it. 1448L, oh, sister upstairs, please bring me along. 1449L, ha 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 ha, brother you is so fucking miserable tonight. He was cuckolded and gay. What did he do wrong? He didn't even say a word. 1450L, brother you is right. So brother Sadako, come out of the TV and get beaten up. 1451L, brother Sadako, stick your head out. 1452L. Fuck, don't be like this at night. I'm actually quite scared of ghosts. 1453L, I'm opening a post. Future is like the sea. Sway you is at peace. Let's go, let's move. 1454L. Here it comes. 1455L, ah. Sway you is at peace. Sister, you're too good at it. 1456L, brother you, I'm going to find you a husband. He 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 he. 1457L, I can't beat you in scolding. I'll find someone to fuck you. 1458L, ha 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 ha. I'll fucking die of laughter at brother you. 1459L, no one is against you. Brother you, if you see my post, remember to reflect. Is your image as a scumbag deeply rooted in people's hearts? 1460L, hurry up and go to the next building. After watching God Sees fangirls, Brother You's wife fans, and CP fans argue for a long time, the boys of number 1 middle school who were happy to see a good show finally started to show their heads. 1600L, 666666666. What else can I say besides 6? 1601L, gays in pairs, girls follow me. 1602L, I'm 1.8 meters tall. I'm here to collect the little sister whose heart was hurt by 2 gays. I'll give you a shoulder to lean on. Come cry in my arms. Gays aren't worth it. 1603L, CS Way is too pitiful. I don't have much to say. When will this troll's identity be exposed? I'll go beat him up. I've been unhappy with him for a long time. 1604L, the stupid straight guy is here again. Those who came out are the brainless CP fans. We're still here, smiley face. Go on. I'm used to dealing with you guys. As the 2 most violent men on Jingqing number 1 middle school's forum. Of course, the style of the post was not unexpected. Another 300 posts were torn apart. Sadako's profile picture on QQ flashed twice. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, brother you, fingers, aggrieved, biting handkerchief. Sadako does not forget well-digger, I'll go and clarify. They won't be able to find you. Song Yu ignored him. He finished his milk tea and clicked on it. He saw a new post. Within a few minutes, the number of posts exceeded 500. Your future is like the sea. Sway Yu is at ease. Main post, my husband, brother you. I found you a husband. Are you happy? Grin, grin, laugh, laugh, Song Yu, happy my foot. This time, he couldn't let them know who he was. The fragrance of the milk tea shop was sweet. The walkway outside was cold and there was only the moonlight and the lights. The forum was lively, but in reality, it was particularly quiet and gentle. He subconsciously glanced at CS Wei opposite him. CS Wei declined his invitation to do the questions. Instead, she looked at the questions he had done before with interest. The young man's hand holding the pen was slender and fair. He had a high nose bridge and thin lips. His long eyelashes cast a shadow. He sat with his long legs stretched out elegantly and calmly. He seemed to have noticed Song Yu's gaze. He looked up and smiled. Finished drinking. His dark eyes were cold and smiling. It was better than the rippling moonlight. Song Yu thought of the words, Sway Yu is at ease. He couldn't help but smile. He quickly turned off his phone. He couldn't let CS Wei see that. Okay, let's go. He couldn't go to the forum often in the future. Let your husband, brother Yu, become a legend. He had to remind himself that he was here to study. He had pretended to be cool in front of the whole family. Although it was just a sentence from President Song in a fit of anger. Song Yu still kept the matter of getting full marks in his heart. There was still a semester before he transferred to another school. He had nothing to do, so he revisited his school life. Since he had already pretended to be a top student, he might as well make it a reality. Just like how every student would set an ambition to study hard at the beginning of a new semester, Song Yu thought the same way. He asked CS Wei, do you think it's possible for me to get full marks in mathematics? CS Wei said, yes. Song Yu was relieved. How long will it take for me to surpass you? CS Wei looked down at him and smiled. She was a little lazy to Yang Yang. Not long. You don't even need to work hard. If you want to surpass me, I'll just hand in a blank paper. Songyu, ? That wasn't what he meant. Sui focused all her fun in high school on Songyu. She tilted her head and smiled. If you want to get first place in the cohort, you have to surpass the second place, not me. She thought to herself, but with your weird way of answering so many questions, you have to surpass the second last place first. Songyu. Okay. In fact, it was because Sui had always been a prodigy and had never been in contact with other students that he felt that Songyu's grades were poor. Any mathematics teacher would probably praise him for his paper. He wasn't a top student, but he could still be a top student. Chapter 26. The first lesson of the first semester was mathematics. Ma Xiaoding was more excited than anyone else. He slammed the table behind him and said, brother you. Do you want to run for the mathematics class representative later? I'm planning to run for the Chinese class representative. Why don't the two of us blossom together? Songyu was flipping through the compulsory high school textbook with his eyes drooping lazily. When he heard Ma Xiaoding's words, he sneered and said, go ahead and blossom on your own. Shi Bowen was scared out of his wits and tried to persuade him. Brother Ma, you can't do that. The Chinese class representative has to go up and receive the readings. Ma Xiaoding had no self-awareness. Yang Yang said proudly, of course I know. That's why I'm going up. I memorized so many poems. How can I not show off? Shi Bowen said weakly, don't do it. Classmate Bowen, who loved learning, was about to cry. Let me go. I don't want to get a 0 in archaeology. The bell rang and the mathematics teacher walked in with a lesson plan. He was in his 50s, thin, bald, and wore glasses. He held a thermos flask in his hand and stood on the podium. He slowly took a sip of water. Students, I'm your mathematics teacher for this semester. The emphasis on his words was also very long and made people sleepy. Ma Xiaoding whispered behind him, do all the mathematics teachers in the world have a face that makes people want to sleep? Songyu found him noisy and kicked him back. Shut up. Ma Xiaoding silently made a zipping gesture with his hand over his mouth. The first lesson usually did not have any specific content. The mathematics teacher slowly explained his lesson plan and glanced at the people in class 1. How about this, I'll choose a class representative first. Is there anyone willing? Ma Xiaoding was more excited than anyone else. He shook his chair and was restless. He hinted crazily, brother you, go. In his heart, Brother Yu was a strange man who held on to the test papers and struggled with trigonometric functions on the first day of school. How could he not have a position in the mathematics class? The mathematics class representative was so prestigious. More importantly, he was going to run for the Chinese class representative. Both literary and scientific talents sounded so damn cool. Songyu held the pen and wished he could turn around and give him a good beating. Ma Xiaoding was too high. Her entire face was radiating joy. Compared to the group of sleepy students, it was a stark contrast. The math teacher's gaze fell on his face, and his eyes lit up. The student in the third row from the back of the fourth group, I can see that you're very excited. Since you're so passionate about math class, you'll be the math class representative. Ma Xiaoding's cheerful smile froze on her face. Ma Xiaoding, who had won the position of the mathematics class representative, finally calmed down. After that, she was paralyzed for the rest of the class. Her entire face was filled with despair. Songyu's mouth twitched. The bell rang for the end of class. After math class, Ma Xiaoding ran faster than anyone else. She followed closely behind the math teacher, wishing she could fly to the office and die to prove her loyalty. Song Yu bent over the table and took notes. Some time ago, he was doing the test papers to get a feel for it. Now that he had the book in hand, he began to organize the knowledge systematically. Halfway through writing, he got stuck on a formula of a Venn diagram. He poked Xie Sui next to him with his pen. Is this correct? However, at the same time, a girl's voice sounded. Student Xie Sui, may I ask what a domain of definition is? The voice was sweet and soft, delicate and charming. Song Yu paused with the pen in his hand. He looked up and saw a girl with a single ponytail holding a pen and a math book by the aisle of the classroom. Her face was slightly red, and her eyes were bright as she looked at Xie Sui. She was very good-looking. Only a girl who was particularly confident would take the initiative. Xie Sui was woken up by Song Yu poking her with a pen. As soon as she opened her eyes, her dark and deep eyes were cold and ruthless. Seeing the textbook, desk, and classroom in front of her, the frustration in her heart was slightly suppressed. The autumn wind blew into the classroom, causing the curtains to flutter. The young man's eyelashes trembled. The emotions in his peach blossom eyes were very deep. He turned to look at Song Yu. What is correct? Song Yu was still holding the pen. He silently pointed at the girl standing next to him, who was completely ignored and was a little embarrassed. Why don't you answer her first? What is a domain of definition? The girl smiled with difficulty and said again, Student Xie Sui, I don't understand the explanation in the book. Xie Sui silently looked at Song Yu. He tilted his head and smiled at the girl elegantly. Sorry, I don't understand either. Maybe you can memorize it. His tone was obviously understated, but it felt like he was secretly mocking her stupidity. The girl's smile became stiffer. Her fingertips holding the pen were a little pale. She lowered her head and whispered, Oh, okay. Song Yu watched the whole process. He watched her trot back to her seat, then cover her face with a book in annoyance. A group of girls next to her tried to hold back their laughter and comfort her. He suddenly felt a little itchy in his throat. He wanted to say something. For example, you've lost a suitor. Another example, you really don't know what a domain of definition is. Xie Sui didn't lack suitors in his previous life. He glanced at Song Yu indifferently and said, I know, but I don't want to answer. Song Yu. Oh. Xie Sui reached out and pulled away the messy summary that he had scribbled. What did you want to ask me just now? Song Yu was touched by him. Brothers were like hands and feet, and women were like clothes. Just this. Xie Sui took the pen and wrote down the formula that he had asked for. He casually changed some things on it. In an instant, many points of knowledge had a concise and clear connection. Taking the book, Song Yu sighed. As expected of God Xie. But he was still very curious. Why didn't she answer? Speaking of which, I know about the domain of definition. Why didn't she ask me? What a pity. The opportunity to communicate with a female classmate for the first time in high school had passed just like that. Although Song Yu's temperament as a scumbag who was destined to be alone on the forum was about to overflow through the screen, in reality, Song Yu was still very willing to answer difficult questions for his female classmates. Don't ask. If you ask, you're being helpful. Xie Sui looked at his regretful expression and narrowed her eyes slightly. Her lips curled into a smile, and her tone was very indifferent. It's too basic. I usually only answer Lagrange. Song Yu, damn it. Can't you get over this? Before the bell rang, Ma Xiaoding came back like a ghost. At the same time, he was holding an exquisite strawberry cake in his hand. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that the negotiation wasn't successful. He was appointed as the mathematics class representative. Bowen couldn't hide his joy. "Oh, Brother Ma, don't be sad. Aren't the language and mathematics class representatives both class representatives? There's no difference." Ma Xiaoding was about to cry. How can it be the same? The mathematics class representative failed. I still have to go to the office every day to deliver homework to him. Let me die. However, before he died, he still put the cake in his hand on Xie Sui's table. "God Xie, a girl in the next class asked me to bring this for you. She's quite pretty. I think she's the prettiest girl in class too. I think you can eat it without worry." Xie Sui lowered her head and glanced at the cake. There was a post-it note with a faint fragrance on it. The girl's handwriting was delicate and beautiful. There was a smiley face next to the words, "Hello, God Xie." Bowen was really admiring. "God Xie, you're too popular." Song Yu clicked his tongue. He knew that Xie Sui's high school life would be very high-spirited without stupid Can and Fodder like Zhu Zhixing. She was first in her grade and also the most handsome girl in school. During the school days, she was definitely the most popular person in the entire school. Xie Sui didn't even think about it and said, "Thank you, but I don't eat sweet things." Ma Xiaoding's eyes lit up and he said hypocritically, "That's too bad. But since she gave it to me, I'm embarrassed to give it back." "Why don't I help you?" Song Yu had already raised his hand. "Give it to me. I haven't eaten a cake from a girl before." Ma Xiaoding cried and swallowed the rest of his words. Brother Yu wanted to snatch the cake from him. What else could he say? However, the smile on Xie Sui's lips faded. She tilted her head and said to Ma Xiaoding, "You eat it." Ma Xiaoding, ? Song Yu. Song Yu, what the hell? Xie Sui flipped open the mathematics textbook and pointed at the definition field with her slender fingers. Come, I realize that I really don't know what a definition field is. Explain it to me. Song Yu immediately shut up. After being passionate about learning for several days, he finally had a chance to show off. He excitedly leaned over and said, "The definition field is actually very simple. I'll find a question for you and explain it more clearly." Bowen and Ma Xiaoding, Brother Yu is too easy to coax. Ma Xiaoding was eating the sweet strawberry cake with a spoon at the back. Her heart was hurt because of mathematics, and she was finally comforted. Bowen adjusted his glasses and his eyes were full of admiration. This is probably why a straight-A student is different from the rest. There's nothing that can't be solved by answering questions. If one question isn't enough, then two. Awesome. Ma Xiaoding raised her cross in agreement. She was even more certain that Brother Yu was really a straight-A student. The last class in the morning was Ilian's class. She was so excited by her self-talk that she even forgot to introduce the students to each other. Therefore, the first English class became a class meeting. Ilian was still wearing high heels and a skirt. Her every movement smelled of perfume. Last time, we were in a hurry and didn't have time to introduce ourselves properly. How about this? In this class, I'll let everyone get to know each other first. Starting from the first group, in S-shaped order. Come up to the podium and introduce yourself. Tell us your name and hobbies. The first girl went up to the podium and gave her speech shyly. She spoke very quickly and said hello to everyone. Then, she went down with a red face. Wang Xi didn't come to school today. He led his underlings to an empty row of seats. It was the first day of school and they didn't give face to the form teacher. However, Ilian didn't say a word. She looked at ease and let the next person continue. Compared to the restrained girls, the boys were more cheerful. However, their words were also very simple. Aurelian frowned. She wasn't very satisfied with this result. Why are you all so shy? You even stuttered when introducing yourself. How about this? Write your name and don't introduce yourself. Everyone, go up to the podium and introduce your deskmate. You won't be shy when talking about others, right? She had chosen her deskmate herself. Most of the junior high school students knew her. The atmosphere became lively. She went up to the podium and said all kinds of sarcastic words. She made the audience laugh. According to the S-shaped order, Enchanting and Bowen were the first to speak. Enchanting was always the most excited one. He said that he was going to introduce his deskmate, but in the end, he only said a few words about Bowen. Aurelian gritted her teeth and impatiently chased him off the podium. When it was Bowen's turn, the poor little bookworm stuttered for a long time. My name is Bowen. Bo as in erudite and Wen as in language. My deskmate. Facing the former high school bully who was now a deskmate, he could only say his characteristics and impression. He is now the mathematics class representative. Enchanting. Fuck, she touched a sore spot. When it was Sui and Song Yu's turn, the whole class fell silent. After all, they were the focus of everyone's attention since school started. They still didn't know their names. The girls held their breaths and concentrated, causing some of the boys who were playing games to look up. Song Yu went up first. When she saw that it was him, Aurelian's expression was cold. She had already lowered her head to look at her phone. She wrote her name on the blackboard with chalk. Song Yu turned around, threw the chalk into the box, and said simply, Song Yu, you as in metaphor. Enchanting began to cheer and clap desperately. Oh, okay. In the silence and shock of the whole class, he was like a fool. The whole class, Song Yu looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Enchanting was probably the only one who felt ashamed. He chose to turn off the microphone again. The classroom returned to silence. Song Yu was good-looking. His skin was white and transparent. His hair was light and his eyes were light. He looked delicate and clean. However, he always spoke with a hint of arrogance. Standing on the podium, he looked indescribably handsome. Song Yu, you as in metaphor. Sitting in front of the podium was a girl. Her hair was draped over her shoulders with a star hairpin. She had a round face and looked very cute. When he said her name, her eyes widened and she was stunned for a long time. She was still in a daze. In the quiet classroom, her voice was especially clear. Is it, the you of my husband, brother Yu? Chapter 27. The whole class was silent. Song Yu's mouth twitched. What, my husband brother Yu? It was obviously your husband brother Yu. Don't be so fake, little sister. He didn't want to expose his identity because he was afraid of trouble. In reality, it was not fake at all. He lowered his eyes and looked at her. His light-colored eyes were full of indifference, and his tone was also annoying. What do you think? The girl was stared at by him for a long time. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. The stars in her black hair were shining like the light in her eyes. What do you think? Such an arrogant tone I think you are. Aurelian was also stunned. What husband brother you? Female students nowadays don't want to study hard every day. What are they thinking about? Sure enough, Song Yu was a rat shit. Don't let her find out, or she will definitely persuade him to drop out of school. The class was shrouded in a very restless atmosphere. Many people began to whisper. Oh, Ilian was furious. Quiet. She looked up and stared coldly at Songyu. Class is almost over. Don't waste time. Songyu wanted to do the opposite. He smiled brightly. Don't, teacher. I'm afraid I can't finish praising my deskmate in one class. Songyu's deskmate was Siesui. Hiss. The sound of a group of girls sucking in cold breaths could be heard clearly in Class 1. Thus, the atmosphere became even more restless. Oh, Ilian was so angry that her face was almost distorted. Songyu, I'll only give you 1 minute. 1 minute. Then let's make it short. Songyu smiled and stood on the podium. He thought for a while and said, My deskmate is called Siesui. She is the first in the grade. She is very good at studying, has a very good personality, and is very good looking. She is very good at everything. The last 3 words, very good, seemed to be accompanied by a smile, gentle and clear. In Class 1. The girls, wow. Xiaoding was bewildered by the cheering. What's going on? What's going on, sister? You all looked at me like I was an idiot when I was cheering, but now you're cheering for me. Siesui sat in her seat and looked at him with her dark eyes. Her personality is very good. It's really a rare compliment in 2 lifetimes. Songyu walked off the stage with everyone's attention. He had attracted countless fangirls in the first evening self-study class. After fighting with Wang Xi, he became the most mysterious person in Class 1. Now that the name was revealed, Songyu was Siesui's deskmate. Thinking of Brother Sadako's specious news last night, the girls in Class 1 were going crazy. However, regardless of whether his guess was correct or not, tonight was probably going to be another bloody night on the forum. Oh, Ilian was furious. She had planned to lead the class to isolate Songyu, but look at what happened now. She coldly swept her eyes over the class and loudly reprimanded, quiet. The girls tried to suppress their emotions. The next person to speak was Siesui. It was probably because she was the one who spoke that she was able to suppress the shock brought by Songyu. When Siesui went to the podium, the audience was very quiet. Countless pairs of eyes looked at her curiously and excitedly. Only Songyu didn't look here. He didn't plan to attend Ilian's English class at all. From the beginning, he took a reading comprehension book and did it by himself. Just before he went to the podium, he roughly finished reading an English reading. He was afraid that he would lose that feeling when he came down, so he quickly took a pen and started to do the questions. After writing his name on the blackboard, Siesui turned around and looked in his direction. Songyu sat by the window. The young man's side profile was delicate and serious. His hair looked exceptionally soft. When he didn't look up or speak, he was so obedient that it made people's hearts itch. The way he held the pen was very cute. When he did the test paper, it was like he was gnashing his teeth. The glass split the sunlight, the clear sky, and the blackboard in the classroom. All the memories of his youth seemed to be here. It was a completely different world from the dream he had just had. Siesui's lips curved into a cold smile. Some memories came back to him. The cramped corridor, the dirty stench. The rumors, the pointing, the stifling and silent school days. The same classroom, the same classmates, but he would never stand on the podium. The rumors of AIDS, Wang Xi's harassment, the teacher's deliberate cheering, and the classmates' indifference. Day after day, he worked part-time and never slept enough. It was like the night that he couldn't wake up from. My deskmate. Siesui's voice was very soft, but it was different from Songyu's youthful clarity. There was a kind of elegance and calmness that was beyond her age. The whole class took a deep breath. Many girls had already quietly pressed the recording button on their phones. This atmosphere infected Song-yu. He stopped at a question, hesitated between B and D, and also looked up. He was a little curious about how Sui would introduce him. He had given him so much face just now. Sui wouldn't bite the hand that fed him and use those embarrassing things to insult him, right? Sui met his gaze and smiled slightly. His peach blossom eyes curved outwards and his cold appearance revealed a kind of gentleness at this moment. However, his appearance was extremely aggressive. This kind of gentleness also had a kind of aggressive and suffocating feeling. This smile was exactly what many girls wanted. They screamed crazily in their hearts. Their breathing was erratic, and their hands holding their phones were trembling with excitement. The young man standing on the podium said slowly, "He is very kind, he is very cute, and he is very smart." Kind, cute, and smart. Wantonly and flamboyant, like the hot sun, fell into his world, dispelling the darkness and melting the ice field. Song-yu had a lot of secrets. She had suddenly approached him, and her motives were unclear. But, so what? At least now, he didn't reject it. Sui smiled. Maybe, we will have a very happy 3 years. Finally, he called his name and said word by word, Song-yu. Ah! It was a scream that was even louder than the very good just now. The sound of the class bell was drowned out by such screams. Ma Xiaoding covered her ears with her hands. She was almost scared to death. Were these girls crazy? Song-yu was also stunned. The thoughts in his mind were interrupted. Fuck. Sui praised him for being smart. This was too fucking delightful. He thought that after the 720, Sui would stamp his brain for not working well. Sure enough, in a few days, she was convinced by his wisdom. Brother Yu was too strong. Ma Xiaoding covered her ears and covered her head with a book. She couldn't bear it anymore. What's wrong with praising him for being cute and kind? It's not a public confession. Why are you so excited? Shi Bowen looked at the female student next to him who was blushing and full of excitement. He silently swallowed the words in his stomach. It was wrong to praise a boy for being cute. Moreover, could Brother Yu's personality be called cute? It was scary. God, Xia's filter was too thick. After Sui came down, she was warmly greeted by her desk mate. Here's some candy and water. Speak more if you can. Song-yu was in a good mood and was in high spirits. Sui smiled. Are you that happy that I praised you for being cute? Song-yu, it has nothing to do with being cute. You praised me for being smart. You really have good taste. Sui recalled and said lightly, oh, I made this up at the last minute. Song-yu, ? Sui stared at him for 3 seconds and stopped teasing him. She smiled. Yes, smart, very smart. Song-yu instantly became proud. If I'm not smart, how can I become the city's #1 in the future? Ma Xiaoding revealed his ears that had been ravaged by the girl's screams. In the end, he heard Song-yu's shameless reply. He tilted his head and said sincerely to Shi Bowen, I finally understand one of Brother Yu's characteristics. He's brilliant when he gets a little sunshine, and he's going to open a dye house when he gets a little color. Shi Bowen didn't have time to respond. Ma Xiaoding said fearlessly, but didn't he get a bunch of green yesterday? I guess he's going to open a dye house on the green grassland. Shi Bowen, ha 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 ha. He glanced in front of him. After talking to Sui, Song-yu re-immersed himself in the sea of English learning and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, Ma Xiaoding might not be able to walk out of the classroom today. Shi Bowen covered his face with a book and leaned over the table. He lowered his voice and asked, "Is brother you really the person on the forum?" Enchanting didn't want to recall what happened yesterday. He looked to the side. The class had already ended, but a group of people were still sitting in their seats, motionless, adjusting the angle of their phones to take pictures. Desolate said, "Guess. But today, the forum will go crazy again." This was the last class in the morning. After that, it was lunchtime. Grandmother Meng took care of Song Yu's health in every way. She wouldn't let him eat in the cafeteria. He could only walk back to the apartment every day to eat. "Do you want to come upstairs and eat at my place? Aunt Bai's cooking is good." He walked out of the classroom without noticing. Song Yu sent an invitation on the avenue with a book in his hand. Xie Sui shook her head and said with a smile, "No, see you in the afternoon." He still had some things to deal with. It was about Zhu Zhixing. Okay. Song Yu went back to the apartment. After lunch, he casually checked his phone and didn't bother to look at the forum. However, Enchanting was more anxious than him. In the time it took to have a meal, there were a few more messages. It was almost as if they were following the trend of his live broadcast forum. Actually, Song Yu didn't need to say it. He could guess it. Thinking of those, gave him a headache. The corner of Song Yu's mouth twitched. While he was writing English, he logged on to the forum. The forum had its own private space. Clicking on the profile picture would usually show the name and personal announcement. In the past, Song Yu's personal announcement was blank. Now, he decided to add a sentence. "Your husband, brother Yu, stop guessing, brother. Anyway, in reality, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Why bother? The entire forum, really. Damn. You are always crazy." What was covered up was the Sui Yuan building, as well as a new hot post, "I fucking found brother Yu." Song Yu didn't even bother to click on it. He scrolled through and saw a title. What does a personal announcement mean? You still don't understand. Song Yu replied. 5L Your husband, brother Yu, don't disturb me when I'm studying. A group of fangirls screamed. The post owner said with difficulty. 34L The post owner. What the hell? Brother Yu was going to leave the internet. Song Yu looked at the paper on the table. 35L Your husband, brother Yu, no, I just want to get full marks. Friends of the forum, please remove the forum and let me be alone for a while. 36L. 37L, why is there such a shameless request in this world? Chapter 28. After arguing with people on the forum, Song Yu simply turned off her phone and no longer paid attention to the gossip. Once the matter was done, he would leave without a trace. He was still stuck on the reading comprehension question in class. He didn't know whether to choose B or D. After thinking for a while, he put down his pen. Why was he so conflicted? Wasn't there a straight-A student living downstairs? Thinking of this, Song Yu put away his pen and paper and ran downstairs. In the room, Xie Sui was answering a phone call. The young man sat on the chair and tapped the table. He said casually, "Send the video to the police station. As for the photos and diagnosis, why send them to me? Send them to his family." The person on the other side of the phone said something. Xie Sui looked down and listened expressionlessly. Then she pressed the button to hang up. There was a rapid knock on the door. Xie Sui could guess who it was. She looked up and looked in the direction of the door. This kid didn't sleep at noon. Was he planning to sleep in 3 classes in the afternoon? Song Yu knocked for a long time before Xie Sui finally opened the door. His mind was filled with the words neutral and criticize. When he saw Xie Sui open the door, his eyes lit up. When he met his dark and cold eyes, he was stunned and said directly, "I'll study with you." Xie Sui held the door handle and smiled. "There's no need to study mathematics. Songyu. English. Let me in and sit down first. It's so hot." Xie Sui felt that she was really patient with Songyu. In his previous life, no one dared to talk to him like this. He was known for being cold and ruthless. Countless socialites flocked to him, but they didn't dare to set foot on his private territory. Xie Sui let him in and said lightly, "Don't ask me about the words you can find in the dictionary. Songyu, then I only need my phone. What's the use of you?" The rooms in the teacher's apartment were similar. Songyu sat on the sofa in the living room and did his homework. Xie Sui didn't enter the bedroom either. She just stayed by his side, reading a book and accompanying him. Doing homework alone was a completely different feeling from doing it with two people. Anyway, for Songyu, with Xie Sui by his side, he had less time to slack off. After finishing the 2 questions, Songyu checked the answers. His accuracy was 50%. He was really a genius, and he was still so good at rewriting English papers after such a long time. He praised himself in his heart. Songyu happily picked up the water on the table and took a sip. Then he looked in the direction of Xie Sui and asked curiously, "Why do I find that you are either sleeping in class or playing with your mobile phone after class? You don't pay attention to your studies at all." Xie Sui turned a page and said calmly, "It's probably because high school studies are not worth my attention." Songyu gulped down a mouthful of water and put down the cup heavily. "Oh. Heh, look at how powerful you are." Songyu threw himself into the sea of English with the anger of a bad student. It was the last question of the closed test. Songyu was stuck on a word for a long time. It was the kind of word that couldn't be more familiar. He knew clearly that he knew the word and could figure it out without relying on his mobile phone. However, his mind was blank for a while. Xie Sui looked at the time and said, "Class is about to start." Songyu didn't even raise his head. "Wait, I still have one question." "Don't quarrel. I'll finish it right away." Xie Sui raised her eyebrows and didn't rush him. She put down the book in her hand and went to pour him a glass of water. 5 minutes passed in an instant. Songyu still didn't move his pen. His brows were tightly knitted. It was the familiar feeling of gnashing his teeth and fighting. This child always did questions as if he was fighting. Xie Sui came over and was about to put the cup down. Songyu finally gave up and said weakly, "Husband." Xie Sui was stunned. She didn't put the cup down properly and the water splashed onto her fingertips. Songyu gritted his teeth. "Do you remember what husband means?" "I think I know it, but I just can't remember." Xie Sui paused for a few seconds and suddenly laughed softly. Then she asked, "What?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "Say it again." Songyu was about to die of anger. "Husband, do you understand? What does it mean?" Xie Sui smiled. "Slow down. Husband. Husband." Xie Sui finally stopped teasing him and stopped teasing him. She sat next to Songyu and pulled over the exercise book. "Let me look at the question." Songyu was stunned. He was so angry that he slammed the table. "What does it mean? I want you to tell me what it means." Xie Sui took his pen and pointed to the question, ignoring his incompetence and anger. "Husband means husband, husband. But here, it's Mrs. Green calling her lover. It won't be so formal. So you should choose C, darling." He tilted his head and looked at Songyu with a smile. His voice was low and pleasant. Darling. Darling. Sway's voice was cold, but there was a smile and gentleness in those 3 words. It made one's scalp tingle. However, Song-yu was too straightforward. He only had one reaction. He was confused and angry. So I wasted so much time thinking about the meaning of husband. It's still not the correct answer. Sway looked at him deeply and put down the pen. Her tone was cold. Yes. He should have asked him to look up the dictionary just now. As Sway expected, Song-yu slept through a language class in the afternoon. It was already sleepy in September. When the language teacher started to read the text aloud, Song-yu felt that his eyelids were fighting. The language teacher was a middle-aged man who was full of emotions. When he recited the poem, he was full of emotions. His hands were waving along with the poem. Traveling with 100 companions, reminiscing about the past, the years are thick. Coincidentally, you are young and in your prime. However, his tone was too slow. Towards the end, Song-yu's head was about to hit the table. Bang! A slight pain woke him up for a moment. He had set himself up as a top student. The burden of being an idol was too heavy for Song-yu. He shook his head and pulled Sway's sleeve. Pinch me. Don't let me sleep. I want to listen to the class. After saying that, he stretched out his arm. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. His exposed hand was white and tender. It was obvious that he had lived like a prince for a long time. She didn't know where his strength came from when he hit someone. Sway looked down and said lightly, "Pinch yourself." Song-yu was dumbfounded and gave a genius suggestion. "I can't hit myself too hard. Why don't you stretch out your hand and let me pinch it?" Sway was so angry that she laughed. He pinched someone else's hand to wake himself up. He was really smart. In your dreams. They got along more and more casually. Song-yu didn't notice anything wrong. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he could only find another way out. He turned around and said to Ma Xiaoding, who was especially active in the language class, "Hurry up and pinch me. I want to sleep." Ma Xiaoding was immersed in the sea of poetry. When she heard him, she didn't understand. "Brother Yu, what do you want me to do?" Sway had already grabbed Song-yu's hand and pulled him back. "Sleep. I'll call you when I get to the point." Song-yu's eyes were wide open. He was so sleepy that he cried. His eyes looked especially clear and confused. "Don't. This isn't appropriate. I want a man who gets full marks in his studies." His tone was still so annoying. "Sway, the next lesson is physics. If you don't sleep now, do you want to sleep later?" Physics and language. If he didn't listen to the former, he would probably be stupid for 3 years. In contrast, Song-yu obediently shut up and fell asleep on the table. Their place was simply a VIP area for underachievers. They leaned against the window, had the wind as a hypnotic, and also had the teacher's voice as a lullaby. Not long after, Song-yu fell into a deep sleep. In fact, this place had been receiving a lot of attention. On the forum, there were posts about Brother Yu's real identity for a long time. However, the person involved didn't say anything, so it didn't blow up. The trolls all agreed that Yu Mao was an ugly, short, and pretentious loser in real life. It was impossible for her to match up with Song-yu. Those fujoshis must have had a screw loose in their heads. They were blindly matching her. The girls were divided into 2 groups. On the forum, Sway's girlfriend fans still made up the majority. When they heard that they were desk mates, they were so angry that they vomited blood. They insisted that they didn't believe it. These 2 people couldn't be related. The rest of the shippers were as happy as immortals. The comments flew as if it was the new year. Their attitude on the forum was as hateful as beating drums and gongs in front of someone's funeral. For example, the analysis of an immortal post owner. Fuck. I'm so happy. Songyu, SY, CSY, XS. Both of their names have an S in it. What does it mean? It means that it's true. As for the remaining XY, are you familiar with it? It's the XY axis that is interspersed in the mathematics textbook and never separates. What does it mean? It means that no matter how long the future lasts, the origin will always be the same. They're a match made in heaven. Don't you understand? Others. Amazing. 66666666666. Damn, you guys can really translate everything into flowers. Don't you understand? Ha 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 ha, I understand. Of course, their actions on the forum were only on the internet. In real life, even if the girls in the class believed that Song Yu was Brother Yu, they didn't dare to say much. After all, Song Yu's scumbag temperament on the forum was too obvious. At first glance, they could tell that he was arrogant and domineering. They were afraid. Before the truth came out, they chose to observe in secret. But the more they observed, the more they felt that it was God's arrangement for these two to be desk mates. The first physics class in high school. Song Yu brought out 120% of her spirit. Her back was straight and she looked refreshed. CS Wei opened her physics textbook, tilted her head, and said, "I'll take a nap first. Knock on my desk and wake me up in the next PE class." Song Yu. You're sleeping in physics class. CS Wei nodded. Song Yu was shocked. Did you sleep very late last night? CS Wei smiled and said, "It's okay." The matter of Zhu Zhixing's family wasn't enough to waste his energy. He paid more attention to the Wang family. Song Yu showed no signs of remorse for sleeping in the language class. When he lectured the others, he said, "This won't do. Let me tell you, if you sleep in the first physics class, you won't be able to understand the rest. Do you know how many people fail in physics every year?" Hey! CS Wei ignored him. He leaned on the desk and closed his eyes. His thick and long eyelashes covered his face. When CS Wei closed his eyes, he lost his mysterious aura and looked tired and weak. Song Yu looked at his sleeping face and was stunned. He stopped talking and muttered softly, "How can he sleep so much?" CS Wei, who hadn't slept yet, heard his words. His eyelashes fluttered slightly and he found it funny. He wasn't a sleepy person. In fact, it was the opposite. In his previous life, he was used to insomnia. For a long time, he only closed his eyes for 2 to 3 hours a day. Moreover, he was a light sleeper. He could wake up at the slightest sound. When he was 15 years old, he realized that he could always fall asleep with Song Yu by his side. It was amazing. Wang Xi didn't come to class for the whole day. This was a good thing for Song Yu. The stupid things Wang Xi did to CS Wei in the original novel were enough to disgust him. The last class was physical education. Song Yu tidied up his things, took out his phone, and planned to go to class. Beep. A message from a stranger popped up on his phone. The words were full of malice. Do you think that if CS Wei's mother's affairs were exposed, so many people would still chase after him and call him God Xie? A son of a bitch. If I want something, I won't give it to others even if it's destroyed. Fight with me. I'll destroy everything he has and drag him to hell. See who he'll beg then. Song Yu's eyes were cold when he saw this. His smile was also cold. He was wrong. Idiots were everywhere. Song Yu replied to him. You do it. Let's see who destroys who in the end. Chapter 29. Other than his family members, only Xie Sui and Ma Xiaoding knew his phone number. His homeroom teacher also had a record of it. To be able to send a message to him, he must have gotten the information from Oilian. His tone was so disgusting. Who else could it be other than Wang Xi? He didn't come to school for a day. Was he investigating him and Xie Sui? Song Yu turned off his phone with a cold expression and put it in his pocket. Wang Xi, this idiot, better not come to school tomorrow. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't even recognize his grades. After the fight, it would be best to call his parents. Trash. PE class was the most anticipated class for high school students. A group of people swarmed out when the bell rang. Ma Xiaoding was in the front of the group. She dragged Shi Bowen downstairs to occupy the basketball court. Not long after, there were not many people left in the classroom. The first class was empty. Now, only the two of them were left. Song Yu tilted his head and found that Xie Sui was still asleep. He knocked on the table with his hand and leaned over to whisper, "Hey, it's time for class." Almost at the moment he leaned over, Xie Sui opened her eyes. Her black eyes were abnormally awake, without a trace of sleepiness. Song Yu was stunned. "You woke up. You didn't sleep at all, did you?" Xie Sui didn't explain. Her voice was slightly hoarse. "It's just the two of us left." Song Yu proudly took credit. "Of course. I was the only one waiting for you." Xie Sui curled her lips. How considerate. With a mysterious illness, the school gave Song Yu the right to skip PE class. However, Song Yu had always thought that this illness was bullshit and didn't take it to heart. Halfway through, Xie Sui answered a phone call and asked Song Yu to wait for her downstairs. When Song Yu walked downstairs, he met two girls from the next class. When they saw him, the two girls were stunned and stopped in their tracks. They only came back to their senses when he glanced at them. Their faces were red and they moved to the wall to make way for him. Song Yu could only hear their discussion in hushed voices when he was far away. They were full of excitement. "Is it really Brother Yu?" "I don't know. The forums are in a mess now and there's no conclusion. But no matter what, he's fucking handsome. I was tempted when I saw the photo." The corners of Song Yu's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Fortunately, he had already logged out. He just wanted to be a straight-A student in Jing City No. 1 Middle School. He waited under the tree in front of the teaching building for a long time before Xie Sui came down. Song Yu asked, "What call?" "You called for so long." Xie Sui smiled. "An unimportant person." Physical education in high school was usually a routine. After a simple warm-up run, the students were free to make arrangements. Badminton, basketball, and skipping were basically the same few sports. Ma Xiaoding excitedly tilted his head to look for Song Yu after the PE teacher dismissed him. He shouted very loudly, "Brother Yu! Brother Yu! Do you play basketball? Brother Yu!" This name was really too popular today. Both familiar and unfamiliar faces in the class subconsciously looked over at her. Fortunately, Song Yu had long been used to this kind of attention. He replied indifferently, "I'm tired. I'm not going." Ma Xiaoding had never treated him like a porcelain doll since he saw him hit someone last time. He asked in surprise, "Aw, you're tired after running 2 laps downstairs. But the teacher doesn't let us go back to the classroom. Why don't you play basketball?" Song Yu lowered his eyelids and asked, "Do you only study in the classroom?" Ma Xiaoding could only say, "Wow. Brother Yu is awesome." Brother Yu was really the most enthusiastic student he had ever seen. He talked about studying every time he opened his mouth. He was the kind of student who couldn't live without studying for a second. He was confused. Why did God Xia never say anything about studying when they were both straight-A students? God Xia, you're a fake straight-A student. Look at our brother Yu. Song Yu tilted his head and pulled Xie Sui's sleeve. Let's go and study. Xie Sui looked at him in amusement. How do we study? Find a shady place to sit down. I'll test you on spring changsha. Xie Sui retracted his hand and smiled faintly. Then forget it. He couldn't afford to lose face. Song Yu was about to criticize him righteously. Suddenly, Shi Bowen ran over from the other side. The little bookworm was so angry that his face turned red. He said to Ma, shouting from afar, "Brother Ma. The court that we've already occupied has been snatched away." Although Shi Bowen looked like a child who was obsessed with studying, he was surprisingly attentive and fond of basketball. When he was young, he didn't know who said that playing basketball could make him grow taller, so he played basketball all the way until high school. He and Ma Xiaoding fought their way out of the crowd to get the court after class, but it was snatched away just like that. It made him feel wronged. Taking off his glasses, Shi Bowen was furious. That group of people from class 25. They're simply robbers. They're unreasonable. I said that we arrived first, but they actually asked if we wrote our names. If we didn't, then it's theirs. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Ma Xiaoding's eyes widened. He really couldn't take it anymore. He rolled up his sleeves and cursed. Fuck. I've been a school bully for so many years in junior high, and I'm still afraid of them. Let's fight. Before he left, he remembered that Song Yu was still watching from the side. He took a few steps back and didn't forget to report to Song Yu. Brother Yu, I'm going to uphold justice. From Song Yu's eyes to his expression, disdain was written all over his face. His expression was that of a good student who was studying hard and disdainful of bad students who caused trouble. Ma Xiaoding, you're hopeless. You can't go to high school. Shi Bowen was originally very angry, but he just wanted to vent his anger. Seeing that Ma Xiaoding was really going to fight, he was slightly stunned and immediately cowered. He hurriedly said, "No, no, 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 you can't do that. Brother Ma, I think we'd better change the court. Class 25 is not to be trifled with." Ma Xiaoding said, "What's not to be trifled with?" Shi Bowen said anxiously, "There's a Qin Jijia in class 25. He's the school bully now in number 1 middle school. He fights like he doesn't care about his life. He's a troublemaker. Let's not provoke him." Ma Xiaoding suspected that he had heard wrongly. "Who did you say?" Shi Bowen thought that he didn't know him. He was so anxious that he spoke incoherently. "Chen Jijia. The school bully of Jing City number 1 middle school, Chen Jijia. The one who made people drop out of school last semester. I heard that he has a black belt in Taekwondo and has also learned how to fight. He fights with real knives and bricks. You'll get into trouble if you fight with him. Brother Ma, let's just bear with it for a while." Ma Xiaoding, Chen Jijie. Last time in the billiard room, he failed to show off and was slapped in the face. He hid behind the checkered shirt and didn't say a word. Ma Xiaoding's fear of the school bully of number 1 middle school had long disappeared after that. However, his underlings were distributed in other classes. Now there was only Shi Bowen, and Shi Bowen was obviously a weakling. However, Chen Jijie seemed to have a lot of people. He was outnumbered. Hiss. It was a bit dangerous. Ma Xiaoding felt guilty and stopped in his tracks. After thinking for a while, Ma Xiaoding looked back at Song Yu pitifully and said with grievance, "Brother Yu, I was bullied." Song Yu, who was watching all this, put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, that's good. A delinquent like Ma Xiaoding should be beaten up until he gave up martial arts and became a scholar. He should study hard." Shi Bowen was stunned and said, "Brother Ma, why are you talking to Brother Yu in such a tone? Brother Yu is a student and doesn't know how to fight at all. You want him to stand up for you. Aren't you hurting Brother Yu?" Ma Xiaoding looked at him with pity and didn't want to explain too much. He tilted his head and continued to act pitiful to Song Yu, trying to persuade him with emotion and reason. "Brother Yu, I was wrong. It's not about me being bullied at all. It's about the dignity of number 1 middle school. How dare you snatch the court? You don't take number 1 middle school seriously. Brother Yu. We have to have a sense of honor for our class." Song Yu tilted his head and asked Xie Sui, "If you don't recite Spring Changsha, teach me Newton's third law." Xie Sui held back her laughter and said, "Do you want to teach me the first and second laws first?" Ma Xiaoding was afraid that the two of them would leave first and was about to cry. She didn't care about her dignity anymore and sobbed, "Brother Yu, I want to play basketball." Song Yu was speechless. Shi Bowen was confused. "What do you mean?" They had been arguing for a long time, but in fact, many people in number 1 middle school didn't go far and were secretly observing. The girls whispered to each other. "What happened?" "It seems that the court was robbed." It was Chen Jijia and a group of people from number 25 middle school. "Ah. Chen Jijia. The big boss from number 2 middle school." "What big boss?" "He's the school bully." "His school bully, big boss." So he was the only one in the whole school who wanted to study hard. Song Yu despaired of his surroundings and was annoyed by Ma Xiaoding. He frowned and said, "Have you had enough?" Ma Xiaoding blinked and looked very pitiful. Shi Bowen and the others were dumbfounded by this scene. Song Yu pursed his lips and turned to Xie Sui and said, "Wait, I'll go and uphold justice first." Xie Sui smiled and said, "Okay." Yu was really righteous. The basketball court was next to the sports field. This year's PE class was held by several classes from number 1 middle school to number 3 middle school. There were a lot of people. Xie Sui's name had been popular in number 1 middle school for a long time. Many female seniors stood on the sports field just to see her. Shi Bowen led the way and Ma Xiaoding walked in front like a crab. Looking at Ma Xiaoding's walking posture on the street, Song Yu couldn't bear it anymore. "She's making it seem like I'm going to fight." Xie Sui couldn't help laughing and said, "Aren't you going to fight?" Song Yu widened his eyes slightly. "I'm going to reason with her, okay? First come, first served. This is a matter of etiquette. Why do we have to fight when we can solve things by reasoning? Civilized society, understand." Xie Sui listened quietly and didn't refute. Song Yu thought for a while and was a little dissatisfied. "So, in your eyes, I'm a delinquent who only knows how to fight?" Xie Sui was addicted to teasing him. She lowered her eyes and smiled. "No, you're even good at making calls." Song Yu stared at her expressionlessly. "Oh. Who am I calling for? What's wrong with the smart, cute, and kind person I praised in the morning?" Xie Sui was originally a popular person. Coupled with Song Yu's identity, which was unknown, the noise attracted a lot of attention. The people on the field quietly moved closer, with the basketball court as the center. A group of people from class 25 just came out of the equipment room with the ball in their hands, but the leader was not Chen Jijia. It was a big guy they hadn't seen that day. Ma Xiaoding said in a very aggressive tone, "Didn't you say we'll fight if you don't like it? We're here. Let's fight." Where's your boss? Where's Chinjijie? Are you a coward? Song Yu's face was livid. He grabbed Ma Xiaoting's shoulder and pulled him back. Ma Xiaoting said, "Hey, brother Yu, what are you doing? I haven't finished talking yet." Song Yu ignored him. His expression returned to normal, and he said politely, "This student. We can talk about the ownership of the court." However, before he could finish his words, the big guy had already sneered with the ball in his hands. Yang Yang said proudly, "Chinjijie. He abdicated yesterday." His brain was flooded with water, and he suddenly started studying. He even dyed his hair back. "Now I'm the school bully of number 1 middle school. I'm the boss of class 15, Gao Feng." Song Yu gritted his teeth and continued to say calmly, "Our class occupied this court first." Gao Feng rubbed his nose with his thumb and smiled coldly. "Fight. Come on. Today is the day I make a name for myself. After today, the whole school will know that their school bully has changed." Song Yu took a deep breath. "We have to pay attention to first come, first served. So, can everyone take a step back?" Gao Feng said to himself, "Brothers. Show your weapons." Song Yu shut up and looked at him coldly. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Ma Xiaoting trembled behind him. He looked at Gao Feng as if he was looking at a hero who was willing to sacrifice himself to blow up a fortress. Gao Feng realized that the atmosphere was not right. He finally looked at Song Yu. Looking at his delicate and weak appearance, he smiled disdainfully. "What the fuck did you just say? Did you want to say that you came first and ask us to give up our seats? Yo, look at you. Did he respond when you shouted for the basketball court?" Ma Xiaoting's face was full of pain and regret. "Brother, you're playing with fire. Oh no, you're playing with your life." Shi Bowen couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't understand why Brother Ma wanted to bring Brother Yu, who was quiet and only wanted to study. Song Yu calmed down. Fuck. He couldn't reason with him anymore. He exhaled, looked at Gao Feng, and smiled. "I don't know if it will respond, but I know that when I call you son later, you have to respond even if you don't want to." Gao Feng's eyes widened. Song Yu moved his wrist and said coldly, "If you don't respond, I'll hit you until you do." Chapter 30. Hiss. The group of people who had quietly followed him all sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at Song Yu's ruffian and cold smile and his arrogant words, they strangely found a trace of familiarity. Gao Feng stared blankly for a few seconds before his face darkened. He felt that he had been insulted by this weak-looking person who was the school bully on his first day. How could he tolerate this? His expression was ferocious. "You're quite arrogant. Don't be beaten until you call me teacher." Song Yu sneered. "Are you a primary school student? Teacher. In our society, people fight until the other party calls you daddy." The onlookers, this undying tone, this familiar savagery. "Brother Yu, don't deny it. This is you." Gao Feng couldn't out-talk him. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and could only make a move. The basketball in his hand was thrown directly at Song Yu's face from a distance. The basketball moved quickly in the air and rubbed against the air. If it hit the face, it would probably bleed. The girls watching from the sidelines were all worried. Fuck, don't hit the face. What if it disfigures his face? Song Yu hadn't reacted yet. Xie Sui had already reached out to catch the ball for him. The young man's action of catching the ball was elegant and handsome, causing another wave of fangirls to scream beside him. Gao Feng narrowed his eyes and recognized Xie Sui at a glance. He raised his eyebrows. You're the school hunk who was praised to the heavens in the first year of high school. Xie Sui ignored him and tilted her head to ask Song Yu with a faint smile, aren't you going to be reasonable? Song Yu, from now on, Xie Sui's impression of him as an ignorant and incompetent person who only knew how to fight would be confirmed. I can't win against you. Sure enough, he was not suitable to reason with others. He was suitable to be a troll. Gao Feng looked at him and laughed. It's good that the school hunk is here. I was afraid that he wouldn't be famous. He pointed at himself and then at Song Yu. This is between me and him. Don't get involved. Stay on the side. Otherwise, don't blame me if you get injured. Ma Xiaoding was unhappy when she heard this. She stuck her head out from behind Song Yu. Hammer, don't you know that Brother Yu and God Xia are good brothers? They study and fight together. Fight. The air was silent for a few seconds. Ah. Shiboen painfully covered his face. As an otaku, of course he knew what kind of creatures fujoshis were. Brother Yu's reputation was probably ruined by Ma Xiaoding. Song Yu focused on sizing up Gao Feng, ignoring the movements around him. He said in a disdainful tone, do you want to come at me together or one by one? He then tilted his head and asked Xie Sui, how long do we have before class ends? Xie Sui habitually raised his wrist to look at his watch, but quickly realized that he had been reborn. He calmly put down his hand and smiled. About 20 minutes. Song Yu frowned. 20 minutes. He still had to study. He thought for a while and said to Gao Feng, forget it. Don't waste time. You guys come together. Hurry up. I have to study spring changsha in Qin Garden. Gao Feng was amused by his arrogance. He snapped his fingers and turned his head. Little brother, don't speak too early. Otherwise, you'll lose all your face. You won't be able to play in high school for the next 3 years. I alone am enough to deal with you. Song Yu sneered. Ha! His eyes were sharp. With a hint of mockery, he looked even more arrogant. Gao Feng was instantly angry. He took a step forward and was about to punch Song Yu in the head. In a flash, Song Yu grabbed his wrist. At the same time, he snatched the basketball from Xie Sui's hand and pressed it against his face. His movements were casual and neat. He was so handsome. Ugh! Gao Feng let out a muffled groan. He was stunned. He wasn't the only one. The onlookers were also stunned. Song Yu's face was cold. It's not a good habit to hit people with a ball. Son, do you remember that? Gao Feng's eyes widened. Unbelievable. How could this weakling be so strong? Wah! There was a scream from the side. The girls' faces were red. They quietly took out their phones and started recording. Usually, they wouldn't watch such a fight. On the contrary, they would retreat 3 feet away. But they couldn't help it. Today's protagonist was too damn handsome. Not to mention Song Yu, Xie Sui alone was enough for them to hold up their phones for an entire class. Gao Feng's face was red. He slapped the basketball away with his other hand and roared, I underestimated you just now. Come. Today, I'll fight with you. The atmosphere was tense. It was as if they were going to fight in the next second. But they didn't fight. After all, there were so many people on the field. There were still good students who couldn't bear to see a fight break out and went to call the teacher. Shoo! The PE teacher whistled and ran over angrily. Over there. Which class are you from? You're not paying attention in class and want to fight in front of me. Everyone who was watching the show excitedly, Teacher, why did you come at such a bad time? Gao Feng's expression changed when he saw the teacher. He abandoned the ball and wanted to run away with his underlings. However, the PE teacher took a big step forward and stopped him. He grabbed his collar and gritted his teeth. "If you like to cause trouble and fight, hit me." The PE teacher was a fierce man. He had an 8-pack and was tall and strong. One look and you could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had taught for 10 years and was the teacher that all the gangsters in No. 1 middle school didn't want to meet the most. Gao Feng's face was sour and he didn't say a word. The PE teacher was even angrier. "You're still giving me that look? Run 10 laps on the field for me and then go to the office to write a reflection of 1,000 words. Gao Feng gritted his teeth. He wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he pointed at Song Yu hatefully. "What about him?" The PE teacher turned around and saw Song Yu's delicate and obedient appearance. He was furious. "You're young, but you're scheming. You're looking for trouble and trying to drag him down with you. 3,000 words. You can't run away." Gao Feng looked up in disbelief. "Hi, motherfucker." He couldn't finish his sentence before he was dragged to the field by the extremely strong PE teacher. Shi Bowen heaved a long sigh of relief. Ma Xiaoding also sighed. Shi Bowen said, "Fortunately, they didn't fight." Ma Xiaoding, "Fortunately, they didn't fight." "I think Gao Feng can write 3,000 words to thank Teacher Zhang." Shi Bowen, ? Song Yu had never been enthusiastic about fighting. The PE teacher came at the right time. He watched expressionlessly as Gao Feng was dragged away. He turned to Xie Sui and said, "Let's go." To recite the books. Before he could finish speaking, the PE teacher had already run back. He didn't look too good either. He pointed at them fiercely and said, "You've caused such a big commotion. You two should reflect on yourselves. You don't have to run away. Go to the office and explain everything clearly. Write a self-reflection." Song Yu, how much time did this waste of his study time? He instantly felt that he had suffered a great loss for not beating up that blockhead. Xie Sui smiled indifferently. The PE teacher still had class, so he asked them to wait in the office. The office was on the 3rd floor of the Yuan building. It was considered an old teaching building. At this time, the teachers would have gone to eat. They were the only ones left in the office. The form teacher of another class was also on the phone. There were only 4 weeks before the monthly exam. Song Yu was racing against time. He bent over the table and wrote ancient poems at a fast speed. The teacher's voice could be heard clearly across the table. "Why do you suddenly want to transfer schools? School has just started, and you've already paid the tuition fees. Mother Zhu, do you want to wait a little longer?" "This is fine. If you want to transfer schools, where will you transfer to?" "Somewhere else." "That's a little troublesome. Come to school tomorrow. Bring your household register. I'll fill out a transfer application form for you." "Aw. Come tonight." "Oh, of course I'm free. But this is too rushed." "Sigh, fine, fine. Come over then." "Sigh, Mother Zhu, don't cry. There's nothing that can't be done." On the other side of the phone, there was still the faint sound of a woman crying and cursing in Jing City's local dialect. The form teacher was a female teacher who had just graduated. She was young and immature and was not used to dealing with matters with parents. She held the phone awkwardly, but she was still very gentle and patient. "Okay, don't be angry." Okay. I'll wait for you." She finally hung up. She let out a long sigh of relief and rubbed her forehead tiredly. Song Yu wrote down the words, "flowing river blue," from memory. Suddenly, he forgot the last sentence. he didn't listen to the entire language class. As a top student, he was very anxious. What's the last sentence again? It's look at the mountains red, the forests are dyed red, and the river blue. What's after that? CS way, 100 barges vying for the current. Song Yu held the pen, what's vying for the current? Why do I feel that it's so unfamiliar? CS way, add one more word for boat. After Song Yu finished writing, he finally slapped his forehead. I was wondering why I didn't have any impression of it. I've always been memorizing 100 barges vying for the current. CS Wei stared at him seriously for a long time with her dark eyes and smiled. You're so unfamiliar with the language. Are you planning to be the last in the grade? Song Yu felt guilty and couldn't get angry. I can't be that bad. The sunset slowly seeped through the window. The glass was pure and golden like oranges. Song Yu almost finished writing a physics paper, but the physical education teacher still didn't come. The sky gradually darkened, and the physical education teacher finally walked into the office. It probably took him a lot of time and energy to teach Gao Feng a lesson. When the physical education teacher saw them, he directly said, "Go and eat first. Write a reflection of 500 words and hand it to your form teacher tomorrow." He received a phone call from his daughter. He chatted with her for a while before walking away. Song Yu finished a paper and only had 2 questions left. He didn't want to leave even if the teacher let him go. He couldn't stop thinking about the questions. Stay a little longer. CS Wei sat next to Song Yu and pretended to take a pen and do her homework. She looked at the clock hanging on the wall and calculated the time in her heart. She tilted her head and asked, "Are you hungry?" Song Yu didn't even raise his head. "No, my mind is very rich. I'm already numb." CS Wei smiled gently, closed the pen lid, and ignored him. After a while, someone came in. It was a middle-aged woman. She wasn't tall and was thin and small. She had short hair, thin eyelids, a thin nose, and a mean face. She was carrying a bag in her hand. Her hair was messy, and her eyes were red and bloodshot. It looked like she had been crying for a long time. One side of her cheeks was bruised, and when she walked in, her legs were a little limp. The homeroom teacher was stunned. After a while, he stood up and asked tentatively, "Are you Zhu Zhixing's mother?" "You, what happened to you?" As soon as the woman sat opposite the teacher, she suddenly broke down and cried in despair. She cried and scolded at the same time. Her mouth was full of vulgarities like animal, shameless old man, and bitch. The homeroom teacher was from Jing City. He was very embarrassed and hurriedly said, "Well, did you bring your household register? Are you really going to transfer schools?" The woman covered her face and cried, "Yes, yes, yes. I can't live like this anymore. I can't stay here anymore." The homeroom teacher smiled stiffly. "Well, did something happen at home? Please calm down." Zhu Zhixing's mother cried in despair, "Teacher, you don't know the days when people talk about me behind my back. Every word is like a stab to the heart. I didn't dare to raise my head when I went out today. It's all that old animal's fault. My life has been ruined by him. I want to leave with my son." She had lost all her face and caused such a huge scandal. "Every second I stay here is torture." The homeroom teacher was dumbfounded. Okay. Okay. When Song Yu first heard the homeroom teacher shouting Zhu Zhixing's mother, he stopped writing and quietly raised his head to look over there. Zhu Zhixing. Isn't he the idiot who bullied CS Wei in junior high school? Why is his mother here? And why is she crying so miserably? CS Wei looked at ease. It seemed that she didn't care about what was going on over there at all. She only asked Song Yu, "Have you finished writing?" Song Yu was actually still stuck on the last question. However, Zhu Zhixing's mother was Xie Sui's childhood nightmare. Xie Sui had already let go of that night. He didn't want these people to hurt Xie Sui's eyes again. He put away his pen. I'm done. Let's go. However, when they walked out of the office and went downstairs, they met Zhu Zhixing in the corridor. At night, the moonlight shone in coldly. In the old teaching building, the walls were peeling. Zhu Zhixing stood alone in a dark corner. His usually wretched and sinister eyes were filled with confusion and panic. His eyes were also red. Just like his mother, he had been crying for a long time. Song Yu was stunned when he saw him. It turned out that he was also here. He pulled Xie Sui away from this person. Unexpectedly, when Zhu Zhixing saw Xie Sui, his eyes suddenly became bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and rushed over. He was about to punch Xie Sui in the face. His roar sounded heart-wrenching in the corridor. It's you, isn't it? You sent the photos and surveillance cameras to the police. You did it, didn't you? Song Yu was so angry that he grabbed his neck and pulled him away. Are you crazy? I let you go last time. Why are you rushing to get beaten up this time? Xie Sui stepped back. His bottomless eyes looked at Song Yu's back as he stood in front of him, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Zhu Zhixing had lost his mind and was like a mad dog. It's all over. It's all over. You've ruined my family. Xie Sui. You're as hateful as your bitch mother who specializes in seducing men. Song Yu was so angry that he punched him and stuffed the book in his hand into his mouth. Are you crazy? Shut up. Zhu Zhixing was no longer afraid of Song Yu. That kind of physical pain was far less terrifying than what he had experienced today. He stared at Xie Sui in a daze. Xie Sui's skin was cold and white. Under the moonlight, there was a kind of otherworldly coldness. Her eyes were as dark as a deep pool. Even now, her gaze was still indifferent and cold. Even if she was manipulating everything behind the scenes, she didn't really care about them. She didn't even deign to show any disgust. Zhu Zhixing's teeth chattered. For a moment, his whole body was cold and his scalp was numb. He wasn't sure at first, but now he was suddenly sure. Yes, who could understand that area so well? It's you. Tears streamed down his face. He raised his hand and said in a trembling voice, It's you, the devil, the devil. If his feelings towards Song Yu were purely due to the fear of bullies, then at this moment, what he felt towards Xie Sui was bone-deep fear. Song Yu was annoyed. Are you done? Xie Sui. The woman's voice, which was full of hatred, came from the stairs, crying and angry. Then, before Song Yu could react, he was suddenly pushed hard in the back. His eyes widened. Just as he was about to rush down the stairs, his wrist was grabbed and pulled to the side. He fell into a cold embrace. Xie Sui hugged him with one hand and grabbed Zhu Zhixing's mother's hand with the other. Her expression was as cold as frost under the moonlight. Do you want to die? The coldness in her voice could freeze ice. Chapter 31. Zhu Zhixing's mother was stunned. She stared blankly at Xie Sui. The young man in front of her was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. She opened her mouth. After the fear passed through her bloodshot eyes, she struggled to break free and burst out with crazy hatred again. She cried and shouted, It's you, it's you. If it weren't for your mother, that bitch, who seduced me, how could my old bastard have fallen into her trap? How could he have broken one of his legs? Now, something like this has happened. Your whole family is a jinx. A jinx. After being pulled to a stop by CS Wei, Song-yu came back to his senses. Then, he heard the shrew's scolding and instantly became angry. Are you done talking? Song-yu didn't care that he was still in CS Wei's arms. He looked up and gritted his teeth. I think you're the jinx. CS Wei was really unlucky to have met you more than 10 years ago. Zhu Zhixing's mother was on the verge of a mental breakdown. She stared at CS Wei without moving her eyes. She was a little crazy and strange, and she was full of hatred. You ruined our family. I won't let you live well. I'll pester you for the rest of my life. Song-yu was so angry that he laughed. His light-colored pupils reflected the dim light in the corridor and he mocked, Don't, auntie. I'm afraid I'll have nightmares if you pester me. When he argued, he really didn't need to show a face to be full of anger. Look at what you said earlier. You're like a monster. Your man is a pervert. It's all because he's good-looking. You. Zhu Zhixing's mother was so angry that she was incoherent. Her face was red, and she pointed at Song-yu with trembling fingers. You're not a good person to play with a bitch. You're uneducated. It's not that I'm sick. It's that little bitch CS Wei who has. Song-yu thought of CS Wei's third year in junior high and his face suddenly turned cold. I dare you to say that again. Zhu Zhixing's mother was not afraid of him. AIDS. He has AIDS. That kind of disease. It's a disease that can kill all. A woman's cry of pain could be heard from the corridor. Zhu Zhixing's mother was grabbed by the hair, pressed against the wall, and punched hard. However, it wasn't Song-yu or CS Wei. It was a man who reeked of alcohol and rushed up the stairs. There was something wrong with one of his legs, so he walked with a limp. However, his fists were not careless at all when hitting women. His hair was messy and his face was full of stubble. He grabbed Zhu Zhixing's mother's hair and shouted at the top of his lungs, Bitch! So what if I have AIDS? Going through the transfer procedures behind my back. You still want a divorce? I'll beat you to death before we divorce. I won't let you off after I get out of jail. Don't even think about getting rid of me in this lifetime. Zhu Zhixing's eyes were red. Dad! Zhu Zhixing's mother burst into tears and screamed for help. She looked extremely miserable in the corridor. Song-yu was stunned for 2 seconds. Suddenly, his vision turned black. However, CS Wei suddenly covered his eyes. The people in front of him were his enemies. The young man's tone was indifferent. Don't look. You'll dirty your eyes. Song-yu suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. What kind of people were the Zhu family? Was this CS Wei's previous environment? He was only a high school student. He bit his lower lip and raised his hand to grab CS Wei's hand. No, I want to look. I want to vent my anger by looking. Song-yu's tone wasn't venting his anger. Instead, it was full of anger. There was also grievance and heartache that he didn't even notice. CS Wei curled his lower lip. When his dark eyes looked at the family again, his gaze was deep and cold. The last time Song-yu brought him to the wall, it brought back some dark memories. After all, he wasn't Song-yu. His means of revenge were simple and childish. When he decided to deal with the Zhu family, he was destined to drag them to hell. Zhu Zhixing's mother's cries alarmed the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher came down from upstairs and saw Zhu Zhixing's father grabbing Zhu Zhixing's mother's hair and desperately slamming her against the wall. In the dark corridor, it was like a horror movie. The young homeroom teacher was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't dare to provoke the man who reeked of alcohol and had lost his rationality. He called the school security. Later, the security guards and the police arrived. Zhu Zhixing's father was so delirious that he even wanted to attack the police. He was pressed to the ground and pressed into the car. Zhu Zhixing's mother's face was bruised and swollen. She was on the verge of dying from the beating. She was crying so much that she was about to stop breathing. Zhu Zhixing's tears had dried up. He stood by the side like a walking corpse and watched the police take notes with a pen and paper. Overnight, his life had been turned upside down. His parents had revealed an unprecedented ferocious side. He felt like he was drowning in the sea. He couldn't see the road ahead. He was numb and desperate. "I'm hungry." Song Yu didn't want to look at this terrible family anymore. After staying for so long, his stomach finally growled. Xie Sui had been waiting for him. He smiled and said, "Okay, let's go eat first." Song Yu said, "I'll go get my paper first." Xie Sui was almost amused by his hard-working spirit. "Okay." After Song Yu left, Xie Sui stopped smiling. The last bit of gentleness on his body disappeared. He stood under the light with an indifferent expression. His side profile was handsome, and his temperament was elegant and distant. He looked at the clock on the wall. His eyes were pitch black, but his expression was tired and bored. Zhu Zhixing's eyes were lifeless. The world rumbled. His soul was suddenly strangled by a hand and dragged into the suffocating abyss. He just looked ahead blankly. "It's you, right, Xie Sui?" Xie Sui heard the voice and turned his head. Song Yu wasn't here. He didn't even bother to pretend to be harmless and pure. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Yes. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhu Zhixing's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and trembled all over. However, he had suffered too many blows today. He didn't have any strength left. He laughed crazily. "Today, the police came to arrest my father. They said that my father molested a female customer. There were surveillance cameras and witnesses. In the afternoon, not only my mother, but everyone on the street received a text message. It was a photo of my father going out to find a prostitute. There was also a diagnosis that he hid. He was diagnosed with AIDS. Ha ha ha, AIDS. In his third year of middle school, there had been rumors for 3 years. He didn't expect that in the end, it would fall on him." Zhu Zhixing's eyes were red. "When I received the text message, I knew that someone wanted to harm us. Who hated me so much? It was you, and only you." Xie Sui was too lazy to deal with them. When he thought of Zhu Zhixing's mother pushing Song Yu just now, he smiled calmly and elegantly. "Don't break down too early." His tone was calm. "It's just beginning." Zhu Zhixing didn't dare to think about how Xie Sui, a high school student, could do this. He just covered his face in pain and slowly knelt down. "I was wrong, I was wrong. I was wrong. What do you want to let us go?" Song Yu was already walking over with the test papers. Xie Sui turned his head and looked at Song Yu quietly. A smile began to appear on his face. It was the kind of gentle and clear smile that a 15-year-old boy should have. However, his words were directed at Zhu Zhixing. He was careless, cold, and dangerous. "At least one of us has to die before we stop." It was still early. The deliberately set-up gambling house, the huge compensation, the creditors, and the scandal that everyone knew. Zhu Zhixing's father's release from prison was the real beginning of their family's nightmare. However, he was too lazy to waste his energy on these things. Compared to these people, he was more willing to spend his time enjoying the bright and warm high school life that Song Yu deliberately created for him. "What do you want to eat?" Song Yu was really hungry. He asked Xie Sui, but his gaze lingered on the barbecue stall. Sui glanced at him and said first, no barbecue, no milk tea. Songyu, you've said everything you wanted to say. In the end, Songyu obediently ate his meal. When he was left in the office, he sent a message to Aunt Bai, asking her not to cook dinner today. After eating outside, he returned to the apartment. Songyu was full and in a good mood. On the way back, he said, it's good that Zhu Zhixing transferred schools. In this way, we won't see this idiot for 3 years in high school. It's best that his family moves. They're an eyesore. Sui smiled. Don't worry. They won't appear in Jing City for the rest of their lives. At the mention of Zhu Zhixing, this idiot, Songyu was angry. Last time, he let him go because of Sui. Today, he repaid kindness with ingratitude. He hit him and slandered him. Then he thought of Sui's habitual silence and tolerance in the early stage of gentle control. Songyu pursed his lips and decided to teach him a lesson. In the future, when dealing with people like him, don't forgive them easily. Look, you let him go so easily last time. You only let him go after he erased his name. In the end, he attacked you like a madman today. I think there's something wrong with their brains. Forgive easily. Sui felt that it was interesting, but she listened to him. Okay, I won't forgive people so easily next time. Songyu was really afraid that he would repeat his mistakes and get hurt like in the original novel. Also, don't trust a person easily. Don't treat him as a friend just because he treats you a little better. Sui held back her laughter and looked at him. Her dark eyes were a little playful. Songyu, are you talking about yourself? Of course, Songyu didn't notice and continued, inexplicably approaching and showing goodwill are all with ulterior motives. Maybe they're coveting. He was stuck. After thinking for a long time, Songyu recalled the characteristics of the 3 scumbags and said firmly, maybe they're coveting your appearance. Sui suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter made Songyu a little embarrassed and angry. I'm serious. Can you listen carefully? Sui asked him, you too? Songyu, huh? Sui smiled gently. Inexplicably approaching and showing goodwill, with ulterior motives, coveting my appearance. He paused at the last 2 words, and there was a hint of ridicule in his voice. Songyu. Fuck. Songyu wanted to explain, but the trap he set for himself was too strong and he couldn't get out of it for a while. After opening his mouth for a long time, he said guiltily, I'm different from them. Forget it, the broken pot was broken. Whether you believe it or not, you're different. In the end, he almost closed his eyes and said, didn't you ask me why I'm so nice to you last time? I'm kind, don't you understand? Sui looked at his angry expression and decided to add fuel to the fire. She said slowly, actually, it's okay if you covet my appearance. Songyu, I can't continue this conversation. Goodbye. He was angry with himself and strode forward, but on the way, he met Gao Feng in the cafeteria. Gao Feng had just come out of the snack shop next to the cafeteria, followed by a group of underlings with a box of instant noodles in his hand. He glanced around and saw Songyu and Sui. After being lectured by the PE teacher for half a day and being forced to write a 3,000-word reflection, Gao Feng looked at Songyu with hatred. Yo! It's you again. Coincidentally, Songyu was also in a bad mood. He sneered. What a coincidence. You didn't get beaten up in the afternoon. Are you here to get it now? Gao Feng's underlings. If it weren't for the box of instant noodles in his hand, Gao Feng would have beaten him up by now. He knew that he couldn't win against Songyu, and he was too lazy to scold him. He said gloomily, it's hard to say who will be beaten up. Song Yu was too lazy to argue. He knew that it was useless to reason with this kind of person during the day. He raised his eyebrows. How many of you are together? When he needed to vent his anger, someone actually came to his door. Gao Feng couldn't bear it anymore. It was one of his underlings next to him who pulled him back and whispered, "Boss, we still have a fight with the 9th class tomorrow. Save your energy, save your energy." Gao Feng suppressed his anger and stared at him. "Trash, do you think I have time to fight with you?" Song Yu sneered and ignored him. Did the school bullies have a schedule to fight these days? Gao Feng was angry when he saw his mocking face. He squeezed the instant noodles and said angrily, "But don't think I will let you go. Friday. This Friday. After school, at the Book Mountain house at the school gate. I will fight with you. If you don't come, you're my grandson." Song Yu was busy studying and said, "Do you think I'm going to talk to you?" Gao Feng was furious. "Okay. I will wait for you there. If you don't come, you're Gao Feng's grandson. I just found out your name. Song Yu, right? Whether you come or not, you will lose face." Song Yu, if I don't come, you will still have some face. If I really come, I'm afraid you will cry for 2 years. He ignored Gao Feng's yelling behind him. Song Yu walked forward. Actually, after scolding him, his anger had almost subsided. He said goodnight to Xie Sui and went upstairs without looking back. His anger had subsided, but he was still embarrassed. After taking a shower, he switched on the table lamp and corrected the answers of the papers he did during the day. He also did a collection of the wrong questions. Song Yu turned on his phone and looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. His line of sight paused. Ma Xiaoting's message was hanging on the screen. Song Yu clicked on it. "Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, brother Yu. Are you really that fierce? Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, your battle with Gao Feng has already gone viral. Sadako doesn't forget the well-digger, do you want to go to the forum to take a look?" Song Yu, brother Yu, who had decided to go offline to study, finally returned to the forum. Song Yu had always ignored the post on the forum that said, "Your future is bright, Sui Yu is at peace." If he could block it, he would definitely block it first. The rest of the posts were about him. All kinds of guesses and confessions floated on the front page. "Brother Yu is not here. I am going to die. Brother, come back and take a look at me QAQ, rationally discussing the possibility that brother Yu is Song Yu." Song Yu hurriedly skimmed through all of them. Of course, there were also many posts. Some were scolding, and some were complaining. After all, this was a student forum. However, tonight, the post that was attacked again and again was a battle post. It was very much like the Chinibu style in ancient martial arts novels. Gossip, there is a follow-up to the unfinished fight in the physical education class during the day. My friend is in class 15. He said that Gao Feng has already said in the class group that he will fight with Song Yu on the roof of Book Mountain on Friday. Main post, TSK, Chen Jijia suddenly turned over a new leaf and started studying. In the past, Gao Feng had always been competing with him for the position of school bully. I originally thought that after Chen Jijia retired, the next school bully would be in the bag. I didn't expect that a dark horse would appear in the physical education class. I have seen some videos of your sister on the forum. Song Yu's skills don't seem like he can't fight. But the two of them seem to have a big difference in physical strength. Who will win if you bet? 1-1, of course, my husband, brother Yu, will win. He. 2-1, Song Yu is not that stupid troll Yu. How many times do I have to say it? 3-1. You can see this from the video. Am I the only one who is kissing Sui Yu? That was so spoiled when he caught the basketball. For L, why are they always the same two groups of people who destroy buildings? For Joshi and Yuhei, you guys should be lovey-dovey, knife, 5L, OP, I'll help you get back to the topic. I think Gao Feng is very strong. After all, he was famous for being good at fighting when he was in his first year of high school. 6L, Song Yu is just a showy but impractical move. I'll bet on Gao Feng. 7L, Gao Feng +1. 26L, am I the only one betting on Song Yu? Just because he's good looking, I'll vote for him. Chapter 32. Life in high school was always a topic of conversation after the cooking of some famous people. Busybodies quickly spread the news, and some people even started another thread, using an excited tone to watch the show. Come, such a historical scene must be named. Main post, Gao Feng became famous early. LZ was in the same grade as him, and his deeds were known by the whole grade. Last year, he directly went against the grade director and angered the language teacher out of the classroom. He skipped class every day and fought. He was a ruthless person. Chen Jijia was able to crush him and become the school bully, more or less because of his gangster brother. Now, Song Yu suddenly issued a challenge to him, which surprised him quite a bit. If you want me to name it, I'll name it The Rise of Grassroots, those years when I challenged the school bully alone. Hee. 1L, 666, sounds like it's the same thing. 2L, I created a Song Gao competition, does it feel historical? 3L, number 1 middle school's grand event, 2 dragons fight for the throne. 4L, battle at the top of Book Mountain. 5L, Book Mountain building's unparalleled battle. Most of the people who would talk about this were boys. They had read too many fantasy and wuxia novels and enjoyed talking about it. 6L, welcome to Jing City number 1 middle school's special martial arts program, who's the school bully? At this moment, a familiar ID appeared. 7L, your husband brother Yu, why don't you say that it's a special parent-child ethics program? Gao Feng looking for dad. The whole forum. 8L. I want to laugh, but I'm from class 15. I'm afraid of being beaten up, so I'd better hold it in. 9L. Yu Mao's arguments never disappoint me. 11L. Didn't you leave the internet? You're back. 11L. I was eating supper and almost dropped my phone into my bowl. 12L. Okay. It's confirmed. Brother Yu, just admit it. You're Song Yu. Song Yu turned off his phone and ignored the follow-up. It was the first time he saw someone rushing to be beaten up. Gao Feng was really a strange person. Before going to bed, Grandmother Meng sent him a message, asking if he would be home this Saturday. Song Yu pressed his finger on the screen and paused. He wanted to call her. However, considering that his grandmother was probably already asleep, he gave up. Okay, I'll be back this weekend. Good night, Grandma. However, he didn't expect Grandmother Meng to still be awake at this hour. After 10 minutes, she sent him another message. Is Yu adapting well in school? I was talking to a friend today. Her granddaughter is in the same school as you. She's in class 3. Do you want to be friends with her? Song Yu frowned. In fact, he didn't know anyone other than the people around him since school started. But to his grandmother, he used a very gentle tone and tactfully rejected her. I want to get to know her, but she might not want to know me. Laughing and crying, you should let nature take its course when making friends. After that, Wang Xiai still didn't come. Song Yu wanted to find trouble with him, but he couldn't. On Thursday, when he went to the toilet during the morning self-study session, he came back and saw Oilian scolding a girl at the entrance of the class. That girl, Song Yu, looked a little familiar. The star hairpin in her hair was yellow and shiny. After a while, he remembered. Wasn't this the girl who called him husband in the first row that day? Oh, Ilian frowned and said impatiently, asking for leave. School just started and you're asking for leave. How can a student have so many important things to do? The girl was anxious and aggrieved. Her eyes were red. Teacher, my grandmother is really sick. My parents called and told me that it's very serious. I'm afraid that I won't be able to make it back in time and miss the last time I see her. Oh, Ilian said disdainfully, how many illnesses does an old person get in a year? Are you going to ask for leave every time? The girl was already crying. I'm really scared. I'll ask my parents to call you later. Please approve it for me first, I beg you. Oh, Ilian was annoyed. Can't you approve it after she dies? Why are you in such a hurry? The girl's clear eyes were filled with tears. She looked at her blankly, as if she had never thought that such words would come from a teacher's mouth. Oh, Ilian realized that she had said something wrong, but she couldn't bring herself to apologize to a student. She rolled her eyes and was about to enter the classroom in her high heels. She said, if you want to cry, then stand outside for one class. You can go in after you dry your tears. Students nowadays like to moan about nothing and ask for leave for every little thing. Song Yu said coldly from behind, stop. Oh, Ilian heard a familiar voice. She turned around and saw Song Yu. Her face was extremely ugly. Song Yu. It's morning reading time now. What have you been doing? You have no discipline. You don't behave like a student. I think you should stand outside for one class with her. People like you will be scum in society in the future. What will you rely on in the future? Your medical records. I say, her voice was interrupted by the voice coming from Song Yu's phone. The clear conversation in the recording came out. Teacher, my grandma is really ill. My parents called me and told me that it was very serious. I'm afraid that I can't go back in time and miss the last time to see her. How many diseases do old people have in a year? Do you have to ask for leave every time? I'm really scared. I'll ask my parents to call you later. Please approve it for me first. Can't you approve it after she dies? Why are you in such a hurry? Oh, Ilian's face turned pale. The girl with the hairpin next to her also stood there blankly with red eyes. Song Yu's eyes were very light and his face was expressionless. Do you deserve to be the head teacher? Oh, Ilian only felt dizzy. If this conversation was spread out, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was now in the stage of teacher evaluation. Her fingertips holding the teaching plan turned white. After a while, she squeezed out a smile. I was dizzy preparing the teaching plan yesterday. What I said just now was nonsense. Forget it. You all come to my office first. Song Yu ignored her. I'll approve the leave request first. Jingqing No. 1 Middle School was very strict about going in and out of the school. No one could go out without a leave request during class. Oh, Ilian gritted her teeth and glared at Song Yu fiercely. She signed her name on the girl's leave request with a pen so hard that the tip of the pen almost penetrated the paper. You have to go to my office to stamp it. The girl was a little frightened. Song Yu stepped forward and said lightly beside her, Go, I'll accompany you. She was stunned. Holding the pen with her fingers, she tilted her head and looked at the thin and tall boy in the morning sun. Her eyes turned red and tears fell down. She choked. Thank you, brother Yu. In the office. After stamping the paper, Oh Ilian showed a gentle smile and said softly to the girl, Lin Shuangqiu, Cho, right? Don't take what the teacher said just now to heart. I was busy preparing the lesson for you yesterday. I was so busy that I lost my head and said nonsense. I also have grandparents. Of course, I can understand your feelings. Oh, I checked your personal information. Chocho's hometown is in the countryside. Her family condition is not very good. She applied for free tuition based on her grades. This semester, there is a national subsidy for poor students in each class. I'll contact you when the time comes. Lin Shuangqiu held the leave request tightly, but only lowered her head. Her shoulders trembled, and she said in a low voice. Thank you, teacher. Her brain was in a mess. Song Yu was next to her. She was a sensitive and self-abased girl. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. But she had already got the leave request. Nothing was more important than her worry for her grandmother. She almost ran out of the office. After Lin Shuangqiu left, Oilian threw the pen on the table. She was obviously angry. She couldn't smile at Song Yu, but she still suppressed her anger. I've approved the leave request. I just said something wrong. I'm also a human being. There are always times when my tongue is loose. Don't hold it. My words hurt Lin Shuangqiu. I've given her the compensation. What else do you want? Song Yu said lightly, originally, I stayed in this class to annoy you. But I found that you were the one who annoyed me. It was probably the first time in Oilian's life that she was ridiculed by a student like this. She smashed the broken pot and said angrily, Song Yu. If you don't like me, then get out. Class 1 can't accommodate a god like you. So what if you release this recording? No matter how much public opinion there is, number 1 middle school won't fire me. With her qualifications, it was impossible to say that she didn't have any connections. She was able to enter a provincial key high school and was a class teacher. However, Song Yu was in Jing City, so he was not afraid of comparing background. He smiled at Oilian, okay, I'll watch. Oilian's cold eyes almost poked a hole in his body. After a long time, she sneered, Song Yu, I'll teach you a lesson. It's good for young people to have a sense of justice, but many things are not as simple as what the textbooks say. When you go out into society, you'll understand in some of my practices. Song Yu put on a fake smile, oh. After returning to his seat, Song Yu sent the recording to the headmaster. A recording was far from enough. Oilian would definitely work hard on Lin Shuangqiu in the future. It was a big or small thing. Most girls at this age were timid and didn't want to make trouble. After all, if Oilian was really not expelled, the remaining 3 years would be a nightmare for them. He could understand it very well. The morning reading in high school was lively and not compulsory. Some people recited poems, some recited English, and some slackers chatted in the noisy background. Ma Xiaoding was talking to Shi Bowen, yesterday, I played the new game recommended by the boss of the internet bar, Supreme Wild Owl. I thought it was awesome, but it turned out that it was boring all the time. Doing tasks to increase combat power is not as fun as killing werewolves. Shi Bowen played with him once, and it was a nightmare. In your game, I'm a prophet. Whoever dances with me, I'll cut their speech. Ma Xiaoding was speechless. I'm trying to confuse a good person, do you understand? Shi Bowen, you succeeded. The good people will think that you're either a wolf or a fool. You won't lose out even if you die. The people sitting next to them laughed out loud. Xie Sui found that Song Yu had been in a daze since he came back and asked him, what's wrong? Song Yu didn't want him to know these things, so he shook his head, nothing. Ma Xiaoding suddenly patted Song Yu on the shoulder, his eyes shining, brother Yu. You really agreed to the final battle of Book Mountain House tomorrow. Song Yu, oh, I just remembered this. Enchanting was completely at ease with Song-yu at that time. TSK, then I'm afraid that the number 1 middle school's Colonel Tyrant will change hands. I bet that in less than 10 minutes, Gao Feng will fall to the ground and call him Dad. Shi Bowen covered his ears and said, keep your voice down. I'll see how you flatter brother Yu. Song-yu didn't want to reply. Enchanting said excitedly, after the fight, are you going to the internet cafe after school on Friday? Learn more about Supreme Wild Owl. Although I said it was boring just now, the character modeling is pretty good. Long legs, big breasts, and little clothes. He 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 he. Song-yu rolled his eyes. I don't like big breasts. Speaking of weekends, Song-yu suddenly remembered that CS Wei worked part-time every weekend in the novel. What are your plans for this weekend? CS Wei did not have any plans. The matter with the Xia family in a city was still far away, and there were no troublesome people around her. Thinking of this, his phone suddenly vibrated. He put down the spinning pen, lowered his eyes, and looked at the message indifferently. A stranger. It was a photo secretly taken of his grandmother's back view going upstairs. It was a sentence. Stay in the classroom after school on Friday. Ha. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Song-yu was still asking, I'll go home on Saturday, and then we'll go to the library to study together. How about you tutor me? CS Wei deleted the message, tilted her head and stared at Song-yu with her dark eyes, and smiled. Do I have any reward? Chapter 33. Song-yu was a little confused by his look. Reward? Yes, since they met during the summer vacation, it seemed that he had been harassing CS Wei with questions and didn't give anything in return. This was not good. Brother Yu would never take things for free. Song-yu leaned over and asked enthusiastically, what do you want? He leaned over and saw Song-yu's eyelashes clearly. He could also feel the heat of his breath. CS Wei suddenly smiled and winked at him, as if he was hinting at something. Song-yu was a little stunned. He rarely saw CS Wei's youthful action. It was fresh and bright, like the morning breeze in the forest. CS Wei took out a piece of paper and a pen from the drawer. Surrounded by the noisy sound of reading, he wrote a line of words to Song-yu. Tell me what was bothering you just now. CS Wei's handwriting was very beautiful and elegant, but the strokes were very deep. Song-yu looked at him in confusion. So the reward he wanted was the answer to this question. What did he mean? But many things were not spoken. It was reassuring to write them down. Holding the pen, Song-yu thought for a while and wrote a reply. I don't like our head teacher very much. CS Wei saw the reply. His hand holding the pen paused and he laughed in a low voice. With Song-yu's background, it was not difficult for him to change a teacher in Jing City. Was Oilian worth his trouble? He wrote. So. Song-yu thought, so I have to think of a way to get rid of her. But in CS Wei's mind, he was an ignorant and incompetent guy who only knew how to fight. He had to save his image. So I have to study hard and embarrass her. However, his note was intercepted by the language teacher when he was halfway through passing it around. The language teacher came to supervise the morning reading. CS Wei was a top student. The average score of class 1 depended on him. Naturally, he was the focus of every teacher. As soon as she entered the classroom, she saw Song-yu passing notes to harass CS Wei. The language teacher frowned and walked over slowly. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, early reading, early reading. How can it be considered early reading if you don't read it out loud? What are you passing on? Let me see. When the teacher entered the classroom, the whole class quieted down. They put down their textbooks and looked over. No, nothing. How could Song-yu let him see the bad things about their homeroom teacher on the paper? His expression changed and he subconsciously tore at the paper. As a result, half of the paper was torn off. The language teacher held the last half and read aloud, "So I have to study hard and slap her face." The whole class burst into laughter. Song-yu, the language teacher, was stunned. She didn't expect Song-yu to have such awareness. "Whose face are you trying to slap?" Song-yu's expression stiffened slightly. Wei, who was next to him, had already helped him out. She raised her hand and said with a smile, "Slap my face." The language teacher's eyes widened slightly. Of course, he didn't believe it. She wasn't he. However, it was a matter between students. At this age, everyone wanted to save face. He didn't force Song-yu to hand over the rest of the paper. He frowned and scolded, "Don't pass notes during the morning reading. Desk mates are together all day long. What else is there to say?" The rest of the class couldn't help but laugh. Song-yu, after the teacher left, shouting, couldn't stop laughing. Then she asked Song-yu from behind, "Brother Yu, there are only a few weeks left until the monthly exam. Have you already declared war on God Xie?" Song-yu glared at her. "Yes." Bowen used a pen as a microphone and moved closer to Wei. "God Xie, what do you think about the challenge from the top student of a city?" Wei smiled. "It's my honor." Shouting applauded. "My brother Yu is awesome. He's a top student and a top student in Jing City." Song-yu was really a bad student and a fake top student. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Shut up." The monthly exam was a very important thing for Song-yu in high school. He had to give an explanation to his parents in a city. If he scored 350 again, his parents would think that he was ignorant and incompetent in Jing City. It would be better for him to go back and be at ease under their watch. After the morning reading, Song-yu realized that he had forgotten to bring his homework when he was collecting it. The language class representative was the girl who asked him about the definition domain last time. She was beautiful and gentle. "I can wait for you. Do you want to go back and get it now? There should be enough time." Song-yu lived in the teacher's apartment and it took at least half an hour to go back and forth. He remembered that the homework was only 300 words. It was better to write one now. "Thank you, class representative. I'll write another one." "What's the content?" It was the first time that the language class representative communicated with him. She was nervous, but when she found that Song-yu was so approachable, she was both confused and happy. She blushed and said softly, "You're welcome. The content is about the plan for the new semester." Song-yu, "Okay. How did he write it yesterday?" "Oh, he copied it online yesterday." Although Song-yu tried his best to be a top student, diaries and essays were never his strong points. "Show me yours." Song-yu turned to ask his deskmate for help. Wei refused with a smile. "I'm afraid I can't. Mine is of no use to you." "Song-yu, we're both high school students." "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Wei couldn't argue with him, so she passed the paper on the table over. Song-yu glanced at it and was so angry that he almost fainted. Wei's plan for the new semester didn't even have 300 words. It didn't even have 30 words. There was a clear line of words at the top of the notebook: "Help my deskmate get first place in the city." Song-yu, he was so presumptuous because he had good grades and the language teacher wouldn't punish him. Song-yu was very dissatisfied with his plan. "You want to help me surpass you?" Wei, "Yes." Song-yu, "Is there anything else?" Wei smiled. Yes, my plan for this semester is only you. Song Yu, the language class representative who was waiting to collect homework. After the last time she asked a question and her heart was crushed by the cold school hunk, she became a CP fan. What was this now? The main character was giving out love online. He didn't need to work hard just because he was smart. Song Yu was jealous and decided to educate him. How can you be like this? Do you want to study hard and get into a university? Xie Sui ignored his anger and said with a smile, why aren't you writing? Song Yu then remembered that the class representative was still waiting for him. He tilted his head and said, wait, give me 15 minutes. The class representative couldn't help but smile. It's okay, I can hand it in next class. You and God Xia can take your time. I'm willing to wait for another hour. Xie Sui looked at his bitter and vengeful expression and kindly said, can I give you some ideas? Song Yu's eyes lit up. For example, Xie Sui, your first goal is to be a school bully when school starts. Song Yu. Shut up. Now that Friday's appointment at Book Mountain House had come to this, Song Yu had no choice but to agree. He could only blame himself for opening No. 1 middle school's forum that day during the summer vacation and making countless enemies. Today, there was Gao Feng. Tomorrow, there might be someone else. He might as well become a school bully and shock everyone. That was why he became a troll in the first place, but if his father didn't call him out of the blue and set an appointment for the next month's exam, he wouldn't have been so angry. So, Dad, it's all your fault that your son didn't study hard and became a school bully. Remember it well. The post, the battle at the top of Book Mountain, had been trending for the past few days. Especially after your husband, Brother Yu, replied, the atmosphere became even more heated. Year 2, Class 15. Gao Feng received so much attention for the first time and was too excited. He sat in the classroom and bragged happily in front of a group of people. Actually, I didn't take this matter to heart. Song Yu looks like a little girl. I think he'll fall down if I move my fingers. There's no need. Sigh, this matter is so big that I can't close my eyes. Ha ha ha. As he said, there's no need, he was so happy that he couldn't open his mouth. Chen Jijie, who had dyed his hair back and was sitting obediently in the last row to do his homework, sneered. When Gao Feng heard this, he turned around and looked at Yang Yang proudly. What are you laughing at? Were you as impressive as me when you were a school bully? Chen Jijie didn't say a word. He looked at him with pity, as if he was looking at an idiot who didn't know he was stupid. Gao Feng was angry. What's with that look? Do you want to fight? Chen Jijie ignored him and got up to hand in his homework. Stupid people have stupid luck, but stupid people don't. Gao Feng sat in his seat and cursed. The classroom was noisy. Now, they were all convinced that Song Yu was the troll. The boys blindly kicked up a fuss and wanted Brother Gao to teach him a lesson. The girls, on the other hand, kept rolling their eyes. The one who didn't fit in was a girl sitting by the window. Her long black hair was draped vertically behind her. She wore an expensive white dress under her school uniform jacket. Her skin was very fair, and she wore light makeup. She had a good temperament. She was the prettiest girl in class 15, and she was also the crush of many people in class, including Chen Jijie. Xin, did you see the post? A girl with freckles on her face sat in front of her. She deliberately came over to talk to her, and she couldn't hide the flattery in her eyes. Bai Shuexin glanced at her. The freckled girl continued, I heard that Song Yu is most likely Brother Yu. Wow! I didn't expect Brother Yu, who's so good at insulting people online, to be so delicate and cute in real life. Bai Shuexin also knew about the things on the forum. However, in her opinion, they were all childish and funny, like children shopping. She was self-conscious and felt that her outlook was different from girls her age. He's just a troll. Is he worth paying attention to? Bai Shuexin said lightly. The freckled girl smiled awkwardly and turned her head away after asking for a snub. Bai Shuexin lowered her head and searched for the text message on her phone. It was from her aunt, who had married into the Su family in a city. Xin, do you know a person called Xie Sui in your school? You'd better get closer to him. This young man is not simple. The Bai family had a good status in Jing City, but it was not worth mentioning compared to the big families in a city. If her aunt, who had married into the Su family, said that he was not simple, then he was really not simple. And she heard that he was the new school hunk. Really, he was a perfect match for her. Bai Shuexin's lips curled into a smile. In the evening, Song Yu looked at the computer in his room and thought about the wording of the report. He didn't like to use the Meng family's power to deal with school affairs unless it was absolutely necessary. As soon as he came here, he met a top-notch homeroom teacher. If the report reached his father, he would probably call him to go home. Song Yu felt that if Oilian didn't purify her thoughts, she would be sorry for her profession as a teacher. In the future, she would definitely hold more people back. In the book, Xie Sui was crazily harassed by Wang Xi and even humiliated her. However, Oilian turned a blind eye to it and said that it was just a small quarrel between classmates. Song Yu was angry. When he was half dead with anger, suddenly, an email appeared on the computer. The sender was anonymous. He clicked on it and found that it was a document about Oilian's previous teaching experience. There were also several screenshots and the account of a female student who had been forced to commit suicide several times because of her. Song Yu was stunned. Oilian was worse than he thought. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.